Hey, I'm Comrade Shane, and welcome to Juche Lessons. Today we will discuss how to define the character of society from a Juche-oriented standpoint. Since its emergence, society has developed in a long historical process. In this process, societies of different types with different characters have arisen and been replaced. It is therefore important to have correct knowledge of characters and types of society in understanding society. The character of society is the essential characteristics of society in a certain stage of development. In other words, the nature of society means the essential characteristics of society that is fundamentally different from nature. But also, the character of society means different essential characteristics of society in different stages of development. The main criterion for understanding the character of a society is which class or which social group takes ruling position in a certain society. Since the division of society into hostile classes, class struggle took place continuously, in which the classes that took ruling position have been replaced. The ruling class changes the structure of society according to its will. It changes the mode of production and distribution of social wealth, and newly makes up and manages political structure and ideological and cultural institutions. As a result of this, society of another character from the previous one is formed. In this sense, the character of society depends on which class or social group takes ruling position. The level of development of a certain society may be expressed by the level of productive forces and material and cultural wealth. But they only show one aspect of society. In societies of the same character, there may be differences in the level of productive forces and material and cultural level. Therefore, the level of productive forces and material and cultural wealth cannot be the main criterion for determining the character of a society. The character of society finds its concentric expression in the character of the social system. This is because the social position of a class or social group is fixed and guaranteed by the social system. The class or group that takes the ruling position in society sets up and consolidates a social system according to its will. So its ruling position is fixed on a social scale, and it is guaranteed by state authority and power. The character of a social system is precisely the character of society. And as President Kim Il-sung said, quote, "The character of a given society is determined by the class which holds power and by the form of ownership of the means of production." End quote. Firstly, the character of society is decided by who has state power. Unlike a political party or social organization, state power is the most comprehensive political organization. Political parties or social organizations can control only its members, but state power can control all the people in a country. State power is not only comprehensive in scope of management, but also coercive. With law, the state controls and punishes those who violate the law. This is the state power. The class or group that has state power, therefore, can control the members of society according to its will and interests, and set up a social system suitable to its will and interests. On the contrary, the class or group that has no state power is socially subjugated and oppressed. Accordingly, the character of society is decided by which class or group has state power.
Hey, this guy's a commie! Commie!
Capitalist society is reactionary and...
Well, Jesus Christ, the show hasn't even officially begun and we already have Red Falcon throwing out gift subs. What the fuck? Thank you, comrade. Very much appreciate that. Yep, that means you all... It means I expect you all to throw up those Juche gang signs, please, comrades. And thank you.
Anti-popular society that pursues
thank
the greedy
you, Red
demands
Falcon.
and interests of the capitalist class. This is because in that society, a handful of individuals, the capitalist class, takes state power. Socialist society is the most advanced and popular society to date, where the will and interests of the working class and other people are fully realized. That is because the broad masses are genuine masters of the state power in a socialist society. The character of society is also decided by relations of property over the means of production. This is important, but not the only factor that decides the character of society. As mentioned before, the means of production is material means to organize the production of life data necessary for survival and development of mankind. According to the form of property of the means of production, the ruling class or group is different in economic life. If this is fixed into a system, it concentrically expresses the nature of society. The society where the form of private property over the means of production prevails is exploiter society, whereas the society where the form of social property over the means of production prevails is socialist society. Therefore, the form of property over the means of production is an important factor that defines the character of society. As I mentioned before, there are two factors that define the character of society. That is the possession of the state power and the relations of property over the means of production. Here, the former is more decisive. That is because other social relations, such as the relations of property over the means of production, is established according to the demands of the ruling class, and the right to property that is not guaranteed by power cannot be maintained or developed. For example, in the framework of feudal society, capitalist forms of property began to rise, placing capitalist class in the ruling position in economic life. But this class cannot be master in society until it assumes power, and the society remains as feudal society. This tells us that without changing the class and power, character of society is not fundamentally changed, although there is change in the relations of property over the means of production. It is therefore the relations of property over state power that plays a decisive role in defining character of society. However, if the relations of property over the means of production is neglected, it is impossible to correctly and comprehensively define the character of society. For instance, although the working class takes power after victory in anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution, the society is not socialist society while there remains private property over the means of production and exploiter class. Only when the working class takes power and social property is set with elimination of private property over the means of production is a genuine, popular socialist society. Therefore, in order to correctly define the character of the society, it is necessary to put stress on the relations of property over the state power in considering the relations of property over the means of production. In human history, there have been societies of different types. We can divide them into three. That is early society, where there had been primitive equality, exploiter society, where the people have been socially subordinated, and socialist or communist society, that ensures position and role of genuine masters for the people. Human history has developed in the process in which the society of these types were changed sequentially. The society of the first type in human history is early society. In this society, people had lived in equal relations, forming clan or tribe, the collective that was linked by blood. People jointly managed society depending on clan or tribal council, the political organization for common interests. They jointly possessed means of production, although the productive forces were low, and jointly worked and jointly consumed products. Therefore, in this society, there were no class, state, exploiter, and oppressor. The early society is characterized as a society where primitive equality prevailed. Early society that had lasted for millions of years converted into exploiter society after the emergence of class. The exploiter society changed from slaveholder society into feudal society and again into capitalist society. Slaveholder society is the first form of exploiter society, born after the collapse of early society. The main classes in slaveholder society were slaveholders and slaves. The slaveholder class were the ruling exploiter class that had state power and means of production. The slaveholders fully possessed slaves, severely exploiting, freely selling and buying, and even killing the slaves. In this society, there were not only slaves, but also freemen, peasants, and handicraftspersons. They were not totally possessed by slaveholders as slaves, but were severely oppressed and exploited, eventually falling into slaves. Slaveholder society is the society where slaveholders took state power and the means of production, fully possessing slaves. Feudal society is another form of exploiter society that was born after the fall of slaveholder society. Feudal society is another form of exploiter society that was born after the fall of slaveholder society. Feudalism is a society based on private ownership of feudal landlords over land. In this society, there were land cultivated by private labor and small ownership of peasants and handicraftsmen over the production tools. In this society, feudal landlords could buy or sell serfs, but were prohibited by law to kill them. Feudal society is a society where there prevailed a caste system, made up by feudal landlord class to maintain their rule. The exploitation and oppression of the people by the ruling class and exploiter class were more legalized by the caste system. In this system, children of aristocrats or noblemen became automatically aristocrats or noblemen, regardless of traits. Children of quote-unquote lower castes could not escape their status. In this society, there existed religious despotism and inhumane caste system that imposed ignorance upon the people. It is an exploiter society where feudal landlords took state power and means of production and subjugated and exploited serfs and peasants by the caste system. This society collapsed by the struggle of the people who resisted feudal exploitation and caste subjugation. Capitalist society is the last exploiter society that rose after the collapse of feudal society. Capitalist society is reactionary and anti-popular society where a handful of capitalist class took state power and means of production and violated the independence of the working people, including workers and peasants, severely exploiting them. Capitalist society turned individualism into unlimited greed of the capitalists. Capitalist society turned the exploitation that was hidden by religious and political illusion of the medieval age into open, impudent, direct, and cruel exploitation. The capitalists who pursue unlimited greed turn labor power into a commodity, their personal value into exchange value, and thus suck blood and sweat of the workers and other peoples. Capitalist society is heaven for the minority of the ruling class, but hell that gives starvation, poverty, pain, and non-right to the majority of working people. Capitalist society is Mammonist reactionary society based on thorough individualism. This society is the society everyone for oneself, society of law of the jungle, where individual's hedonism is the highest ideal and purpose for which all means and methods are justified. Today, imperialists vociferate about superiority and material prosperity of capitalist society, which is no more than a screen to cover a bloody land of the jungle law and the people's material, spiritual, and cultural poverty. The individualist society brings about exploitation, oppression, money-making of the minority, poverty of the majority, class conflict, and inequality, which reaches the extreme in capitalist society. Along with this, people's independence is enhanced and the revolution is strengthened, eventually replacing capitalist society with collectivist socialist society. This is an inviolable law of history. Socialism is the society of a new type that is fundamentally different from exploiter society that had existed in human society. Socialist society is genuine popular society, where the people take state power and means of production and they are masters of everything, and where everything serves them. In this society, there prevail genuine equality and harmony, free from exploitation and oppression of humanity by humanity. In this society, the people develop society rapidly, helping and leading each other forward under the slogan, "One for all and all for one," in firm unity with high awareness of being masters. Today, imperialists and reactionaries vociferate about setback of socialism and end of socialism over the fall of socialism in Eastern European countries, but this is nothing but sophism. However viciously they run wild, socialism advances victoriously along its way. Of course, there can be trials and difficulties and temporary setbacks, but socialism is scientific doctrine that reflects most correctly the essential demands of humanity and is a new, superior society that came into being negating the old and reactionary capitalist society. The future of humanity is stored in socialism. Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
Long live the People's Revolution!
Yep, big Commie. Big Commie.
The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
That's all for this episode. Check out our Facebook and Twitter pages for more Juche and DPRK content, which I will leave links to in the description of this video. If you enjoyed what you saw, please remember to like, subscribe, and share, so we can raise the revolutionary consciousness of the masses. And because I run solely on your motivation and encouragement. Red salute, Juche comrades.
Do you tire of listening to reactionary drivel every time you turn on your television? Do you want to learn about communism in a fun and interactive way instead? Then come down to Leaping Larry's. When you come down to Leaping Larry's, you will be greeted with a salute every time you step in through the door, because we value our comrades. At Leaping Larry's, you will learn how communism and the Juche idea can create a more equitable and just society. You will learn about the importance of collectivism and cooperation. And you will learn how communism can help to create a world without poverty or hunger. Leaping Larry's, your home for communist and video game edutainment.
Welcome, comrades. I hope you all are well today. We're here for a Theory Tuesday. Tuesday Theory time? Something like that. You know, it's me, Leaping Larry. I like to read your theory. I like to watch revolutionary videos. I like to read the news, especially Pyongyang Times, because nobody ever reads it. And I like to play video games. Welcome to the channel. This channel, we're all for land back. And thank you, Comrade Commander Red, for continuing the gift sub from Haley. Very much appreciate the support, comrades. Means an absolute ton. We haven't even started the day and we got 2 gift subs already. What the hell? That's amazing. Also, we are one follower away from 420. If you haven't followed the channel yet, push me over that line, please. Get me to 420. It's an arbitrary number that would make me feel better about the amount of followers that I have currently. How are all you comrades today? Hey, my weird uncle, welcome. Great to see you here. Right? 420. Literally one follow away. That's pretty monumentous, if I do say so myself. So today, as you know, of course, we're going to be reading Stalin, History and Critique of a Black Legend here. We're going to be on page 56 if you have the hardcover, or we're going to be on page 76 if you're following along on a PDF. I have some Pyongyang Times articles here I want to read to you because we like to read Pyongyang Times. Now, we do like to read other... Look, here's my repertoire of the socialist media that we read on this channel. We do People's Voice, we do Workers' World, we do Red Nation, and we do CGTN. But, you know, I don't do a ton of articles. I look for ones that are a certain way. But look, we haven't had a new one on People's Voice since the 31st. Workers' World, again, we got nothing that I haven't read recently. So yeah, that's why. And CGTN. I mean, there's some cool stuff, but we've seen this stuff already reported in mainstream news. We're not mainstream news. We're the opposite. Welcome, Perfect. You're doing fine. Just gave an offering to the ancestors. Beautiful. Now, before we, usually we start off with our morning cartoons, which we're going to get to in just 1 second. We have only 2 episodes of Karl Marx left. Of course, Red Nation. John, you know us. We center our communism is centered on decolonialism. Because, of course, you can't build socialism without first struggling against colonization. You need the democratic, anti-imperialist, anti-colonial struggle to inform the struggle for socialism, I would argue. Red Nation is a really good blog site that I recommend. They haven't posted a lot new in a while, but there's still a lot of great information here. It's a First Nations group right here. Highly recommend you check them out. They have their little blog site here. This is usually what we read from, if we're going to read from here. But they also have about their program here. Political education, black liberation, indigeneity, settler colonialism, indigenous liberation, queer indigenous feminism, indigenous socialism, environmental justice, and abolition. Yeah, check them out. They're very, very informative. All kinds of articles here, as you can see. Some books. Wretched of the Earth. We're going to be reading this one day on the channel. It's definitely a read I have on the docket. And if you are looking for more reads, by the way, like if you're new to the whole communism thing and you're wondering like where you should start, any of these pretty well. You could choose pretty much any of these any titles that seem to spark your interest. Pretty much is a good place to start here, like to be honest. Especially Fanon, Lenin here, the Marx works I have. Did notice that the copy of Red Deal they have on their site is slightly different to the physical publication. Interesting, I never noticed that. Mao Zedong is here. Yeah, any of these are great to start with. And we're going to add more as well. Resources and 3 components. I haven't read that one in a while. I think it definitely can be, for sure. I mean, I would continue my reading, but yeah, it can be. I think the mistake a lot of people make, or a lot of people in recommending new works, like I always say, you should read like Franz Fanon and stuff like that, right? Because they do add a lot too. Hey, Vivian. But I do say like a mistake that a lot of people is like making the recommendation of the Communist Manifesto, for example. Like, I don't recommend the Communist Manifesto as a starter one. It was one of the earlier ones for me. But I noticed, like, a lot of things in it that I think we see some settlers read it and go the path of the ultra-left. You know, that infantile disorder. And we want to avoid that. And then the other mistake I see people read is this idea that, like, you have to read Capital or something. If you can grasp Capital, if you can read it, if you can make it through it, it's great. That's awesome. That's awesome. And then you can disseminate it to others, which is really the strength of reading Capital, than being able to disseminate that to others, right? But like Marx himself, you know, well, him and Engels both, that's why they made these pamphlets, Wage, Labor, and Capital, and they made another one that are really good and meant to basically tell you what capital is, the conclusion that capital is trying to reach, only it does it more in a way that was meant to be distributed among working people at the time. Whereas Capital, of course, is a much more academic work, if you will. Not that workers can't read academic works, but I'm just saying it's not for everybody to read, and nor does everybody have to read Capital. Wonder what Lenin thought about My Summer Car. I'm not sure, but I would like to know about... I would like to know some of my ancestors' opinions about My Summer Car. Does this bring back any memories for anybody? We might play My Summer Car later today. We took the car to the mechanic, we got it built, and we drove it all the way to the fucking mechanic last episode. We literally drove the car to the mechanic. I'm pretty impressed with that, if I do say so myself. Better introductory is the Red Deal, yeah, because it's written in such a way that it sounds like Marx is talking, but it's the native Marx. I concur. I like that. And that's again why I would say even like, it's a good idea to start with more modern Marx books. There's nothing wrong with that. Or it's someone who's like writing about what Marx has said or something. You know, that's all. Again, Fanon, who would not even call himself a Marxist, I think, is a great read, for example. Alright, this is a video. We get a little chill session, and then we're gonna do our morning communist cartoon. This is from Comrade Commander Red. Thank you, Red. Wretched of the Earth is one of your favorites? Yes, it is also one of mine. On this channel not long ago, we read Red Skin, White Masks, which is based on a Fanon title called Black Skin, White Masks, and very much talks about Fanon a lot. So if you enjoy Fanon, I recommend also checking out Red Skin, White Mask by Glenshon Coulthard. Excellent read. And if you don't want to read it, it is on my YouTube channel. Although until I actually cut it up, you'll have to see like it's in multiple streams. But eventually, I want to cut it up and put it all on one playlist. That way, the read is just all one thing. Then play My Stalin Car. I might be stalling the car, March. I just might be stalling the car. Something tells me. nice, Red, nice. Yeah, Red Skin, White Mask was amazing. Such a good read. And talks about so many great thinkers as well. By the time you're done reading Red Skin, White Mask, you'll have like 5 other books that you're gonna want to read. It's good. Alright, this is from Commander Red. Right? This is fire. Thank you, Red. Mark Rifkin? I've never heard of Mark Rifkin. I'll have to check that one out. Red. God damn. That is juicy, sir. That is fucking juicy. Oh yes, Red, I do have something else to show you as well. When did Indians become straight by Rifkin? It's very academic and kind of difficult to get through. I like those works sometimes, but you know, I've come to really appreciate works that are nice and succinct and like, because what I've realized is you don't need depth, right, to get to the truth. The truth can be profound and simple as well. I've really found myself like drawn towards Marxist and like communist analysis that are more on that side. I mean, it's like, oh, we show this one. Where's my book? Oh, we show like on Juche philosophy, you know, this contains so much fucking information and like this will like blow your absolute mind, but it's such a, and I've seen a lot, like Che does that too. Mao is amazing for that also. That's what I was saying about, yeah. That's what I was saying about Capital, too, right? It's like with Capital, I gotta read it fucking 50 times. Yeah, Mao, because of the way he puts stuff and because of, again, it's nice and condensed. It's like I say, you don't have to have depth to be truthful, right? Like, you can have... Truth can be profound and simple and very easy to understand. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Like I say, people, I think it's those Marxists who are like, oh, everyone should read Capital, or just like calm down. Calm down. Everybody should read Capital. Yeah, like, it's just like these people, these are the kind of people that just like to hear themselves talk, I think, you know? Shot. That's funny. Yeah. It's just like, it's so funny to me when people are like, yeah, all Marxists should read Capital. Like, meanwhile, you it's like what they're missing is the whole, what I always try to point out to comrades, right? Is the whole idea that Marx didn't make a prescriptive theory for this is communism. If you build this, then you have communism, right? No. What Marx did was, this is what was important. This is what separated him, right? He discovered the laws of social movement, which happens to move towards socialism and against inequality, etc., against exploitation. So humanity naturally goes towards capitalism. Not to say that we don't need revolutionary theory to get there, but that's part of humanity moving towards socialism, right? Moving away from capitalism. And that's what humanity naturally does. Yeah, it's one of communism's biggest strengths. The ideas can be presented in a simple manner because we're looking at reality for what it is. And we're also fighting for the common interest, right? The broad common interest of the masses, which again makes it so easy to grasp. Why does bourgeois philosophy and economy end up getting so convoluted and complicated and deep with this false sense of depth? Well, it's because it completely exists to justify the status quo, right? To not even justify the status quo, but if we think about what I was just saying, how communism is the natural development of humanity, then think about it like they're not even, they're more trying to prevent history from happening, right? They're trying to prevent the historical tide from turning. That's what they're struggling against. And again, not to say it's for revolutionaries. We can whip out that fucking amazing quote by Fidel Castro here, and say, of course, that's meant to encourage you, right, and to give you inspiration. But one thing we can never forget is this. One of my favorite quotes by him is right here. It is known that revolution will triumph in America and throughout the world. But it is not for revolutionaries to sit in the doorways of their houses waiting for the corpse of imperialism to pass by. You gotta get out and do something. Yeah, oh yeah, GMO. And again, I never doubt that, of course, Capital is a good read. And again, anyone who can study it, sure, go ahead. But it's just understand that if you're a Marxist who's like, oh, everybody should read Capital, it's like you got the wrong idea. We can teach each other the thing. Like, we understand that humans are skilled at various things, and therefore somebody who's better at reading Capital can teach people that. Someone who's better at reading State and Revolution can do that. Someone who's better at organizing, do that. Artists, they do something completely different. Like, we all have that important role to fill. Oh shit, comrades. We have just reached 420 followers. Oh, say, can you smell the smoke? I'm blowing from my pipe. We did it. Mission accomplished. I mean, this is the whole reason I built the channel, was just to get to 420 labor vouchers. And now, gonna double fist these vaporizers. A doorbell? Hi, are you ringing the doorbell? Come here. Come here and quit ringing the doorbell. Show everybody that you... Yeah, show them though. Look, everybody. Wants to go hang out with the duckies. He wants to go hang out with the ducks. So just give me 2 seconds while I put him in the duck run. Oh, now I gotta... Yeah. Oh, that cat is a unit. Now I have to show you, comrade, something. Hold on. Before... Where did I post this? Let me see. I think I might have posted it on my Twitter, actually. Yeah, the cat is a unit. Yeah, see? The Mondayest Tuesday ever. Oh. It's no good. It's no good. You see why now you see, Haley. Welcome, comrade, by the way. Now you see why I made that emote. The William Dafoe emote is it's necessary. I think honestly, like, what's drawing most subscriptions to this channel is the William Dafoe emote. If I'm being honest with everybody. Yeah, check out the cat. This is the this is the cat's friend. And this is the kitty. They're friends. The duck is almost the size of the cat, though. Right? Did you all just saw how big that cat was in my arms, right? You saw how big that cat was. Look at the duck. You think that's something though? Look at this duck. Look at this guy. This duck is a fucking unit. He's like twice the size of the cat almost. Me when I'm out of weed and gotta eat a raw dog reality. Oh god, I'm not down for that. Yeah, not down for that. Yeah, look at that fucking... That is one unit of a duck right there. That duck could pull your sled, alright? In the winter? you could have a duck sled with this guy. You just need a few more of them. I got meds and weed. How are people here raw dogging it? I don't know. I'm out here double fisting vaporizers. I'm out here double fisting vaporizers. The dope growing multiple feet tall plants. We got a grower medicine around here, folks. That's the way it works. What kind is this? Oh, blueberry. Got a blueberry one here. Yeah, so isn't that a pretty duck? The pretty, pretty ducks. Alright. Alright. What did I close Iskra? Don't forget, comrades, we have a little passion project over here that myself and some other fantastic comrades work on. We have Peace, Land, and Bread, which I recommend you checking out. Oh, the pretty ducks gave you a hit of dopamine? I'm all about doling out the dopamine here, Haley. It's literally why look, the community challenge for this month was forcing me to play Zelda CDI, which I now have to do because the community did it in the first 10 days of the challenge. So, the reason I play painful games, you know, aside from being a masochist, is because the enjoyment that I know other people get from it, it's like that's where the source of enjoyment for me comes from. I don't know. I'm weird. What can I tell you? Yeah, we have a new blog here that I... Why would you subject yourself to objectively the worst Zelda title? Have you not seen the other games I play? Did you not see, what was it, Super Mario Chaos Edition, where I was playing Super Mario 64 and I was just trying to get 1 star. And every 10 seconds, a glitch activates in the game. So it took me literally all of my lives. I still didn't get the star. And on the last time when I actually made it to the boss to fight him, when I press B, instead of grabbing the boss, it burns my butt. Well, Sean, you can come over and do that too. I mean, whatever. If people, I'll both at the same time, even maybe. Get a twofer thing going on. Yeah, you gotta check out our blog here. Look, we got a brand new article. Iceland, cold house for workers. Check it out. And look, about us. Hey, look, I wonder what that L stands for in this guy's name. Huh. I wonder. Will we ever know? Probably not. Alright. Well, that's because, I mean, with DPRK, the weed literally just grows there natively, right? So, yeah, that's why what most people would consider like doxed or whatever, I've been already out there for years because I've been working at Peace Land of Bread and Iskra Books. So it's passion, volunteer work. We don't get no, of course, there's no money to be had from it. We offer all the works for free, and the ones that and the hardcovers literally are sold for exactly the price of what it costs to produce and distribute them. You know, almost like what a communist would do or something. I don't know. Of course, that means that we have to all work at other places as well, which, as you can imagine, means that we have less time. Hey, were you wondering why I tell you you should never listen to the media about DPRK? Gentle reminder, this is the level of reporting about DPRK right here. Executed North Korean pop star, back from the dead, and by Kim Jong-un's side. Whoa! Necromancy! North Korea's leader, Kim Jong-un, poisoned his aunt. Oh wait, the same newspaper. Kim Jong-un aunt is still alive, says South Korean intelligence. And then a different newspaper a little while later. Kim Jong-un's aunt makes an appearance after being presumed dead for the last 6 years. Since 6 years I've been printing a story saying about this, how this Kim Jong-un poisoned his aunt. And then she shows up on TV. Oh yeah, they have a big old hate boner for Kim Jong-un. The funniest part, like, about the DPRK reporting, right, is it's simultaneously the most threatening country in the world and also a joke, right? That's the way they try and frame it. The reason they try to frame it as the joke is because the reality is the former one. They see it as the most dangerous threat to their existence. And the bourgeoisie are scared to death of, like, just the example of what DPRK is. They look over and they're like, ugh, what the fuck? There's literally not one capitalist there. The only capitalists who are there are foreigners who live there. And, yeah. We know they have not much say in the government, right? Top North Korean official reappears days after purge. Yeah, that's because a purge means you're expelled from the party. It doesn't mean you're fucking killed, you jokers. North Korean general, reported executed, appears to be alive. Oh, does he appear to be alive? Well, what else could it be, I wonder? Yeah, exactly, Sean, exactly. North Korean singer executed by firing squad shows up alive and well in Pyongyang, and it just goes on and on and on. Yeah, so maybe don't listen to the mainstream media about DPRK, just kind of saying. I just wanted to put it out there that is a suggestion. Yeah, exactly. Purged equals you're fired. You're fired, and pack your shit, find a new job, which is easy to do because you live in a socialist system and employment is guaranteed, right? Please fight for socialism. I got the ADHD bad today, comrades. Please share this. Please share this. I will save this image. Okay. I can share it on, like, what, Twitter? You want me to share it on the tweets? The X's? The XXX? I'll share it on the old XXX site here for you. Here we go. Pasteboard. I don't even know what the hell that is. You're above my level now. You're beyond me now, sir. I wish I had the other. I had this really cool image that I just saw. Now I can't find the other part of it. that sucks. See, I found this a while ago where a friend scanned this for me. This right here is a letter from Comrade Kim Il-sung to the Black Panther Party. Fuck, and I had another photo that was just the words there. Let me just see. Hold on now. Let's exercise some patience and see if I can find it. Ukraine's losses per month. Okay, let me see if I can find that. Right? And Sam, I think this is again one of the things what they look at DPRK and they go, "Oh dear. Oh shit. Start making shit up quick." Right? Like, what can we say? What can we say? 3 generations imprisonment. What other? Come on, we need some more racist. Pump up the racism. That's what they're like. Okay, now let me see if I can find this. It was Kim Il-sung to Black Panther Party. See, everybody has the one. I need to find the one for me. No. Okay, I know. Let's check this out. Look, here's a chance for me to plug this. Socials. That's socialists. Socialists. That was a fail. Socials. Okay. And if we go, I think, to this one. Just see if I can find it right here. This is my page, by the way. I know if I saw it here, I would have it. That smaller one. Bah humbug. Oh, no. No, wait. Yeah, this is it right here. Here we go. So this is from the Black Panther Party right here. Or sorry, this is from DPRK to the Black Panther Party. Intensifying fascist violence and suppression of U.S. imperialist action against your party aroused surging indignation of the Korean people. Stop this barbarity of U.S. imperialists is not only a vicious criminal act against you, but also a shameful challenge, action to people of Asia, Africa, Latin America, and all people loving freedom and justice. Korean peoples actively supporting liberation struggle of all oppressed people strongly demand the immediate suspension of all suppression against your party by U.S. imperialists and unconditional release at once of unlawfully arrested and imprisoned party leaders and members. Firmly convinced you will win final victory by valiantly turning back all repression and persecution of U.S. imperialists, we express once again firm solidarity with you in righteous struggle for achieving freedom and liberation after cutting off chains of slavery. Korean Democratic Lawyers Association, Korean Committee for Afro-Asian Solidarity, December 15th, Pyongyang. Wait, what? Hassan viewers are figuring out DPRK coverage in the West is bullshit. Hassan figured it out? I don't think so. I mean, he says to a degree, like, Like, I know some of them are waking up, but he does say, I watched a thing where he was saying like, oh yeah, I know that mainstream media reporting on North Korea is definitely not to be trusted. But then he goes on, of course, to just repeat those same buzzwords that we always hear, because he goes on to say, I know they have a despotic, psychotic dictator, but they're lying about them in these aspects. It's like, well, dude, every other fucking socialist country recognizes them as a socialist country. There's a reason for that, right? All five socialist countries are in agreement that they're the five socialist countries, right? The five that are established socialist state powers currently. Of course, there's many, many more fighting to achieve state power of their entire country. But yeah, and that's the thing, Dorian, right? That's sort of what it sounds like. It's like, oh, I don't trust the mainstream media coverage, but I do believe it when they say that Kim Jong Un is a despotic dictator, and it's a dynasty. I believe that, but I don't believe this stuff about it. Like, why are you being so selective about what you believe? Are they fucking lying or are they not? Do you go and look for actually like friendlier information about it from other sources, or don't you? You know? All right. Now we're gonna do our little cartoon break. We're watching our way through The Leader. And like that was the thing that kind of, because again, when I was watching Hassan, I just happened to catch a little clip of what he was saying about DPRK. And not only did he mention those buzzwords, but I happened to notice he starts talking about Otto as well, and saying that, oh, well, the guy came back dead. No, he didn't. No, he fucking didn't come back dead. He died in the US, first of all. Doctors examined him, said there was no signs of physical or mental torture. Like, and then he parrots the same bullshit that we hear about the narrative, how he goes there and steals a poster and then he gets hard labor or whatever it is, 15 years hard labor. Yeah, he was sentenced to 15 years hard labor, but he didn't just go there and steal a poster, right? That's the important part. The important part is that he was trying to get into this like fraternity after fucking university Ivy League society that's called the Z Society. And part of their initiation, by the way, this is a common fucking thing. They go to other countries and like they like, as part of their initiation, they'll get students to like do some sort of subversive like act of fucking basically espionage or sabotage or terrorism in some Latin American country or Eastern European or fucking DPRK in that example. That's what they do for initiations. Why does the US allow this to fucking operate like this? Right? How is that death then of, first of all, how is the death of Otto not on the US and on DPRK instead? And then second of all, when he goes to this country, he's going there with the plan of breaking the law because, again, this is how he was getting initiated into the Z Society. In case you don't know, in international legal terms, this is an act of espionage. You're going there, you're entering a military area only, which is now you're entering a military area only, and you're stealing a piece of hand-painted art. If you did that in the US, in some sort of restricted military area only, go to Area 51 or whatever the fuck you call it, and steal some sort of priceless piece of art from there that's hand-painted or whatever the fuck, and see what happens to you. I doubt you'd even make it to the labor institution, to the correctional facility. And then the other thing is, yeah, he gets labor because that's what everybody gets for a correctional facility. When you get corrected in DPRK, that's what it is. There's no such thing as like fining people. Fining people is like a capitalist way of doing shit because it allows capitalists to just brush it off. Like Donald Trump, right? Even. Like, okay, they make this big stink about him getting arrested, but did you see the mugshot for Donald Trump? What a fucking joke. It shows you how much of a joke the whole system is, right? He goes in, they like took his picture with a Polaroid standing in front of some wall. It's not even a real fucking mugshot. And then he just pays his bail and leaves, right? Like, if that's an ordinary person, how many people have actually paid their fucking bails before? Who has been in jail and been able to pay their bails? I sure as fuck have not. I've been in jail and the bail was like 20,000 or something like that. Like, well, that ain't gonna happen, is it? And so for doing this crime where he premeditatively was going to the DPRK to break into a military area only, steal a piece of artwork, he then gets 15 years labor. And by the way, foreigners who are sentenced to corrections in DPRK tend to serve about 1 to 2% of their fucking sentence on average. So he would have maybe served like 1 or 2 years, and then they would have like had some sort of deal with the US. Some people have speculated, like, there's speculation that he was either killed by botulism, but that's not even certain because the family refused to do an autopsy. And botulism is a freak thing that anyone can fucking catch. Like, it's very rare, but it can happen to anybody, literally. The other speculation I've seen is that he like tried to off himself when he realized he was going to have to work a bunch of labor. Some Ivy League kid who thought the law didn't apply to him, right? But then again, before he even left the DPRK, doctors examined him. And then he went back to the US. That's when he passed away. Family refused an autopsy to actually find out what the cause of death was. And ever since have used their son's tragic death, who is really on the hands of, again, fucking Obama and the US's policy that allows these Ivy League fucking groups to do this. To like go to send students to other countries and what? Use them as a pawn to try and incite color revolutions? Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. In the US, you got like shit like plea bargains and shit. Yeah, actually, that's another funny thing, Common, that you point out. Again, as I do like to mention, like if you type in Anglo KFA here, you can get to and what is it? Like this one, yeah. This is that article I was saying. Like in 2020 even, they declared general amnesty, which means they let anyone out who was convicted of a crime. They just like anyone convicted of a crime against the country and the people are granted amnesty. And yeah. The DPRK cabinet relevant organs will take practical measures to help the released people settle down to a normal working life. So can you please explain to me when the last time the US granted general amnesty was? I'm pretty sure it's never. Hey, Bob Commander. Beard hugs. Beard hugs. Yeah, almost as if their goal is rehabilitation, right? Right? It's almost like it's almost like they want to try and get people back to working or something. Weird that. Weird. To being participating in society and stuff. Living in the collective. I don't know, it sounds kind of counter to the 3 generations thing, I'm just saying. Alright. Let us watch the second last episode of our Karl Marx. yeah. Sean here from the perspective of Sean here is giving us the perspective of a U.S. citizen right here. Amnesty? What flavor of mass shooting is that? Is that when they put all the prisoners up again? All right, you're free to go. Blah, 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 blah. Wait. Yeah, don't give kids honey. Especially anyone under fucking 1, especially, right? All right, let's we're late to the morning cartoons. It's almost not morning. We got to do this one here now. Oh, you got an ad? Well, you know. I won't do it. I won't say it. You keep I do keep the ads as short as possible. They're only 30-second ads. It usually gives me a notification when they come up, but sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, I have them as short as possible. Of course, you know, if you want to avoid the ads, I do appreciate any subscriptions.
Long live the People's Revolution!
Alright, let's check out the next episode of Karl Marx anime. Don't worry, I know how it goes, comrade. We got 20 viewers, so I'm just throwing it out there, you know? Just in case any generous comrades are watching. What episode was this? 6? Episode 6. He's getting older, Chad. You know, I always say it seems like I plan these episodes out, but I swear I don't plan these streams out as intricately as I do. But I think this episode is actually about... Oh no, it's about the First International. The next one must be about Capital. I thought this one was about Capital for some reason. I guess the next one is, because he... Right. Sorry, spoilers. Sure you all know most of Karl Marx's basic life. Oh yeah, March. Basically, I mean, once you get over 10, you're pretty much good. But yeah, or when you're over 1, basically. But especially kids under 1. I waited until a couple of years for my son. But... All right, Sean. Thanks for stopping by, comrade. Oh shit, I'm sorry, comrades. Hold on. I always do that. Because we were watching one earlier that didn't need subtitles. Here we go. Sorry. Yeah, I think that's next episode, Common. What do you mean? You don't understand what they're saying, comrades? Love you, Sean.
还是那句老话，工人协会不能设主席，我也不会当主席，因为协会是各国工人平等互助的国际性组织。
在您和恩格斯的领导下，协会现在越来越壮大了。去年光伦敦就有12000人加入我们。
Welcome if you got him, by the way.
各国的工人朋友们，国际工人
Let's
协
go,
会
Smokes.
终于成立
Let's
了。
go, Smokes.
Exactly.
在1848年革
Common
命失
knows what
败
I'm
后，
saying.
欧洲大陆上，工人阶级所有的政党组织和机关报刊都被暴力的铁腕所摧毁。工人阶级最先进的子弟在绝望中逃亡到大西洋彼岸的共和国。短促的解放之梦，已随着工业狂热发展、道德败坏和政治反动时代的到来而破灭了。所以，夺取政权已成为工人阶级的伟大使命。工人们似乎已经领悟到这一点，因为在英国、德国、意大利和法国，工人运动同时重新
Someone was talking shit about Harvard and some rando chatter goes, well, I'm pretty sure Karl Marx went to university, so we shouldn't just discount it out of hand.
那就是人数。为这样一种对外政策而进行的斗争，是争取工人阶级解放的总斗争的一部分。全世界无产者，联合起来！工人朋友们，我们应该团结起来，让吸血的资本家看到我们的力量。
Some people are the most dogmatic thinkers you could ever imagine.
国际举行临时委员会第1次会议，选举。
I mean, that's the way you're trained to think, though, that right? That's the thing. You're trained to think that way.
会议还
You're trained to just be like, oh yeah, sounds true.
起草章程的专门委员会。委员会一致通过了马克思撰写的
But I listened to
临时章程。
I listened to 5 minutes of those C-SPAN callers, and I'm like, nope, fuck, I'm sorry. I like when Marcus gets ranting, but whenever the C-SPAN callers start talking, I'm like, okay, I'm out of here.
竟然被刺杀了。美国南方的大庄园主还是没有放过林肯。林肯废除奴隶制。
Political science at a bougie university for years, and don't exaggerate when I say I learned almost nothing there. It doesn't surprise me. Look, I'm on Iskra Books, right? And as you know, we're a publisher. We publish that Domenico Lasarda work. We make the journals, the Peace, Land, and Bread journals. Everybody on there is pretty much a university graduate, and I'm over here, high school dropout. Oh shit! God damn it! Thank you, common opponent, for being the Thank you very much for being a traitor to our country and gift subbing Frankster stays. A fucking gift subby. Very much appreciate the support, comrades. It means an absolute ton to me. Please spam those Juche Gang emotes in celebration of our new subscription. And because, you know, the Juche Gang loves you all. I did notice that, Red. I mentioned it earlier. You might have been dropped out by then. Thank you. I appreciate your support as well, comrade. You all mean so much to me. It literally keeps me going. It keeps me doing this quite literally. It means less time that I have to like look for people who friends and, you know, fair weather friends who need their car fixed and stuff. I am. You are. We are. DJ Gang. Hey, we have the bear. Up, I did a TTV emote just for you. I think it's like what? Wait, let me see. Yeah, this one.
法国资产阶级背信弃义，出卖了法国人民。法国工人奋起反抗。
when I saw that emote, I thought of you, Bop, so I added
今
it.
天，我们在伦敦举办这一次表达正义的集会，同时还有日内瓦、布鲁塞尔、慕尼黑、维也纳和柏林也都举行了
I
集
had
会
to find, I had to remember what that one emote
巴黎
was.
公社的领导者和
Yeah,
管
I
理
did
者
a little
都是人民的
emoji
公仆
vomit. I'm
而
sorry.
不是凌驾社会的
It
官
had
吏。
to come out
在
common.
他们的领导下，巴黎公社成就了无产阶级建立政权的第
It's
一次
great,
伟
eh?
大尝
It's
试。
great.
马克思先生，
小托马，小朋友长大了呀，
I
现
love
在
it.
不能叫
I
你小
love
托马
it.
了。最近怎么样？
我加入了
The
国际工
bear's
人
so
协会英国支部。
adorable.
那次举行的临时委员会第一次会议上，我还听了您的演讲呢，真的是太棒了。不过您是工人们的领袖，看您太忙，我就没跟您打招呼。
小伙子，我们现在是战友了。
对了，马克思先生，我想去巴黎。巴黎工人的自我牺牲和勇敢奋斗的精神，真让人震撼。
那边现在局势很危险呀。
我不怕，我想为法国工人和巴黎公社做点什么。您不是总说工人阶级没有祖国吗？
那好吧，好小子，
Nothing wrong with that.
支持你。
So there
去
we
见识
go.
一下伟大社会革命的曙光。
Before you've even told me
我为
this,
国际巴黎支部联合会
I
主
knew
席
to add that
瓦然
emote.
想
What's up
起
with that, Bop?
他也是巴黎
It's the
公社
magic of the
领导人之一
beards.
你去找他，他们会信任
It's
你
the
的。
we're communicating through the beards. It's like the beard fibers are vibrating on a certain frequency, and therefore we can hear each other over a great
得到了
distance.
普鲁士的帮助，利用普鲁士放回的法国俘虏，重新
Beard
组织了军队
frequency.
镇
Beard
压巴黎
frequency.
公社。
支持，支持。
Yeah, they're like antenna, like, ooh, I sense a comrade over here. Hugs are extremely good for you. Cinnamon challenge.
敬爱的马克思先生，您好。正如您所说，
Welcome,
巴
comrade.
黎公社实在太了不起了。
Yeah,
巴黎公社
exactly.
的权
Like
力机
in
构和
Avatar,
人民
but
办
not
都是由
racist.
选举产生的。武装力量
My beard senses are tingling. There's a comrade in the room.
领取相当于熟练工人的工资。
Where are they?
我好
Where
像
are they?
就活在马克思先生您在文章中给我们展示过的社会主义里。
Oh no, comrade's in
如果
trouble.
说有什么瑕疵的话，那就是每天早晨政府军都会准时开枪叫我们起床，还有就是不断牺牲的战友。但我相信他们是不会白白牺
And
牲
the
的。
power of the
可能会有
beard.
点痛，你忍着点。
等等等等等等等，
鬼叫什么？我还没碰到你的伤口呢。
好像是。
So this is so see the last episode, remember they wrote the Communist Manifesto. Now in this one, he is the comrade here is actually witnessing the struggle going on in Paris. The commune.
你干什么去啊？
上战场，
你可是伤员。
你看，一点都不疼。
Hollywood can't
护士小姐，
but
谢谢您。
what's up with Hollywood not being able to just not be racist for 1 second? Why?
1871年5月，政府军调集
Like
13万兵力，
I haven't
进攻巴黎公社，超过7万人在作战中相继牺
like
牲。
I don't have any complaints about the Barbie movie other than there's one line that they make in it, and it has to do with making a joke out of smallpox and First Nations people. And it's like, what the fuck is that line in there? Who was like, yep, stick that line in there?
尊敬的马克思先生，您好。现在战斗的形势越来越差了，
Like,
我们
why?
人越来越少，
Why?
敌人却越来越多，他们的子弹好像永远打不完似的。
Like, well, we can have a progressive movie, but you gotta put one racist native joke in it.
大家各
Okay?
自为战。
That's the
我们
deal.
在坚守的
We'll let you have the movie, but you gotta do that. It's like it seems like that's what it was.
我最近老是想起以前在您家里的日子，燕妮夫人准备的晚饭那么美味，那时候真幸福
They。also threw in an obfuscating definition of fascism to misguide the kids. Yeah, yeah, of course. When I was like, though, the comparison to First Nations people and smallpox, like, was that necessary, or I feel like it wasn't. Jesus Christ, man's getting shot with that fucking thing.
不甘心啊！没事的，死亡并不可怕。我们只是把自己的生命。
Oh yeah, and I mean even like the board of directors and stuff, which are of course members of the bourgeoisie, like they can override decisions of directors and force them to make decisions, otherwise they pull funding or whatever. That's why they hated George Lucas when he made those first movies, because he didn't take he funded it himself, right, in the beginning. That first one.
我也在战场上害怕的瑟瑟发抖。那时候，我想起了一个像我父亲一样的人，他的信仰给我力量。他曾经说过：“愿全天下的劳苦大众能过上幸福的生活。大家生活在一个没有压迫、
Actually, he might have did.
没有阶级的新世界。每个人都能去做自己热爱和擅长的工作。每个人根据自己对社会的贡献获得报酬。到那个时候。” 我想去读书，我想当一名教师，像您一样传播正确的思想。为了实现这个理想，现在我必须要紧握枪支，为了共产主义而奋战。
马克思把写给巴黎公社的宣言改成了悼词，即著名的法兰西内战。他在书中精辟地分析了巴黎公社的发展过程和历史意义。 强调巴黎公社是无产阶级夺取国家政权的第一次伟大尝试。
And remember, comrades, I hate to pause this song, but remember, this is why I always try to stress to you that the Communist Manifesto, you'll notice that later editions will include a chapter from the Civil War in France, which is the chapter on the Paris Commune, because that's where Marx realized he made a mistake in the Communist Manifesto in thinking the working class can just take hold of state organs. He realized by witnessing the events of the Paris Commune that the working class had to smash the bourgeois state organs and build a proletarian state on their ashes. That's the difference, and that's why they include that one chapter sometimes in certain editions of the Communist Manifesto. Yes, you got to smash. You've got to make sure you smash.
卡尔，今天感觉怎么样？
又吃了一大把药丸，我觉得应该是好些了吧。
帮巴黎公社的流亡者筹钱，找住所，找学校，还得找工作，都把你累病了。告诉你个好消息吧，对你的病有好处。按照你的安排，我们已经秘密地把护照都送给了那些被困的流亡者。
这真是一个好消息。
还有一个好消息呢，我们的共产党宣言要在莱比锡重新出版了，我正在给他们写一个序言。
宣言发表到现在，快25年了。2月革命和巴黎公社的实际经验说明，这个纲领现在有些地方已经过时了。
Dude, just like I was talking about. What do you know?
向读者说清楚，我们不仅要批判别人。 也得进行自我批判。
对，宣言里本来也说，原理的实际运用，随时随地都要以当时的历史条件为转移。
要把这句话写上。关于共产党人对待各种反对党派的态度的论述，虽然在原则上
，Yeah, 100%，
但是就其实际运用来说。
it was Common. I would say it's actually one of the events that made him start to turn towards realizing that maybe revolution isn't gonna happen first in the most advanced capitalist states. Actually.
非好即坏的庸俗辩证法。赶紧说吧。
奥地利、俄国和
Oh God, no! Marx went to college is not the critique on Western scholarship that the person thought it was. No, it was not.
制定了详细的防范策略。
You have to vehemently fight to become Marxist.
内忧外患呐！协会里还有巴库宁想搞分裂， 现在外面的敌人又联合起来了，看来协会也得尽快开会研究应对策略了。
Yeah。
要不我们直接约巴库宁谈话吧？
不，我要在大会上直接辩倒他。
Yeah, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. That's actually a really good read. I should add that to the
下
thing.
面有请国际工人协会总委员会委员，我们的精神领袖马克思发言。
这一次召开大会，重中之重是要肃清我们协会当中一些危险的思想。这些危险的思想严重损害了协会的政治纪律。我听说了，有人说我是阴谋家，说我是阴谋家，但是我没有分裂我们的协会吧？
马克思，你犯不着指桑骂槐。马克思，我知道你说的是我对你并没有什么不敬，只是我始终认为，只有当
Get the hell out of here, Backward!
人性才能获得最完满的实现。要通过暴动立即消灭国家，实现所有个人和团体的绝对自由。而你马克思主张要夺取政权，就是要把我们工人阶级带入没有自由的地狱
This
中去。
fucking guy. This fucking. Sit down!
巴库宁，你这种主张绝对自由的无政府主义，对我们的事业是极其危险和有害的。
Hella
你
Marx.
口口声声说要绝对自由，要搞无政府主义，可是你不是也把克鲁泡特金、沃尔夫、加西亚、罗梅罗这些人组织成小团体了吗？
说得好，
说得好。
你是在监视我吗？没想到鼎鼎大名的马克思先生还会玩这一套。
Marx knows
这不
what's
是
up.
白色恐怖吗？大家说是不是啊？
Bakuna damaged. Oh, that was like an
在座的大
anime.
部分同志
If this was Dragon Ball, that would have been
都
like,
是普通工人，是每天要工作16小时的人。
and Bakuna would have been like,
是工人们看不惯你的所作所为，亲自找到我的。巴库宁，我知道你在搞小团伙，私底下创建了社会主义民主同盟，这是赤裸裸的分裂。不仅如此，你还安排了同盟
that
分
would
子
have
渗
that's
透进
what it
协
would have
会。
been if it was Dragon Ball.
你胡说八道！
要证据吗？相信在场的人，大部分都对你的行为有所耳闻了。
Spirit bomb.
和你鼓吹的无政府主
Everyone in
义
the international, lend me your strength.
你的野心真不小。为了我们协会的理想，我愿意冒一次险。我提议将巴库宁和同盟分子开除出协会。同意的代表，请举手。
我同意。
我赞成，我同意。
Yeah, Rams do. Yep, true, true. We don't need the preview. The next episode is going to be the last one. Alright, I want to do a little music break here in a second, but first... First, we have some news here. You know the news. I like to do the news. But first, I wanted to show you this one, just because it related to what I was just saying there a second ago. The dictatorship of the proletariat cannot arise as a result of the peaceful development of bourgeois society and of bourgeois democracy. It can arise only as the result of the smashing of the bourgeois state. Of the bourgeois state machine, the bourgeois army, the bourgeois bureaucratic apparatus, the bourgeois police. Comrade J.V. Stalin. Thought that would be an appropriate one for today, considering, you know, we're soon going to be reading Stalin, History and Critique of a Black Legend. A fantastic read that we have been working our way through. Before we actually get to that, though, I wanted to have a little laugh. We got a music break, but look, here's the people leaving Burning Man now. Look at this. Look at the fucking convoy of these fucking jokers. Look at them.
The roads dried up quite well, so I'm really impressed with how fast everything is moving.
Too bad they weren't stuck there for longer. I'm just saying. Oh, their spirits are their spirits are unbroken, huh?
I honestly think that this is
Bug.
the best burn ever. Seriously, like this has given us the opportunity to rise to radical self-reliance.
These fucking yuppies, man. Everyone's like, just like, my God, my God. You're here too.
And now gridlock. That was the scene Monday as thousands of burners made their way out of the Nevada desert any way they could.
So what's your plan to get out?
Hitchhike, I don't know.
The exodus slow and grinding, a caravan of cars and RVs crawling their way towards civilization.
We're making it out.
The trek out of the slowly drying mud taking some more than 6 hours, the backup stretching for miles. This was not how Burning Man was supposed to go. Friday, 6 days into the week-long festival celebrating art, music, and community, a deluge turned the dry desert into a giant muddy mess.
What?
For some
Is that what
burners,
it
the rain
celebrates?
did nothing to dampen their spirit.
This has given us the opportunity to rise
people
to
have
radical
got
self-reliance
too much
and to
messing
support
on
each
their
other in the
hands.
community.
For others, the mud was more than they
We
bargained
can all
for.
imagine what
I
that
was
is.
scared. I didn't know what we were going to do.
2 months of rain in 2 days, forcing authorities to close roads in and out of the massive
Hey,
pop-up city,
we had
stranding
2 months of
thousands.
rain
Over the
in
weekend,
2
Burning
days
Man
one time.
CEO Marian Goodell
Not that
preaching
long ago.
patience.
There's no great chaos, there's no great panic.
Some opting to hike out, including celebrities.
We ventured out with Josh Kushner and Carly Kloss and Cindy Crawford and Chris Rock and some writers, and we decided, let's go together.
DJ Diplo, who's been to 12 Burning Mans, says the 6+ mile schlep through the slop was all part of the experience.
Burning Man flag getting more
had a little
coverage than
victory, a little battle that day, and
Somalian
it
city
felt
that was
nice.
destroyed by flood.
Monday,
really pisses
even
me
amid
off.
the
Yeah.
exodus, the festival continued
I mean,
undaunted, concluding with its symbolic grand
it's the
finale,
same as
the burning
it's
of the
the
man.
exact same like
The Burning Man
contrast that we
flame
had
as bright as ever.
pretty much not that long ago when that
And authorities have
submarine
now
went
identified
missing,
that person
right?
who died. The next of kin has.
Like, Instead, the submarine that went missing at the exact same time, there was all kinds of fucking migrants who went missing at the exact same time. And mainstream media didn't, like, report one iota on that shit. Alright, I want to do, before we do the music break here, I want to look at this Pyongyang Times news that we've got. Just Alright, got some Pyongyang Times articles I wanted to read. I showed you that I didn't see much new in the other one, so we'll just check these out. Kim Jong-un expects PYONGYANG machine complex and major munitions factory. Yeah. Rounds. 1/3 of Pakistan was underwater last year. And it got about 2 weeks of attention before everybody moved on. Yep. Oh yeah. I mean, look at DPRK. When does the mainstream media ever report about any sort of typhoon or anything hit DPRK? Right? Kim Jong-un, General Secretary, Workers' Party of Korea, and President of State Affairs of DPRK, inspected the PYONGYANG machine complex and major munitions factory. He was accompanied by Secretaries Zhou Yongwan, Kim Jae-rong, Department Director Zhou Chun-rong, and Deputy Department Directors Kim Yo-jong and Cho Myung-chol of the WPK Central Committee. He was greeted by leading officials of the complex and the munitions factory on the spot. He appreciated the workers of the complex for boosting production true to the party's policies of national defense and economic construction. Looking around various production lines of the complex, he learned about the current state of technical equipment and the orientation of its technological updating. He expressed full support and great satisfaction, acquainting himself with the production goals to be fulfilled by the party members, other working people of the complex till the end of the year. Noting that the complex is playing an important role that no others can replace in developing the shipbuilding industry of the country and strengthening the naval forces of DPRK, Kim Jong-un put forward the revolutionary policy on ushering in a new era of the shipbuilding industry into the complex. He reaffirmed that a future plenary meeting of the Central Committee of the WPK would set forth an important line of the modernization of the complex and the development orientation of the shipbuilding industry of the country. First, we were reading just a little while ago, modernization of the agriculture. Now we're seeing these munition factories also getting the same treatment. Saying that the WPK firmly believes the revolutionary working class of the complex, he expressed his great expectation and conviction that the party members and other working people of the complex, with the brilliant fighting tradition of taking the lead in implementing the party's policies, national defense, and economy by fully displaying the revolutionary spirit of self-reliance and the spirit of devoted implementation in every decade of the revolution, would heartily accept the new crucial decision of the party's Central Committee, reflecting the important requirements of our revolution, and unconditionally respond to it with elated enthusiasm. He then inspected a major munitions factory. He expressed satisfaction over the progress made in the technical updating of the factory and indicated their orientation of establishing additional production capacity. Stressing the importance of the position and role of the factory, bolstering up the armed forces of DPRK, he expressed great expectation and belief that the workers of the factory would uphold the party's policy of national defense, development with high abilities, and through strong practice, cherishing intense loyalty to the party and the revolution and patriotism. I have one here called Radical Improvement in Education in the New Century. The policy about bringing a radical improvement in education in the new century was put forward by respected comrade Kim Jong-un on August 2014. a historic talk entitled "Let Us Make Ours a Country of Education and Talent by Bringing About a Radical Improvement in Education in the New Century." Noting that the Workers' Party of Korea decided to bring about a new educational revolution in order to consolidate the eternal foundations of Juche Revolution, make a leap forward in the building of a thriving country, he said in the talk that it is a goal of the educational revolution in the new century to train all the youth and students into reliable pillars for building a powerful nation and make all the people well versed in science and technology, thus turn DPRK into a socialist educational power in the 21st century. Amid the promotion of the undertakings of the educational revolution, 6th plenary meeting of the 8th Central Committee of the WPK, which specified the orientation of the work and the tasks for this year, and the 8th plenary meetings of the 8th Party Central Committee held last June, set forth new tasks for innovating the country's education so that advanced education can be provided and for radically improving education work. And then here we have about what we call, if you're not familiar with the term, socialist emulation drive. This was something that, of course, first began in USSR. And it essentially means socialist competition between different industries. So, competition heats up between scientific research institutes and universities this year too. This year's competition is focusing on the introduction of scientific and technological advancements actually helpful to economic development and improvement of the people's living standards, including the implementation of the Sci-Tech Development Plan pertaining the 12 major goals for national economic development and implementing the tasks facing each economic sector. Scientific research institutions have made remarkable achievements in their research that are conducive to the production growth. The Academy of Agricultural Science has presented a series of research findings conducive to supporting the whole course of farming with science and technology. It developed and introduced a seed coating agent capable of boosting the early growth of crops and increasing the per hectare yield while preventing various diseases. It also introduced a field electronic map management program and farming support system into farms across the country, provide a guarantee for putting agricultural production on a scientific basis. It assigned significant scientific research tasks and saw that researchers visit many cities and counties to give technical training courses and demonstrations for the production of slow effective compound granular fertilizer, setting an example in the guidance for scientific farming. As a result, technical problems, which had been regarded as insoluble in the past, were solved, and many research goals were attained, including the development and introduction of agricultural science and technology products, which can raise the per hectare yield of paddy rice and increase the accuracy of estimated production of grains. The May 28 Metal Research Institute, under the Ministry of Metallurgical Industry, succeeded in developing a rational casting method suiting to the actual conditions, thus contributing to the production of component parts of the energy-saving oxygen blast furnace. Researchers achieved more than 10 research goals to produce insulating bricks by using waste from the repair of oxygen plant. The Mining Engineering Institute, under the Academy of Coal Science, developed a new technique to speed up drilling by using a new propulsion device and introduced it into the Rungdung coal mine of their Kojung area coal mining complex, thus boosting coal production. The Textile Research Institute, under the Academy of Light Industry, developed a technology for producing cellular fabric for shoes from domestic raw materials and introduced it into production. In case you're wondering why they, of course, have to mine coal there, it's because sanctions. They have to be self-reliant in their development of their economy as much as possible. Not just because that is a proper thing to do,
but as a socialist society, rather, but because of, we know as well, necessity, right? Due to sanctions and embargo. That makes even trading on an equal level very challenging, to say the least. The Academy of Food and Consumer Goods Industries, under the Ministry of Regional Industry, developed a technology for the production of bean paste, soy sauce from wheat and corn, and worked out and disseminated the technical guidelines and standards related to it. And it established a large capacity malt production process for bean paste and soy sauce, thus laying a foundation for regularly supplying malt to condiment factories across the country. Sci-tech competition has also intensified in different universities. Kim Il-sung University presented valuable sci-tech findings such as the introduction of various sealing elements using nanocomposite materials, establishment of cutting tool production line based on domestic raw materials, improvement of performance of nanocomposite fuel additive, and its introduction. Research findings announced by Kim Il-sung University of Technology include the expanded introduction of the electric pulse water treatment technology, research and manufacture of various medical devices, and development of various permanent magnet synchronous motors. Yeah, umami production scaling up. Pyongyang University of Transport published recent findings conducive to modernizing railways, including the development and introduction of hydraulic self-steering device for electric locomotives. Commie University of Mining and Metallurgical Engineering developed an optimum control system into the oxygen blast furnace of Kimchuk iron and steel conflicts to predict the sulfur grade with high accuracy. Besides the Automation Institute, the Hydrogen Energy Institute, and other units under the State Academy of Sciences and Universities set themselves realistic research goals during the competition and are pressing on with the introduction of already developed research findings into relevant units. Alright, Bob Comrade. Thank you, Comrade, for coming, though. Love to see you here. And I'm glad I got to give you a beard hug before you go. Love you, comrades. See you soon, I hope. And someday, we'll have to get you that gift sub. Bye, Bop. Love you. Young martial artists demonstrate remarkable taekwondo skills, perseverance. A fierce individual sparring contest took place at the Taekwondo Hall in Pyongyang from August 21 as part of the National Junior Taekwondo Championships. Look at this.
Hey, this guy's a commie! Commie!
What the fuck? Jesus Christ, comrade. What the hell, Common? Well, damn. Comrade, what the heck? Thank you so much. Oh my god. We just hit the fucking sub goal. What the... I think that means... We're gonna have to pause for the music break now, for fuck's sakes. God damn, thank you, Common. What the hell? Comrade, appreciate your support so much.
Communism is based.
Yes. God damn it. Comrade, time for a we're doing a music break to celebrate now.
I've got some literature in my car that will change your whole way of thinking.
Oh, what? Damn, thank you very much, Wandering of Wolf Games. What the hell? Comrades, keep those emotes spamming, please. Thank you. Damn, comrades. Very much appreciate you. Well, thank you very much, Common. I fucking seriously appreciate you. I appreciate you, Wandering Wolf Games. Red Falcon, you comrades blowing my mind with the support today. What the hell? Thank you. Oh my god! Thank you. What the hell? Alright, we gotta hear one more song now. Okay, one more song. This one, you all know this one. Comrades, what the hell? We gotta hear this now. We're doing this one early. Wait, not this one right here.
We high, 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 we high, 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 we high, 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 we high, 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 we high, high, high. We high, 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 we high, 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 we high, 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 reaching warrior, eagle feather in his head. Reaching warrior.
Holy shit, we got close to a sub-train. That's ridiculous, comrades. Seriously, fuck. Thank you all so much. It means a ton. Now we get to hear Ancient Warrior.
Close to this, I know.
voice that comes in the background. Alright, we got one here from Common too.
Kuluta, the Red Road. And the words to this song is a very simple song, you know. I heard this song and it really interests me, you know, because how they put the words in, you know. And when we walk the red road, you know, some of us think the red road is hard, very hard. But it all depends how you make a red road, whether it's you make it wide or narrow, you know. But to me, I walk the red road, and it's a good red road. I love the red road, you know. It changed me, and it brings me many good things in life, you know. So when I hear this song, you know, this song, it really interests me, you know. And I always give Wopila, like every day, every evening, and prayers. But anyway, this words to this song is, I'm walking on the red road. Grandfather, I thank you. I pray to you with this chanupa. Grandfather, thank you. And those words, you know, those words itself, it really, like it put a spiritual awakening in those words like that.
Thank you, Common. Just turn my plant lights on when we get this blasted. Hold You got a music video? Sure, I'll do one more. And then we'll go back to the news. And her No. It's common. Dear God, do not apologize. I seriously thank you so much, comrade. A nice derailment is very much welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Shilaya Pila Maya Yellow Hey Chan Pakile Yuhaya Chewaki Yellow Tonka Shilaya Tonka Shilaya Pila Maya Yellow Hey.
Yeah, you can send that perfect whenever you want.
Shilaya Pila Maya Yellow Hey Chan Pakile Yaya Chewaki Yellow Tonka Shilaya Tonka Shilaya Pila Maya Yellow Hey Ay 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 hey ay ay way ay 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 Chakalota Ognama one yellow yo Shilaya Pila Maya Yellow Hey Chanupakile Yaya Chewaki Yellow Tonka Shilaya Pila Maya Yellow Hey.
I don't think we're gonna watch that one.
Chakalada Ognama one yellow yo Tonka Shilaya Pila Maya Yellow Hey Chanupakile Yaya Chewaki Yellow Tonka Shilaya Pila Maya Yellow Hey.
I'm watching you. I don't know if you were trying to get me TOS or what, but I'm watching you. I do got one more music piece for you.
Kichi Kichi Kichima Cyprian Konto Alliance Shoot to kill Yamaza Kill the poor the farmer Kill the poor the farmer Brr pa pa Brr pa pa Attention.
NTC, welcome, comrade. Hope you were well today. Pleasure seeing you here as always, of course. Oh, and coming in with the 420, thank you so much. We are just finishing up our little news segment here. And then seeing as we're watching the Pyongyang Times, we're also going to listen to this next music video at the end of the news, and then we're going to read Stalin, History and Critique of a Black Legend. I hope you're well today, NTC. Yeah, that attention at the end. Oh. All right, you know what? We had a near fucking hype train, so I think that warrants one more listen. Just one more, I'm sorry.
Kichi Kichi Kichima Cyprian Konto Alliance Shoot to kill Yamaza Kill the poor the farmer Kill the poor the farmer Brr pa pa Brr pa pa Attention.
Love that. It's the bop. I think I think it's an all year bop, to be honest. That's a year-long bop. All right. Let's finish this up, because there's some good ones here coming up too. A fierce individual sparring contest took place at the... Wait, let me move it over here so I'm looking in the right direction. Speaking of music, there's a band called Dolly Thunder Concept who made an album called Almighty Men that's all about how capitalism leads us to culture of disposability and eventual revolution. Damn, that sounds kind of right up my alley, NTC. Yeah, Malma. He's. I'm excited for next year to see him as president for sure. Yeah, I'll have to check that out, NTC. Thank you for drawing my attention to that very much, comrade. Appreciate that. All right. Let's do the rest of the Pyongyang Times, and then we'll listen to this DPRK music in celebration of the Pyongyang Times articles. How about that? Good. A fierce individual sparring contest took place at the Taekwondo Hall in Pyongyang from August 21st, part of the National Junior Taekwondo Championships. The contest was held on the knockout basis, divided into groups of 14 to 15 and 16 to 17-year-olds, and bringing together excellent boys and girls selected from juvenile Taekwondo schools of provincial Taekwondo teams. The highlight of the boys' individual sparring of 14 to 15-year-old group was 65-kilogram match between Ko Thai-jun from Rukgangsan Taekwondo team and Kim Rangon from the Juvenile Taekwondo School of North Hangyang Provincial Taekwondo team. The spectators watched the match with breathless attention as they played the game dynamically by displaying their full potential and fortes. In particular, Ko Thai-jun was prompted in response and quick-witted and skillfully combined attack and counterattack. He took the initiative with skilled continuous punches by running a play cleverly and thus won the game. According to Ja Kyu-sung, Deputy Secretary General of the Korean Taekwondo Committee, Ko possesses considerable skills in his young age and is a promising player, might achieve good results in international games in the future. DPRK does pretty good in international Taekwondo games a lot, by the way. I like metal, so I'll probably be into it, NTC. Thank you for the suggestions. Another attractive show was the girls' 65-kilogram individual sparring finale of the 14-15-year-old group between Ansol Guang of Juvenile Taekwondo School of South Pyongyang Provincial Taekwondo Team and Cho Jin Boyle of Juvenile Taekwondo School of South Hanghi Provincial Taekwondo Team. In the first round, Ansol Jung sustained a series of surprise blows and was on the defensive constantly, but she turned the tables on her opponent when the spectators were about to conclude that the issue of the contest was definite, and as they watched her passive play. After regaining her rhythm and sense of play, Anne began to score points in succession as she put the opponent to the passive by employing a variety of techniques and by dint of surprising explosive power. Her blows were so hard by the end that she beat her opponent by an overwhelming margin with a sharp consecutive attack. Jung Hui-sung said that the scrutiny of the whole process of the game shows that the player's level has improved over last year. The championship served as a good occasion in selecting promising Taekwondo talents. I used to take Taekwondo when I was a kid. Right now we just have a few international pieces here from Pyongyang Times I wanted to share with you. And then we'll do another little music break, which is just one short little music video I wanted to show you. DPRK leader receives congratulatory message from Laotian counterpart. Kim Jong-un, General Secretary, Workers' Party of Korea, President of State Affairs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces of DPRK, received a congratulatory message from Thung Julian Suchlian, Suslith, General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Lao People's Democratic Revolutionary Party and President of the Lao People's Democratic Republic on September 1st. Sorry I butchered that fucking name so bad.
In the message, the Laotian president extended warm congratulations to the respected comrade Kim Jong-un, the Central Committee of the WPK, the Fraternal DPRK government, and all its people on behalf of the Central Committee of the LPRP and the Laotian government and the people, and on his behalf on the 75th anniversary of the founding of the DPRK. Over the past 75 years since its foundation, the DPRK has achieved sustainable and comprehensive development, firm political stability, and sustainable economic growth, rapidly developed national defense and public security forces, and improved the people's livelihood under the resolute and strong leadership of the WPK. He said, adding that he is very pleased with it. He noted that he will work closely with Kim Jong-un to bring actual benefits to the peoples of the two countries by developing the bilateral ties of friendship and cooperation, the long tradition, and to defend peace and stability and achieve cooperation and development in the region and the rest of the world. He expressed firm belief that the DPRK will achieve continuous development and prosperity in attaining the goal of building a socialist power and realizing the cause of peaceful unification of the country without the interference of foreign forces, under the resolute and strong leadership of the WPK, headed by respected comrade Kim Jong-un. He sincerely wished the Korean leader good health and happiness and greater and fresh successes in his noble and honorable work on this auspicious occasion. Alright, now we have Chinese foreign minister criticizes U.S. for arms delivery. A spokesman for the Chinese foreign ministry in a press conference on August 31st denounced the U.S. for its decision to supply weapons to Taiwan. He said that the U.S. behavior seriously violates the One China principle, the three joint communiques between China and the U.S., international law, and basic rules of international relations, and infringes on the sovereignty and security interests of China. There is only one China in the world, and Taiwan is an inseparable part of Chinese territory, he said, noting that the Taiwan issue belongs purely to the internal affairs of China and no foreign interference is allowed. Strongly demanded the U.S. to stop moves to strengthen military ties with Taiwan and escalate tensions in the Taiwan Strait on any pretext or in any method. Oh yeah, this one. We listened to this one this morning. That is such a good fucking... That is such a good video. I love that. I thought that's what you might have been linking. Xi Jinping stresses need to ensure life and property security of people. President Xi Jinping gave an important instructions as regards to the fact that the landslide caused casualties in the county of Liangshan, the autonomous region of Xinjiang province. Yeah, somehow he said you could put it on loop or something somehow, or just download it. I guess you could do it that way. He stressed the need to direct all efforts to finding the missing persons, make a comprehensive investigation, and strictly deal with the relevant persons responsible in accordance with the law. He called for learning a serious lessons from the accident, enhancing the responsibility of all sides, and tightening the security supervision and management so as to ensure the life and property security of the masses of the people. People reportedly died or were missing due to the landslide caused by heavy rain at a bar working site in the county of the autonomous region at dawn of August 21st. The Emergency Management Department sent a work group to the site to lead the search and rescue work, and the province and region have mobilized rescue forces to do relevant work. Alright, and then we got one more thing. Syrian president sends greetings to DPRK leader. Kim Jong-un, president of State Affairs of Democratic People's Republic of Korea, received a congratulatory message from Bashar al-Assad, president of Syrian Arab Republic, on September 2nd. In the message, the Syrian president extended congratulations to the Korean leader on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the founding of the DPRK, and wished the friendly country lasting progress and prosperity. The DPRK has defended its sovereignty and established the socialist system by relying on the people's strength for the past decades, and developed into socialist power which remains unfazed by imperialist vicious attacks and sanctions, he said. He noted that the Syrian Arab Republic would make joint efforts to further strengthen the historical ties of friendship with DPRK and boost bilateral cooperation in all fields, in the interests of two countries and their people. He wished Kim Jong-un good health and success in his work at all times. Dr. President Bashar al-Assad. That's the message he sent to Kim Jong-un. All right, I have one more. Since we're reading the Pyongyang Times there, why don't we now listen to this awesome song? We'll listen to this, and then we'll begin our read of Stalin, History and Critique of a Black Legend. We are continuing on with Chapter 2, by the way. Yeah, he's not necessarily a Marxist, but he can play a role in the anti-imperialist struggle, and so can Syria for sure, right? Especially given that it's targeted by imperialism. Read Kim Jong-il. Love that song. All right. It is time, comrades, for us to get to our read here. And we're going to read about Stalin. So.
I would have been friends with Stalin.
Very true. Very true. Stalin would also believe this, I think.
It's all for one motherfucker and one motherfucker for all motherfuckers everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I think Stalin really would have
get along with that statement, you know? Before we get to Stalin, though, I want to remind you, I was talking before, if you know, of course, we do a lot of communist streaming, even when I play video games, which is the point I'm actually trying to get to. Even when we play video games, we talk a lot about communism. Chat can attest to that, right? Right, chat? You know what command you're supposed to type in now. But, given we also do like to play some video games on the channel as well. Exactly, March. Exactly. That's March just beat Common to the punch on that. So we do like to play video games on this channel as well, right? Okay, so this was an idea I was running by Common Opponent earlier. And I was talking about... Welcome in, Captain DPRK. I'm typing over here. I was talking to Common Opponent earlier about how I was going to do this segment where basically I play through every video game I ever experienced as a kid in like the rough relative order that I could have played them in, right? So, starting with normal Nintendo type deal and like then going on to Super Nintendo, etc. And when I die or get a game over, we move on to the next game. So it would be starting with this one right here. And because of that, I made a trailer with Comrade Red Falcon that I want you to see. This is what we're going to play at the beginning of each of those segments. You need to do laundry? All right, March. Good luck, comrade.
Now presenting. Leaping Larry's rental replays for our featured presentation.
Oh, wait, I played the wrong one. Hold on, wait. Hold on. Wait a second. Wait, I played the wrong one. Oh, good. Falcon's here. Hold on. I played the wrong one. It's this one. Sorry. Okay. Oh, I gotta change the speakers again. God damn it. Audio. There. Okay. Sorry. Technological noob here or something, you would think. Hey, Red, watch.
Now presenting. Leaping Larry's rental replays for our featured presentation, brought to you by viewers like you. One man's nightmarish struggle in video games will bring tears to your eyes as Leaping Larry curses and cries. Now kick back and enjoy the show. The epic adventures of Leaping Larry's rental replays begins now.
What'd you think, Red? That's gonna be played whenever we're starting to do our rental replays segment from now on. That's what I've decided. I hope you enjoyed that. Whenever we do rental replays, you're gonna see that. I want to do more videos like this for like the different segments is my plan, basically. I know, I'm wild. What can I tell you? Did you like that? Alright, Sip. Thanks for coming, comrade. Alright, let's get ourselves into this rest of the Stalin read here. We want to finish chapter 2 here now. Thanks for coming, Sip. Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend. Yeah, I just want to do more. I just want to do like more of these type of videos. Okay, I'm gonna actually change the title now because we're not doing morning cartoons anymore. We're done the news. So we're just on History and Critique of a Black Legend now. There we go. I don't know. I'd feel the need to change the title. Okay, here we go. No longer differentiates yours and mine, quote unquote. The vanishing of the family. Together with imperialism and capitalism, the October Revolution was called upon to put an end to the oppression of women. Make it possible for women to participate with equal rights in political and social life. It was necessary to free women, thanks to the widest possible development of social services, from domestic confinement and from division of labor that humiliated and stupefied them. The critique of traditional morality and its duplicity would then guarantee to women the sexual emancipation that until then had been reserved, albeit in partial and distorted form, only to men. Following these great transformations, would the institution of the family still make sense, or was it destined to vanish? Alexandra Kollontai had no doubt the family ceases to be necessary, quote unquote. What'd I tell you about being a technological noob? Thanks, chat. Cinnamon Challenge always got my back. Sorry. Alexandra Kollontai had no doubt. Quote, the family ceases to be necessary, unquote. In the meantime, it was being undermined by the complete freedom, spontaneity, and fluidity that characterized sexual relations. In addition to being cumbersome, family proves to be superfluous. The bringing up of children is gradually taken over by society. On the other hand, it was not the case that one must abandon oneself to regret. The family was the privileged place for the cultivation of selfishness, which went hand in hand with the attachment of private property. In conclusion, the socially conscious worker mother will rise to a point where she no longer differentiates yours and mine, and remembers that there are henceforth only our children, the children of communist workers, Russia. Unquote. These ideas were harshly criticized by Bolshevik leadership as a whole. In particular, when speaking in 1923, Trotsky wisely pointed out that such a vision ignored, quote, the responsibility of father and mother to a child, thus encouraging the abandonment of children and aggravating a scourge already widespread in Moscow in those years. And yet, in one form or another, such ideas remained widely popular in party circles. At the beginning of 1930s, one of Stalin's close collaborators, Kagnovich, was still forced to confront them. In the words of his biographer, quote, while fully adhering to the principle of women's liberation, Kaganovich vehemently lashes out against extremist positions, which urged the liquidation of individual kitchens and advocated forced cohabitation in communes. Zabsovic, one of the leftist planners, had even proposed to suppress any of communal living between husband and wife,
other than a small bedroom for the night. He had advanced the idea of a large beehive buildings of 2,000 people with all facilities in common to stimulate the community spirit and suppress the institution of the bourgeois family, unquote. But Kaganovich and Stalin's attitude elicited harsh criticism from Trotsky, who had meanwhile become leader of the opposition. Quote, wait, is this Trotsky? It is. Quote, the new cult leader of family has not fallen out of the clouds. Privileges have only half their worth if they cannot be transmitted to one's children. But the right of testament is inseparable from the right of property, unquote. And therefore the recovery of the institution of the family, with the refusal of a common cult to absorb and dissolve it, referred to the defense of the right of hereditary transmission and the right of property, and thus assumed a clear counter-revolutionary meaning. And in fact, by a provincial coincidence, Trotsky ironizes, the triumphal rehabilitation of the family takes place simultaneously with the return of the honoring of money. The resurrection of the family goes hand in hand with the increase of the educative role of the ruble, unquote. The consecration of conjugal fidelity goes hand in hand with the consecration of private property. To put it in religious terms, along with the seventh, the fifth commandment is also fully restored to its right as yet, to be sure, without any references to God, unquote. In fact, upon closer inspection, this invocation is already looming on the horizon. In intervening on the draft of the Constitution of 1936, Stalin polemicized against those who would like to prohibit the celebration of religious ceremonies and to have the ministers of religion be disenfranchised. And again, Trotsky intervened to denounce this unacceptable retreat from the initial projects of definitive liberation of society from the shackles of superstition. The storming of heaven is now brought to a stop. The bureaucracy, concerned about their reputation for respectability, have ordered their young godless to surrender their fighting armor and sit down to their books. In relation to religion, there is gradually being established a regime of ironical neutrality. But that is only the first stage. Along with the family and the right of inheritance and property, the Marxian opium of the people could not fail to return. This new chapter in the indictment of betrayal, quote unquote, was also based on the dialectic we already know. By putting an end to the bourgeois family, with its petty interests, inveterate prejudices, and dead rules, the revolution would have opened a space marked exclusively by love, freedom, and spontaneity. And yet, it is interesting to note that what provoked Trotsky's protest and indignation was already the idea of the legal regulation of family relations. The genuinely socialist family, for which society will remove the daily vexation of unbearable and humiliating cures, will have no need of any regimentation. And the very idea of laws about abortion and divorce will sound no better within its walls than the recollection of houses of prostitution or human sacrifices. Trotsky is fucking insufferable, isn't he? What the fuck? Wait, people actually like Trotsky? They like read that shit and go, oh yes, Trotsky. You fucking serious right now? Who the fuck does that? Who reads that shit and then goes, that's anarchist, baby? Or so, see, I read it just with... I mean, it's anarchist and at the same time, like, status quo, you know?
I have to break out the Trotsky quotes? I think I gotta break out a Trotsky quote, don't I? I can't read too much Trotsky without breaking out the Trotsky quote. You know the Trotsky quote, comrades.
Yeah. See ya.
Comrade Trotsky's theses have landed him in a mess.
I would have been friends with Stalin.
That part of them which is correct is not new, and, what is more, turns against him. That which is new is all wrong. Oh, Trotsky, you tried. Maybe. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you tried to be a fifth columnist. Who knows? Yeah, a mess, and turns against him. That which is right turns against him. In other words, it contradicts his own original theories. Kitty, you gonna come visit us? Come see us. Oh, you're going up the stairs. Condemnation of the politics of leaders, or the transformation of power into love. And so far beyond the institution of the family, and the right of inheritance and property, and the religious concentration of power of the head of the family and of the owner, Trotsky's polemic concerned the problem of the judicial organization of society as a whole, the problem of the state. This is the central question towards which all the particular questions previously analyzed converge. When and in what manner does the process of extinction of the state envisioned by Marx begin after the overcoming of capitalism? The victorious proletariat affirms Lenin's state and revolution on the eve of the Bolshevik October. Quote, needs only a state which is withering away, unquote. And yet by setting in motion a gigantic wave of nationalizations, the new power gives an unprecedented impulse for the extension of the state apparatus. And as he proceeded to build the new society, Lenin was forced, whether aware of it or not, to distance himself more and more from anarchism and from the positions he had originally taken. To realize this, just take a look at the important intervention, Better, Fewer, but Better, published in Pravda, March 4th, 1923. The novelty of the slogans immediately emerges. Quote, improve our state apparatus, to seriously strive to build up the state. Okay, Common. Again, thank you for all the support. Very much appreciated, comrade. It seriously means an absolute ton to me. Thank you. See you soon, comrade. The building up of really new state apparatus, one really worthy to be called Socialist Soviet. To improve administrative work. And to do all this without hesitating to learn from the best models of Western Europe. But doesn't massively extending the state apparatus and forcefully posing the problem of its improvement mean effectively renouncing the ideal of extinction of the state? Of course, the realization of this ideal can be postponed to a very remote future. But in the meantime, how should public property, which has now undergone an enormous expansion, be managed? And what form should power take in Soviet Russia as a whole? Even in State and Revolution, Britain at a time when the denunciation of representative regimes co-responsible for World War I massacre was at its most bitter, and could not fail to be, we can read that even the most developed democracy cannot do without representative institutions. And yet the expectation of the extinction of the state continued to fuel mistrust of the idea of representation at the very moment in which the leaders of Soviet Russia multiply representative bodies, as Soviets undoubtedly were. Not shying away from second or third degree representation, the lower level Soviets elect their delegates to higher level Soviet. Controversy was not slow to flare up. The problem of re-establishing order and revitalizing the productive apparatus
with the related recognition of the principle of competence, also arose in the factories. Already at the beginning of the new regime, social and political circles, reluctant to change, denounced the coming of power of bourgeois specialists, or rather a new bourgeoisie, quote unquote. And once again they targeted Trotsky in particular, who at that time occupied a very prominent role in the direction of state military apparatus. It is a controversy that also rebounds outside of Russia. Significant was the criticism by Gramsci, who celebrated the new state taking shape in the country of October Revolution, and paid homage to the Bolsheviks as an aristocracy of statesmen, and to Lenin as the greatest statesman of contemporary Europe. They were able to put an end to the dark abyss of misery, barbarism, anarchy, and dissolution, opened by a long and disastrous war. But an anarchist objectified, "This is apologeia, full of lyricism, of the state and of statolatry, what the fuck is that word? Of state socialism, authoritarianism, legalitarian parliamentarism, is in contradiction with the Soviet Constitution itself, which is committed to establishing a regime in which, quote, there will be no more class divisions nor state power, unquote." It is not just from the self-identified anarchist circles and authors who adopted a critical position. Some of those expressing dissatisfaction, disappointment, and sharp dissent were also exponents of the international communist movement. Let us give the word to one of them, namely Panokik, who can no longer recognize himself in the political action of the Bolsheviks. Quote, "The technical and administrative cadres in the factories and in the state apparatus exercise greater authority than is commensurable with the developed communism." Thus, a new bureaucracy inevitably arose from the new leaders and functionaries. Bureaucracy emphasized the platform of workers' opposition in Russia, is a direct negation of mass self-activity. Unfortunately, it is a scourge that pervades the very marrow of our party, as well as the Soviet institutions. Beyond Russia, these criticisms also, and primarily, were directed at the West. They called for an end to the bourgeois system of representation, parliamentarism, more than the Bolshevik dictatorship. It was the principle of representation that was condemned. Yes. Some third person decides your fate. This is the whole essence of bureaucracy. The degeneration of Soviet Russia already lay in the fact that it was a single person who assumed a given office, in the factories as at every level. Collective management is being replaced by one-man management, which is a product of the individualist conception of the bourgeois class, and which expresses, in principle, an unrestricted, isolated free will of one man, disconnected from the collective. Rather than a mass politics, the Third International now conducts a politics of leaders. As we can see, what made people cry betrayal of the original ideals, even more than the abuse of power, was the recourse of the usual organs of power, all based on the distinction, opposition between rulers and ruled, between leaders and masses, between managers and managed, and therefore all based on the exclusion of direct action, or of the mass politics. If the Soviets were not spared from mistrust, contempt, and explicitly reserved for parliament, trade unions, parties, including on occasion the Communist Party, itself affected by the principle of representation, and therefore by the scourge of bureaucracy. In the final analysis, on closer inspection, even more than the organs of power, it was power such as that was being targeted. It was the curse of the labor movement. As soon as it has achieved a certain power, It seeks to increase that power by unprincipled means, unquote. In this way, it ceases to be pure. This was the case with German social democracy. And this was also happening with the Third International. In this context can be placed the Young Bloc, who, from the Revolution and the Soviets, in addition to overcoming the economy and mercantile spirit of money itself, also expected that transformation of power into love. If the German philosopher, by removing these passages and these overly emphatic expectations from the second edition, The Spirit of Utopia, distanced himself from the more clearly messianic aspects of his thought, there was no shortage in Soviet Russia and beyond of communists who cried scandal in the final analysis because of the failure to bring about the miracle of the transformation of power into love, quote unquote. In the very first years of the life of Soviet Russia, the anti-bureaucratic polemics primarily labeled Lenin and Trotsky, more than Stalin, among the most eminent defenders and knights of bureaucracy. The picture changed significantly in the following year. Even before considering its contents, the passage of the 1936 Constitution represented a turning point already in that it broke with anarchist representations, which were tenaciously attached to the ideal of withering away of the state, and according to which law of the opium of the people, and, quote, the idea of constitution is a bourgeois idea, unquote. In Stalin's words, the 1936 Constitution does not confine itself to stating the formal rights of citizens, but stresses the guarantee of these rights, the means by which these rights can be exercised, unquote. While also insufficient, and not even the essential aspect, the formal guarantee of rights did not seem to be irrelevant here. Stalin emphasized with favor the fact that the new constitution had ensured the introduction of universal, direct, and equal suffrage with secret ballot, unquote. But it was precisely on this point that Trotsky intervened critically. In bourgeois society, the secret ballot serves to defend the exploited from the terror of the exploiters. The reappearance of this institution in Soviet society was proof that even in the USSR, the people must defend themselves from the intimidation, if not of an actual exploiting class, at any rate of the bureaucracy. To those who demanded that the problem of the extinction of the state be confronted, Stalin responded in 1938 by urging not turn to the lesson of Marx and Engels into dogma and empty scholasticism. The delay in the realization of the ideal was explained by permanent capitalist encirclement, and yet the enumerating functions of the socialist state, in addition to the traditional functions of defense against class enemy at domestic and international levels, Stalin drew attention to a third function. This was the work of the economic organizations and cultural education performed by our state bodies with the purpose of developing the infant shoots of the new socialist economic system and re-educating the people in the spirit of socialism, unquote. Sounds like Juche. It was a point on which the report of the goddamn Roman numerals 18th Congress of the CPSU insisted strongly. Now, the main task of our state inside the country is the work of peaceful economic organization and cultural education. The theorization of this third function is itself an essential novelty. But Stalin went further, declaring that in place of this function of suppression of the state acquired the function of protecting socialist property from thieves and pilferers of the people's property, unquote. Admittedly, this was a somewhat problematic, indeed mystifying statement. It certainly did not fairly reflect the situations in the USSR in 1938, where terror raged and the Gulag expanded monstrously. But here we are dealing with another aspect. Is the thesis of the extinction of the state valid, and to what extent? Will our state remain in the period of communism also? Yes, it will. Unless the capitalist encirclement is liquidated, and unless the danger of foreign military attack has disappeared. So, the realization of communism in the Soviet Union or in a group of countries would have meant the final demise of the first function of the socialist state, the safeguard against the danger of counter-revolution internally, not the second, protection against the external threat, which, in the presence of powerful capitalist countries, would continue to be vital, even in the period of communism, quote unquote. But why should the collapse of capitalist encirclement and the fading of second function have been followed by the fading of the third function as well, namely the work of economic organization and cultural education, as well as protecting socialist property from thieves and pilferers of people's property? There is no doubt that Stalin revealed uncertainties and contradictions, probably stimulated also by the political necessity of moving cautiously on a minefield, where every small divergence from the classical theses of the extinction of the state exposed him to the charge of treason. The Kirov assassination. By the way, another work I recommend reading on the Kirov assassination is this one here by Grover Furr. He talks more about the Kirov assassination in this as well. Always good to get many different perspectives, of course. Kirov assassination. Power plot or terrorism? The ruling group that assumed power in October 1917 appeared from the outset deeply divided on the most important issues of domestic and international politics, barely contained while Lenin was still alive. This rift became irredeemable once the charismatic leader was gone. Did the clash remain confined to the politico-ideological sphere? In relation to the case of Sergei M. Kirov, a top leader of the CPSU, who was killed on December 3, 1934 in Leningrad, in front of the door of his office by gunshots fired by a young communist, Leonid Nikolaev, long gone are the times when it could be uncontestably claimed that quote, that Stalin plotted the murder through his police agents is no longer seriously in doubt. Unquote. The version and the insinuations contained in the secret speech had raised strong doubts as early as the mid-1990s. But now we have at our disposal the research of Russian scholar who published in French a series directed by Stephanie Courtois and Nikolai Reth, i.e. the editors of the Black Book of Communism. We are therefore in the presence of a work that presents itself with more solid anti-Stalinist credentials than ever before. And yet, while denying that there was a vast conspiracy behind the assassination, it tears to pieces the version contained or suggested in the secret speech of the 20th Congress of the CPSU. Khrushchev's account turns out to be somewhat inaccurate, quote unquote, in a number of details. On the other hand, its author knew that he needed weighty arguments to provoke a psychological shock in his followers of the little father of the peoples. Well, the thesis of Stalin's conspiracy against Kirov admittedly met this need. The real relationships of cooperation and friendship between the leader and his collaborator, on the other hand, was clearly shown from the portrait that the Russian historian drew of Kirov. Hey Supersonic, we're reading Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend. Quote, this open-minded man loved neither intrigue nor lies nor deception. Stalin had to appreciate these character traits that were the basis of their relationship, according to the testimonies of his contemporaries. Kirov was indeed able to make objections to Stalin, to dampen his suspicious spirit and roughness. Stalin genuinely was enthused by him, and he had confidence in him. Passionate about fishing and hunting, he often sent fresh fish and game to Moscow. Stalin had such confidence in Kirov that he invited him several times to the sauna, an honor only General Vlasic, head of the personal security, shared. Unquote. Yep, get in, Cinnamon Challenge says, we're sweeping away the rubbish. Love that. Perfect. Until the end, nothing intervened to disturb this relationship, as confirmed by the research of another Russian historian. Nothing emerges from the archives that point in the direction of a political divergence or rivalry between the two. The conspiracy thesis is all the more ridiculous given the fact that Kirov had a minimal role in the highest bodies of the party, quote unquote, in the Politburo, and concentrated instead on the administration of Leningrad. But if the idea of rivalry, pitting Kirov against Stalin, rests on nothing, Trotsky's reaction, on the other hand, gives food for thought. So let us quote Trotsky here. The turn to the right in foreign and domestic policies could not fail to arouse alarm among the more class-conscious elements of the proletariat. To this must be added the dull rumbling among the youth, particularly among that section that, being close to the bureaucracy, observes its arbitrariness, its privileges, and its abuses. In this thick atmosphere, the shot of Nikolov exploded. Very likely he wished to protest against the party regime, the uncontrollability of the bureaucracy, or the course to the right. The evident sympathy or understanding for the bomber and the contempt and hatred reserved for Kirov are explicit. Far from mourning the letter as a victim of the Kremlin dictator, Trotsky brands him as a, quote, clever and unscrupulous Leningrad dictator, a typical representative of his corruption, unquote. And again, in crescendo, the assassinated Kirov, a rude startup, does not call forth any sympathy, unquote. It is an individual against whom the revolutionary's wrath has been brooding for some time and who had been struck down. As for the last outburst of terrorism, it does not rest either upon the old ruling classes or upon the kulak. The terrorists of the latest draft are recruited exclusively from among the young, from the ranks of the communist youth and the party. At a time, at least at this time, between 1935 and 1936, there is no mention whatsoever of the Kirov assassination attempt as staged. Yes, it is stated that the whole thing can be instrumentalized by bureaucracy as a whole. But at the same time, it is stressed that, without complacency, that every single bureaucrat trembles before the terror coming from below. If they also lack the experience of class struggle and revolution, these young people, inclined to go underground and learn to struggle and temper their character for the future, constitute a reason for hope. To the Soviet youth, who were already beginning to sow fear among the members of the ruling caste, Trotsky explicitly appealed for the new revolution that in his eyes imposed itself. The bureaucratic regime had unleashed the struggle against the youth, and he had already denounced in the title of one of his central works, The Revolution Betrayed. Now the oppressed will overthrow the oppressors. Oh dear. Every revolutionary party finds its chief support in the younger generation of the rising class. Political decay expresses itself in a loss of ability to attract the youth under one's banner. The Mensheviks relied upon a more respectable, skilled upper stratum of the working class, always priding themselves on it, and looked down upon the Bolsheviks. Subsequent events harshly showed them their mistake. At the decisive moment, the youth carried with them the more mature stratum than even the old folk. It is a dialectic destined to repeat itself, however immature, the forms it may initially take. The revolt against oppression still has a positive value. After reiterating his contempt for and hatred for Kirov, Trotsky adds, "Our relation to the assassin remains neutral, only because we know what guided him. If it became known that Nikolaev acted on as a conscious avenger for workers' rights trampled upon by Kirov, our sympathies would be fully on the side of the assassin." Like Irish terrorists, or those from other countries, Russian terrorists too deserve respect. Initially, the authorities' investigations turned in direction of the White Guards. In fact, in Paris, these circles were well organized. They had managed to carry out a number of attacks on Soviet territory. In Belgrade, similar circles were operating. The monthly magazine they published specified in the November 1934 issue that in order to overthrow the leaders of the country of the Soviets, it was convenient to use the weapon of terrorist attack. Among those leaders to be eliminated was precisely Kirov. And yet, these investigations did not lead to results. The Soviet authorities then began to look in the direction of the leftist opposition. As we have seen, corroborating the new lead is Trotsky, who not only emphasizes the revolutionary emulance of the Soviet youth, but also makes it clear that those resorting to violence are not and cannot be classes, and are definitely defeated and therefore now renounced. Oh god, is this Trotsky again? Trotsky, shut the fuck up, please. In the history of individual terror in the Soviet Union, clearly marks the stages in which general evolution of the country. At the dawn of Soviet power, in the atmosphere of the still unfinished Civil War, terrorist deeds were perpetrated by White Guards or social revolutionaries. When the former ruling class lost hope of its restoration, terrorism also disappeared. The Kulak terror, echoes of which have been observed up until very recent times, had always a local character and supplemented the guerrilla warfare against the Soviet regime. As for the latest outburst of terrorism, it does not rest upon either the ruling classes or upon the Kulak. The terrorists of the latest draft are recruited exclusively from among the youth, from the ranks of the communist youth and the party. The party! Not infrequently from the offspring of the ruling stratum. Unquote. If the old classes wiped out first by the October Revolution, and then by the collectivization of agriculture, had resigned themselves to this, was certainly not true for the proletariat. Protagonist of the revolution, and momentarily blocked and oppressed by the Stalinist bureaucracy. It is the latter
that most tremble. The attack on Kirov and the spread of terrorism among Soviet youth are a symptom of the isolation and hostility that surround and pressurize the usurpers of Soviet power. True, Trotsky is quick to point out that individual terrorism is not really effective, but this is a clarification that is not entirely convincing. And perhaps not even Trotsky himself was convinced. Meanwhile, in the conditions in which the USSR finds itself, it is an inevitable phenomenon. Terrorism is the tragic completion of bureaucratism. What is more, while it may not be able to solve the problem, individual terror has nevertheless an extremely important symptomatic significance. It characterizes the sharp contradiction between the bureaucracy and the broad masses of the people, especially the young. In any case, it built towards critical mass for an explosion, i.e., for a political disturbance designed to inflict on the regime of Stalin a fate analogous to that suffered by the regime headed by Nicholas II. Fucking Trotsky. Yeah, gotta find some derogatory Trotsky soundbite. Terrorism, coup d'etat, and civil war. The overthrow of the Romanov dynasty had been preceded by a long series of attacks promoted by organizations that, despite the hard blows of repression, had always managed to reconstitute themselves. In Trotsky's eyes, a similar process was developing in the USSR, in response to the betrayal consummated by the bureaucracy. On closer inspection, what threatened it were not really individual acts of terrorism, but the symptoms of a new Great Revolution. All indications agree that the further course of development must inevitably lead to a clash between the culturally developed forces of the people and the bureaucratic oligarchy. There is no peaceful outcome for this crisis. The development leads obviously to the road of revolution. A decisive civil war loomed on the horizon. And under conditions of civil war, the assassination of individual oppressors ceases to be an act of individual terror. In any case, the Fourth International leads against Stalin a life and death struggle, which would put an end to the clique already condemned by history. Listen to the way they're talking. Gee, Trotsky was... But no, Trotsky wasn't doing anything, right? As can be seen, the attack on Kirov evoked a specter of civil war within the forces that had overthrown the ancient regime. In fact, the specter had accompanied the history of Soviet Russia, like a shadow since the moment of its establishment. In order to foil the Peace of Brest-Litovsk, which he experienced as a capitulation of German imperialism and a betrayal of proletarian internationalism, Bakunin briefly cultivated the idea of a kind of a coup d'etat, aimed at removing from power, at least for a time, the one until then was the undisputed leader of the Bolsheviks. If it is already hovering while Lenin is still alive, despite the enormous prestige surrounding his figure, the specter of tearing apart the Bolshevik leadership group, and of civil war within the revolutionary camp itself, takes definite shape in the following years. This is what is unequivocally apparent from important testimonies from within the anti-Stalinist opposition, and from turncoats of the communist movement, in whom the old faith has turned into implacable hatred. Let us see how Boris Sovereign describes the situation that arose in the CPSU about 10 years after the October Revolution. The opposition, quote, the opposition on its side completed its organization as a clandestine party within the only party,
with its own hierarchy in miniature, its Politburo, its Central Committee, its regional and local agents, foundation groups, its subscriptions, its circulars, its code for letters, unquote. Their perspective was one of not only political, but also military confrontation. In her memoir, published in the United States soon after World War II, Ruth Fischer, already a leading figure in German communism and member of the Comintern Presidium from 1922 to 24, told of how she once had time participated in an organization in the USSR of the resistance against the totalitarian regime established in Moscow. This was 1926. Having broken with Stalin the year before, Zianev and Kamenev had reconnected with Trotsky. The Bloc had organized for the seizure of power. Thus, a widespread clandestine network had developed, extending as far as Vladivostok and the Far East. Couriers spread confidential party and state documents or transmitted encrypted messages. Armed bodyguards provided surveillance for secret meetings. Quote, the Bloc leaders began to plan the final steps, based on the assumption that the confrontation with Stalin could be solved only by violence. They met in a forest in the vicinity of Moscow in order to thoroughly analyze the military aspect of their program, beginning with the role of those army units willing to support the coup d'etat. Fischer thus continues. Quote, this was an affair largely of technicalities, to be arranged between two military leaders, Trotsky and Lechviv, Deputy Commissioner of War, who would die not long prior to the purges. Since as second in command of the Red Army, Lechvich was still in better legal position. He was charged with laying the groundwork for military action against Stalin, unquote. In this context, should be placed the street demonstrations organized the following year for the 10th anniversary of October Revolution from Moscow and Leningrad. They were to spread to other industrial centers, and thus the party hierarchy would be forced to yield, quote unquote. In those years, the bitterness of the political confrontation taking place in Soviet Russia was a mystery to no one in Europe. The history of the struggle between Stalin and Trotsky is the story of Trotsky's attempt to capture the state. It is the story of an unsuccessful coup d'etat. Brilliant organizer of the Red Army, still surrounded by tremendous popularity, certainly did not resign himself to defeat. His overweening and cynical pride turned him into a kind of Red Bonaparte, backed by the army and working masses, and the young communist spirit of revolt against Lenin's old guard and against the hierarchy of the party. Yes, the tide of sedation rose around the Kremlin. Tracing this picture was a book, Coup d'etat, Technique of Revolution, which saw the light of day in Paris in 1931 and immediately enjoyed considerable success. The author, Curzio Malaparte, who had also been to Moscow, I kind of pronounced that like it was Italian, and had conversations with leading personalities, gives the reading of the 1927 coup d'etat that we have seen confirmed by Ruth Fischer, that is, an authoritative representation of the anti-Stalin opposition. Quote, the arrest of Trotsky on the eve of the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution would produce an unfavorable impression. Trotsky could hardly have chosen a more suitable moment for his attempt on the state. His tactical wisdom showed him how to cover his position. Stalin would never dare to arrest him for fear of tyrannical appearances. If and when he should dare to do so, it would surely be too late, said Trotsky. By then, the bonfires of the 10th anniversary of the revolution would have burnt out, and Stalin would no longer be at the helm of the state. End quote. As is well known, these plans failed, and Trotsky, expelled from the party, was forced to move first to Alma-Ata and then to Turkey. Here, the Soviet consular authorities paid him by way of royalties $1,500. It may have been a ridiculous sum, as a historian who was a follower and biography of Trotsky puts it, but the gesture can be read as an attempt not to further sharpen the contradiction. Unquote. Bye, Trotsky. Bye-bye. Is that yeah, see ya cooldown done yet? Hey, Mama and Media, welcome, comrade. I hope you were well today. If you don't already, you of course definitely need to follow Mama and Media. Some awesome variety gameplay on the channel. Shadows of a Doubt right now has been awesome to watch.
Yeah. See ya.
Exactly. That's the one I was waiting for. Make sure you click on Mama and Media and fill in that heart hole at the top of the screen. I'm stealing that because I like that. Conspiracy, infiltration of state apparatus, and Aesopian language. Oh, crap. Be interesting. OBS is open? Yeah, I leave mine open all the time too. Yeah, GMO. That's right, fill in Mama and Media's heart hole. You're missing out if you're not watching her play games. I'm telling you. Salute, welcome in. Cozy up. We're reading about Stalin. As one of my comrades said in chat a little while ago, we're sweeping away the rubbish. Yeah, Sam, I'm stealing the heart hole from. I saw that on another stream, and now I'm stealing it because when it comes up, the hole is empty, and you got to fill in that heart hole. And the more people that fill in the heart hole, the happier the person whose heart hole is getting filled becomes. Get in, we're sweeping away the rubbish. That was it. Conspiracy, infiltration of the state apparatus, and Aesopian language, quote unquote. The revolutionary in exile did not give up his plans. In what way did he try to realize them? Malaparte writes. Sabotage on the railways, in electric power stations, and in post and telegraph offices increased from day to day. Trotsky's agents had gained an entry everywhere. They tested every spoke in the wheel of the state's public services, and from time to time, they prevented it from spinning altogether. These were mere skirmishes leading up to the insurrection itself. Is this just fantasy or echo of regime propaganda? The book quoted here circled widely in Europe at the time, and the theses put forward in it did not seem to raise ironic smiles or cries of scandal. As with terrorism, so with sabotage, one must not lose sight of Russia's peculiar history. In 1908, both the oil industrialists and Stalin had repeatedly condemned, with obviously different motives, the tendency of certain sections of the working class to promote their claims by resorting to economic terrorism. While pointing out that the ultimate cause of this phenomenon was capitalist exploitation,
The Bolshevik leader had hailed the resolution recently adopted by the strikers of Mirozovsky's factory against incendiarism and economic assassination, against the anarchic, old terrorist rebel tendencies, quote unquote. At the beginning of the 1930s, had this tradition completely vanished, or did it continue to manifest itself in new forms? In any case, we have seen the White Guards treasure it. And the left opposition? At least the plans for insurrection, mentioned by Malaparte, find an important confirmation. Trotsky's biographer thus refers to the attitude his hero continued to adopt from exile. The advice is simple. The opposition must acquire a solid military education, with seriousness and conscious activity in the party, and once they have been expelled, in the proletarian and Soviet organizations in general. Always referring back to the International. Here the conspiratorial tradition, which had greatly contributed to its rise, is turned against Soviet power. In What Is to Be Done, Lenin had emphatically stressed, we revolutionaries, quote, must without fail devote the more serious attention to propaganda and agitation among soldiers and officers, and the creation of military organizations affiliated with our party, unquote. Taking his lesson to heart, the opposition was organizing a clandestine network. Didn't Woodrow Wilson, I'm sure he did provide some arms to the White Army, right? Pretty sure. Lenin smash, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, let's not forget when the Russian Revolution occurred and that civil war was taking place, you had 14 capitalist nations that decided to go in on the side of the whites. Taking this lesson to heart, the opposition was organizing a clandestine network that paid special attention to the military at large. Its troubled process of formation made the work of infiltration easier. Emblematic was that what happened at the time of the establishment of the Cheka, the first political police force in Soviet Russia. On 6th of July 1918, an assassination attempt cost the life of German ambassador in Moscow. The culprit was Yakov G. Blumkin, a socialist revolutionary who intended to protest against the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk and called it into question. When Felix E. Dvoretsky, head of the Cheka, went to the German embassy in Moscow to apologize on behalf of the Soviet government, he was informed that the attackers had presented themselves with Cheka credentials. In order to ascertain the truth, he went to the headquarters of this institution, where he was arrested by dissident Chekists, themselves adherents or close to the Socialist Revolutionary Party. Later freed by Red Guards, Dzerinsky then proceeded to purge the political police and execute those responsible for the conspiracy and mutiny. In conclusion, the victims of the first purge are Chekists, albeit those in opposition. In my opinion, should we tax investment banks over a certain size at a very high progressive rate? I mean, I think we should tax all wealth at a very high progressive rate, whether it's banks or corporations. And I think there needs to be way stronger inheritance tax, and of course, no, doesn't need to be income tax. That's like, you know, if you look at the first models of what like USSR was doing, it was essentially that with their tax in kind system, right? it was this very heavy progressive tax that gets more heavy the more wealth you have. And eventually you see what is able to be achieved in like DPRK, which is the abolition of tax altogether. Because in a capitalist society, tax exists to redistribute wealth upward, right? While in a socialist society, taxation exists just for the opposite. It's state planning and state budget that pays for state things, even in either a capitalist society or a socialist society. And what ends up happening in a capitalist society is they borrow that money from private banks and private investors, and then they owe that money back at interest. And the taxation just ends up going to service that debt and that deficit. More so the debt. Because even when Canada or the US gets a surplus, it still doesn't put any sort of dent in the actual debt itself, right? The protagonist of the assassination attempt had managed to escape, but he had not disappeared from the scene. Trotsky acknowledged publicly at the end of 1929 that he had been visited by Blumkin, still an agent of the Red Army's intelligence service. Lev Sedov, Trotsky's son and collaborator, tried to make it appear that this would have been something coincidental. In fact, a document preserved at Stanford shows that Trotsky contacts with Blumkin did not arise from a chance meeting, but from an organized link with the USSR. In this, the secret agent evidently had an important role. It would be this connection that would prompt Stalin to have Blumkin shot, quote unquote. And in my opinion, should we reform parents' intellectual property laws so that the farmers can own more of the crops and grow on their land and not Monsanto? I'm not sure exactly how it should be done particularly, but I definitely think that, yeah, we need to take control from agriculture away from definitely giant Monsanto corporations that are introducing like monocrops and completely destroying diversity 100%. I am in the middle of reading this though. We're almost at the end of the chapter if you want to save some of the questions for at the end. I don't mind answering them at all. All right, Mama. Thanks for stopping by, comrade. As can be seen, agents of the opposition had gained an entry everywhere, even in the GPU. Lurked for some time a small nucleus of Trotsky loyalists. According to a contemporary U.S. historian, perhaps Genrich G. Yagoda himself, who directed the first phase of the Great Terror, would have played a double game before he too was swept away by it. Testimony from the anti-Stalinist militants reveals that some of the leaflets of the opposition were printed in the GPU plant itself. It can be seen that there was a continued tension in the Soviet-Russian state terror machine. The infiltration was made easier by the timid openings of the regime. In calling for the fight against bureaucratic dictatorship, Trotsky pointed out that the new constitution creates at the same time a semi-legal cover for the struggle against it. It was fought even better by disguising itself, by concealing the intention to undermine and overthrow power. This is a point on which the leader of the opposition left no doubt. The work of undermining requires certain conspiratorial precautions. It is necessary to observe the precepts of conspiracy in this struggle, And again, the life and death struggle is unthinkable without military craftiness. In other words, without lying and deceit. May the German proletariat then not deceive Hitler's police? Or perhaps Soviet Bolsheviks have an immoral attitude when they deceive the GPU? Again, the Bolshevik conspiratorial tradition backfired against the regime that emerged from the Bolshevik Revolution. Thank you for the redeem for the 420 redemption. Perfect. Appreciate that. Make sure I'm not puffing on the USB end again. In 1920, Lenin had called the attention of revolutionaries to the viewpoint that it is obligatory to combine legal and illegal forms of struggle, and that it was obligatory to participate even in a more reactionary parliament, and in a number of other institutions hemmed in by reactionary laws, unquote. That was not all. Revolutionaries must know, quote, to make any sacrifice, and even, if needs be, to resort to various stratagems, artifices, and illegal methods, to evasions and subterfuges. As long as we get into the trade unions, remain in them, and carry on communist work within them at all costs. Unquote. This is precisely how the opposition behaved towards the institutions and political and social organizations of the Madurian regime. The conspirators adhere to a precise rule of conduct. They make their self-criticisms recognize their mistakes, and are for the most part transferred. Those whom the Stalinist press now calls the double-faced men, or even the left-right faction, seek from the moment contacts would enable them to broaden the front of resistance to Stalin's policy. On this road, they meet other groups, unquote. One understands then the obsession with two-facers, the obsession that Khrushchev blamed on Stalin. In the meantime, with the abandonment of the NEP, came the break with Bakurin. Regarding the latter's attitude, it may be interesting to read the testimony of Humbert Droz, Comintern leader, who was expelled from the Swiss Communist Party in 1942 for his disagreements with Stalin, leaving for the first conference of the Revolutionary Trade Unions of Latin America. In the spring of 1929, he went to greet Bakurin and had a conversation with him, which he reported as follows. Quote, he brought me up to date with the contacts made by his group with the Ziranov-Kamenev faction in order to coordinate the struggle against the power of Stalin. A struggle which also envisages the use of individual terror, with the main objective, quote, to rid themselves of Stalin, and to be clear, to make Stalin disappear. 3 years later, it was another exponent of the right, namely Martinin and Rudian, who drew up and circulated a document which passed from hand to hand and which branded Stalin as an agent provocateur who had to be gotten rid of, resorting even to tyrannicide. When Bakurin set out his plans, Humbert Droz objected to him that the introduction of individual terror into the political struggles born from the Russian Revolution would strongly risk turning against those who employed it. Quote. But Bakurin was unimpressed. On the other hand, even so severe an objection couldn't appeal to the man who by now, as Bakurin confidently revealed in 1936, harbored a deep hatred towards Stalin, indeed hatred so resolute as the sort to be reserved for the devil. While thus expressing himself in private, Bakurin edited the Soviet government organ Izvestia. Was this a glaring inconsistency? Not so from the point of view of the Bolshevik leader. He continued to combine legal and illegal work in order to overthrow a regime he now hated, who seemed to treasure another recommendation from Lenin, with reference to Tsarist Russia, in What is to be Done,
we can read, quote, "In a country ruled by autocracy, with a completely enslaved press, in a period of desperate political reaction, in which even the tiniest outgrowth of political discontent and protest is persecuted, the theory of revolutionary Marxism suddenly forces its way into the censored literature and, through expounded in Aesopian language, is understood by all the interested." Unquote. This is precisely how Bakunin uses the platforms of the Soviet government. His condemnation of the omnipotent total state based on blind discipline, on judicial obedience, on the glorification of the leader, feigned to refer only to Hitler's Germany, but actually targets the USSR as well. The Aesopian language recommended by Lenin became immediately transparent when the denunciation encompassed cruel, uncultured provincialism. This was clearly the portrait which the opposition drew of Stalin. We have seen Trotsky speak of him as a minor provincial man. And in confidential conversations, it was Bakunin himself who expressed his disdain for a leader who had succeeded Lenin while completely ignorant of foreign languages. Dwelling on the efficacy deployed in Tsarist Russia by the revolutionary message expounded in Aesopian language, what is to be done thus continued. Quite a considerable time elapsed before the government realized what had happened, and the unwieldy army of censors and gendarmes discovered the new enemy and flung itself upon him. Meanwhile, Marxist books were published one after another. Marxist journals and newspapers were founded. Nearly everywhere became a Marxist. Marxists were flattered. Marxists were quartered. And the book's publishers rejoiced at the extraordinary, ready sale of Marxist literature. Unquote. Bakunin and the opposition hoped that a similar phenomenon would create a favorable climate for the overthrow of Stalin. But the latter had also read what is to be done, and knew well the Bolshevik rules of conspiracy. In conclusion, we witness a prolonged civil war. A clandestine network reorganized itself, or tried to reorganize itself, despite the successive waves of repression, which became more and more merciless. In the words of an active militant in the struggle against Stalin, though the opposition was shattered, annihilated, opposition continued, grew. In the army, in the administration, in the party, in the cities, and in the countryside. Each wave of terror by the Stalinist regime brought its echo of resistance. The Bolshevik leadership now appeared to be torn by a no-holds-barred trial of strength which, at least in the expectations and hopes of Stalin's enemies, could at any moment openly and comprehensively involve the entire country. While the opposition could recall the lessons of Lenin and the conspiratorial tradition of Bolshevism to weave its plots in the shadows, his duplicity aroused the indignation of the Soviet power, which branded in false friends the most elusive and most insidious enemy. The tragedy ran towards its epilogue. Infiltration, disinformation, and calls for insurrection. Do the rules of conspiracy theorized by Trotsky invoke only the concealment of one's political identity, or can they include the use of false denunciations, so as to sow confusion and chaos in the enemy camp and make it even more difficult to detect the clandestine network fighting for the overthrow of the Stalin regime? In other words, are the conspiracy rulers only about the strict protection of confidential information, or are they also about giving the green light to disinformation? Is it not just the American journalist Anne Louise Strong, who was sympathetic to the USSR government, who held such suspicions? It is the secret speech itself that speaks of false reports and of provocations, carried out both by the real Trotskyists, who thus took their revenge, and by conscienceless careerists, inclined to make their way even in the most despicable means. A significant episode occurred at that time of the announcement of Kirov's assassination. The prevailing feelings, Andrew Smith, who was working at that time in the Elektrovod factory in Krasnokov, reports, were shock and anguish for the future, but there were also those who expressed regret that it was not Stalin who was hit. An assembly was then held, which the workers were invited to denounce the enemies or possible enemies of Soviet power. Quote, Smith recalled in amazement how, in the course of the debate, the group of dissenters, with whom he himself was in contact, had been the most diligent in attacking opponents and deviationists, calling for the most severe measures against them. Symptomatic is also an episode that takes place outside the USSR, but can also serve to understand what happens inside this country. The General Alexander M. Orlov, formerly a leading collaborator of the NKVD, and in 1938 a defector to the United States, was accused by the journalist Louise Fisher of having participated during the Spanish War in the liquidation of anti-Stalinist communist cadres. He responded with the false revelation that his accuser was actually a spy in the service of Moscow. In the Soviet Union of the 30s, we have seen the opposition infiltrate the highest levels of the apparatus of repression. It would be very strange if, after having achieved this result, it had limited itself to carrying out Stalin's orders. Disinformation, which has the twofold advantage of hampering the machine of repression and of getting rid of some particularly hated enemies precisely through it, is an integral part of war. And this is what it is now, judging at least from the intervention in July 1933 by Trotsky, who considers the counter-revolutionary civil war already in progress, unleashed by Stalinist bureaucracy, and resulted in the base persecutions of Bolshevik Leninists, to be going on right now. It is then necessary to take note of the new situation. The slogan of the reform of the CPSU no longer makes sense. A frontal struggle is necessary. The party and the International, led by Stalin, and now at the end of their tether, can give nothing to the world proletariat, absolutely nothing, except evil. On the opposite side, the authentic revolutionaries certainly could not be inspired in their action by the petty bourgeois pacifists. There is no doubt the bureaucracy can be compelled to yield power into the hands of the proletariat vanguard only by force. Hitler's rise to power did not mean for Trotsky that unity was necessary in order to face the enormous dangers looming from Germany, but rather that it was no longer possible to stop halfway in the struggle against a power, Stalinist power, which had led the German and international proletariat to defeat. As we can see, it is the leader of the opposition himself who speaks of civil war within the party that had jointly directed the October Revolution and early Soviet Russia. We are in the presence of a category that constituted the guiding thread of the research of Russian historian of sure and declared Trotskyist faith, the author of a monumental work in several volumes, dedicated precisely to the minute reconstruction of this civil war. He spoke with regard to Soviet Russia of preventative civil war, unleashed by Stalin against those organizing to overthrow him. Even outside the USSR, this civil war manifested itself and at times flared up within a front fighting against Franco. And in fact, in reference to Spain in 1936-39, one speaks not only of one but two civil wars. With great intellectual honesty and taking advantage of new rich documentary material available thanks to the opening of the Russian archives, the author quoted here came to the following conclusion. The Moscow trials were not an unmotivated and cold-blooded crime, but Stalin's reaction to a course of an acute political struggle. Unquote. Polemicizing against Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who paints the victims of the purges as a collection of rabbits, the Russian Trotskyist historian reported a leaflet in 1930s calling to sweep out of the Kremlin the fascist dictator and his clique. Then he comments, even from the point of view of the Russian legislation, enforced to this day, the leaflet must be judged as a call for the violent overthrow of power, more exactly of the ruling upper stratum. Unquote. In conclusion, far from being an expression of an excess of irrational and senseless violence, the bloody terror unleashed by Stalin is in fact the only way in which he succeeded in bending the resistance of true communist forces. The party of those to be shot is how targeted individuals were labeled, an analogy with the expression used to disintegrate the French Communist Party, the principal force of anti-fascist resistance and the favored target of Hitler's youth. Stalin is thus compared to Hitler. Yet the fact remains that French communists and partisans do not limit themselves to passive or non-violent resistance to the latter. There's a quote from the Trotsky movie that includes, "Did Leon Trotsky make his whole family the laughingstock?" Great. God, Trotsky's insufferable. Reading him has been just awful. I can't wait till he gets ice picked or whatever, to be honest. I'm sorry, but I can't wait till he's ice picked. Although we'll still probably have to hear from his followers, won't we? Civil War and international maneuvers. It is not surprising that this or that great power from time to time sought to profit from the latent civil war in Soviet Russia. Sometimes it is a defeated group who, believing in no other chance of success, urge or want provoke foreign intervention. This dialectic developed as early as the first months of Soviet Russia's existence. Let us return to the assassination attempt on July 6, 1918. It was an integral part of the very ambitious project. On the one hand, the left socialist revolutionaries promoted counter-revolutionary uprisings against the Soviet government in several centers, or even an insurrection in Moscow in the hope of overthrowing the communist government. On the other hand, they also decided to assassinate several leading Germans in order to provoke a German military reaction and consequent resumption of the war. Such an outcome would have been met by the Russian people's mass revolt, which would have inflicted a defeat at once to the government of traitors and the invading enemy. The protagonist of the attack on the German ambassador was a sincere revolutionary. Well before making contact with Trotskyist circles, he intended to emulate the Jacobins, protagonists of the most radical phase of the French Revolution, and of the heroic mass resistance against the invasion of counter-revolutionary powers. In the eyes of the Soviet authorities, however, Blumkin could only be a provocateur. The success of his plans would have resulted in a new advance by Wilhelm II, and perhaps the collapse of the power born of the October Revolution. At every historical turning point, domestic and international politics get intertwined. Hitler's coming to power, with the annihilation or devastation of the strongest section of the Communist International, was a hard blow for the Soviet Union. How will it have weighed on the balance of internal politics? On July 30th, March 1933, Trotsky, who blamed the USSR's ruling bureaucracy for the communist defeat in Germany, wrote that, quote, "The liquidation of Stalin's regime is absolutely inevitable and not very long coming." In the summer of that same year in France, the Daladier government had granted Trotsky a visa. Only a few months had passed since the opposition Harriet's previous rejection. So here, one should wonder about the reasons for this change of mind. Ruth Fisher believes that the French government started from the assumption of a weakness in Stalin's position, of a gathering of the opposition against him, and of Trotsky's imminent return to Moscow in a leading executive position. A dramatic turning point came with the outbreak of the Second World War. In the spring of 1940, the Soviet Union was still out of the gigantic clash. Indeed, it continued to be linked to Germany through a non-aggression pact. It was an intolerable situation for countries already hit by Hitler's aggression, which, using the Russian-Finnish conflict as a pretext, drew up plans to bomb Baku's oil centers. It was not just a matter of striking at the Third Reich's energy supply line. Quote, the Franco-British war plans aimed to make the Soviet Union break its military alliance with Germany through attacks on Caucasus oil industries and bring a post-Stalinist regime to their fold against Germany, unquote. Still, they're wanting to overthrow Stalin even in the eve of this fascist fucking attack weighing on USSR. Let us go back for a moment to the assassination attempt on German Ambassador Mirbach. The man in charge had certainly aimed to provoke Germany's attack, but not because he hoped for its victory. On the contrary, he hoped that the whiplash would have awakened Russia, leading it to a decisive redemption. Later, we saw Blumkin take part in a conspiracy directed by Trotsky. And the latter, in turn, in order to clarify his position, compared himself in 1927 to the French Prime Minister Clemenceau, who, during the First World War, took over the leadership of the country after denouncing the lack of his predecessor's war effort, and thus putting himself forward as the only statesman capable of leading France to victory against Germany. From the mass of successive interpretations and reinterpretations of this analogy, only one firm point has emerged. Not even the invasion of the Soviet Union would put an end to the opposition's attempt to seize power. Even more disturbing is the comparison already seen of Stalin with Nicholas II. In the course of the First World War, greed and denounced as an imperialist war, the Bolsheviks had launched the watchword of revolutionary defeatism, and had identified the Tsarist autocracy and the eternal enemy as the main enemy, the one that in the first place they had to fight and defeat. In the years that followed, wait, we got people on the ad break. I'll give them a minute. We got short ad breaks here. So, Juche Gang, how are we liking the read? We're almost at the end of this chapter, so I hope you're enjoying. I know I am. This is a fucking dense book. Alright, we should be back. In the years that followed, Trotsky went far beyond evoking the spirit of Clemenceau. In 22nd April 1939, he spoke out for freeing the so-called Soviet Ukraine from the Stalinist boot. Once independent, it would then unite with Western Ukraine to be wrested from Poland, and with Carpathian Ukraine, annexed shortly by Hungary. Let us reflect on the timing of this stance. The Third Reich had just completed the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia, and rumors began to grow that the Soviet Union, and in particular the Ukraine, was Germany's next target. Under these circumstances, in July 1939, even Kerensky had taken a stand against Trotsky's wondrous project, which, the Menshevik leader observed, only favored Hitler's policy. Quote, the same opinion is held also by the Kremlin. Trotsky promptly resorted, who, on the other hand, had already written on 22nd of April an article that with the independence of the Ukraine, the Bonapartist clique in Moscow will reap what it has sowed. Better that the present Bonapartist caste is undermined, upset, crushed, and swept away, unquote. Listen to this. Only this way could the road be paved for a genuine defense of the Soviet Republic and its socialist future, quote unquote. Immediately after the start of the invasion of Poland, Trotsky went even further. In predicting the final ruin of the Third Reich, he adds, quote, on the road to the abyss, Hitler can not only crush Poland, but he can give the Soviet Union such a blow as to cost Kremlin oligarchy their heads, unquote. This prediction, or this wish, for a liquidation, even physical, of the clique or Bonapartist caste by a revolution from below, or even by military invasion, could not fail to appear to Stalin's eyes as a confirmation of his suspicion about the at least objective conversions between the Nazi leadership and the Trotskyist opposition. Both had an interest in provoking the USSR's collapse from within. Even if the former saw it in this collapse the prerequisite to a Slavic country enslavement, and the latter the unleashing of a new revolution. Nor was this a particularly damning suspicion. Posing as a new Lenin, Trotsky aspired to use his advantage, the dialectical process that had led to the defeat of the Russian army, the collapse of the Tsarist autocracy, and the victory of the October Revolution. Once again, the history behind Bolshevism had backfired on Soviet power. Kerensky, who in 1917 had denounced the Bolsheviks' treachery, now warned against the treachery of self-defined Bolshevik Leninists. From Stalin's point of view, there had been a radical change since the First World War. He was now dealing with a political party or faction which, at least as far as the initial phase of the conflict was concerned, took into account the collapse of the country resulting from October Revolution and the military triumph of Germany, not already worn down by 3 years of war, as was that with Wilhelm II, but in the fullness of its power and explicitly committed to building its colonial empire in the East. I'm gonna get coffee right after, I'm gonna get water right after this. Thank you, perfect. Given these assumptions, the emergence of the charge of treason is hardly surprising. Let us return to Trotsky's article of 22nd April 1939. In it, there is only one statement that may have met with Stalin's approval. Quote, the impending war will create a favorable atmosphere for all sorts of adventurers, miracle hunters, and seekers of the Golden Fleece. Unquote. As the flames of the Second World War raged further, destined to extend to the Soviet Union as well, as Trotsky himself predicted, Trotsky continued to make statements and assertions that were anything but reassuring. Let us see some of them. Soviet patriotism is inseparable from the irreconcilable struggle against the Stalinist clique. June 18, 1940. The Fourth International long ago recognized the necessity of overthrowing the bureaucracy in power in Russia by the means of revolutionary uprisers of the toilers. 25th of September, 1939. The Stalinist bureaucracy has thus become the main source of war danger to the Soviet Union. April 13, 1940. It is well understandable that, branded as the main enemy, the bureaucracy, or rather the oligarchy in power, became convinced that the opposition, if not in direct service of the enemy, was nevertheless ready at least to go to first go along with its action. Any government would have identified organizations thus oriented as a threat to national security. Stalin's worries and suspicions were heightened by the prediction, which Trotsky indulged in on 25th of September 1939, of an approaching revolution in the USSR. The Stalinist bureaucracy had just a few years or even a few months prior to its inglorious downfall. Where did this certainty come from? Was a forecast formulated by taking into account only the internal developments of the country? It is all the more difficult to decipher the interweaving of political conflicts within Soviet Russia and international tensions because the suspicions and accusations are further fueled by the substantial reality of the fifth column and the disinformation campaigns carried out by Hitler's German Secret Service. In April 1939, Goebbels noted in his diary, "Our clandestine radio transmitter from East Prussia to Russia is causing a great stir. It operates in the name of Trotsky and gives Stalin a hard time." Unquote. Immediately after unleashing of Operation Barbarossa, the head of the propaganda services of the Third Reich was even more satisfied. Quote, "We are now working with 3 underground radio stations for Russia. The first is Trotskyist, the second separatist, and the third Russian nationalist. All 3 of them harsh against the Stalinist regime." Unquote. It is an instrument to which the aggressors attach great importance. Quote, "We work with every means, especially with the 3 clandestine radios for Russia. They are a model of astuteness and sophistication." Unquote. On the role of Trotskyist propaganda, Goebbels' diary noted 14th July as particularly significant. After reporting on the treaty between the Soviet Union and Britain and the joint communique between the 2 countries, the note continued as follows. "This is a welcome opportunity for us to demonstrate the compatibility between capitalism and Bolshevism, here synonymous with official Soviet power. The statement will encounter little favor among the circles of Leninists in Russia. Keep in mind that the Trotskyists like to define themselves as Bolsheviks-Leninists, as opposed to Stalinists, who were considered traitors to Leninism." Naturally, Stalin and his collaborators en bloc, condemnation of the opposition as a den of enemy spies seems grotesque today. But one must not lose sight of the historical picture similarly outlined here. Above all, it is necessary to keep in mind that similar suspicions and accusations in the opposite direction were being formulated against the Stalin leadership. After branding Stalin a fascist dictator, the leaflets that the Trotskyist network circulated in the Soviet Union added, "The Politburo leaders are either mentally ill or mercenaries of fascism," end unquote. Even in official opposition documents, it was insinuated that Stalin might be the protagonist of a gigantic international provocation. On one side and the other, rather than engage in the laborious analysis of the objective contradictions and opposing options, and the political conflicts that developed on this basis, one preferred to resort hastily to the category of treason and its extreme configuration, the traitor become the conscious and valuable agent of the enemy. Trotsky never tired of denouncing the conspiracy of the Kremlin bureaucracy against the working class. And the plot is all the more despicable for the fact that the Stalinist bureaucracy was nothing more than a transmissive mechanism of imperialism. It is hardly necessary to say that Trotsky was generously repaid in the same coin. He complained of being branded as an agent of this and that power, but in turn labeled Stalin an agent provocateur in the service of Hitler. The most hateful accusations are leveled by both sides. On closer inspection, one of the most fanciful were those coming from the opposition. The contradictory and tormented state of mind of its leader has been finely analyzed by Russian historian hardly susceptible of Stalinist sympathies. Quote, Trotsky wanted not the defeat of Soviet Union, but the collapse of Stalin. In his prophecies about the impending war, there was a sense of insecurity. The exile knew that only a defeat of his homeland could put an end to Stalin's power. He desired war because in this war he saw the only possibility of overthrowing Stalin. But Trotsky did not want to admit this even to himself. Unquote. All right, 1 second. Let me grab that drink of water right quick. Hydration. Thank you, Perfect, for the reminder. Appreciate that, comrade. Between Bonapartist overthrow, coups d'etat, and disinformation, the Turkevetsky case. The affair that led to the 1937 indictment and execution of Marshal Turkevetsky and of other numerous leading members of the Red Army must be understood in this context of civil war, latent or manifest. Within the new ruling group that had emerged from the collapse of the ancient regime, of mutual accusations of treason and collusion with the imperialist enemy, and of the real activity of the secret services in recruiting agents in deception. There is a long prehistory behind this affair. Lenin already saw a Bonapartist danger looming over Soviet Russia and expressed his worries about it to Trotsky as well. Would civilian power really succeed in being obeyed by the military? In 1920, Tukhachevsky seemed to want to sovereignly decide the victorious march on Warsaw that he dreamed of. In any case, leading historians observe today a tendency for the brilliant general, who might very well have become the Bonaparte of the Bolshevik Revolution, clearly emerged. 10 years later, Stalin was warned by the GPU about plots that were being woven against him in military circles. Was it mere fabrication? In April of the following year, serious doubts about Tukhachevsky's were formulated by Trotsky, who made this analysis of the situation in USSR following the defeat of the Bakurin and the right wing connected with him. Now, the main danger for socialism was not represented by a Themodian overthrow, which formally preserved the Soviet character of the country and the communist character of the party in power, but by a Bonapartist overthrow, which takes a more open, riper form of bourgeois counter-revolution, carried out against the Soviet system and the Bolshevik Party as a whole, in the form of the naked sword raised in the name of bourgeois property. In that case, the adventurous Praetorian elements of the type of Tukhachevsky could play a major role. Countering them with arms in hand would be the revolutionary elements of the party, the state, note well, the army gathered around the working class, and the faction of Bolshevik Leninists, i.e. Trotsky. This stance represented a new element in the conflict between the Bolsheviks. While keeping the armed forces under his control, Stalin also took care not to involve them too closely in all the controversies and intrigues which shook party and state. Now, clearly the opposition sought to set foot or consolidate its presence in the army in the name of the struggle against the Bonapartist danger, which which only it would be able to deal with in consequential manner, and yet without allowing himself to be impressed by Bonapartist danger thus evoked. In 1936, Stalin elevated Tukhachevsky and 4 other military leaders to rank of marshal. It was a promotion decided in the context of a reform that saw the army abandoned from a predominantly territorial into a standing force and resorting to old pre-revolutionary discipline. On December 21st of the same year, together with other members of the Soviet political and military leadership, the new appointed marshal celebrated Stalin's birthday at Stalin's home till 5:30 in the morning, points out Dmitriev. It was precisely this reform that aroused the indignation of Trotsky. On the one hand, he resumed the old accusation that the Red Army has not stood aside, however, from the process of degeneration of the Soviet regime. On the contrary, these have found their most finished expression in the army. On the other hand, Trotsky adopted a new tone, mentioning the formation of something in which the nature of an oppositional faction within the army, which from the left lamented the abandonment of the perspectives of the world revolution. Oh yes, abandoning that world revolution. And the text quoted here in some way insinuates that to such opposition Tukhachevsky himself could have attracted. Tukhachevsky, who in 1921 had even fought somewhat too impetuously for the formation of International Great General Staff, could scarcely recognize himself in the abandonment of International, and indeed in deification of the status quo, which had by then taken over in the USSR. What can be said of this later text from Trotsky? Agitation within the army had continued apace and seemed to be growing stronger. Only now the struggle on the horizon saw not the faction of Bolshevik-Leninists pitting against the Bonapartist generals, but a substantial part of the army and its leadership against the Thermorian and traitorous leaders of the Kremlin. The resistance of the Red Army, or its rebellion against the Central Power, would be all the more justified by the fact that the new course actually configured itself as a kind of new twofold state revolution, which, breaking with the Bolshevik October, proceeded arbitrarily to the abolition of the militia and to the restoration of officers' castes 18 years after their revolutionary abolition. According to this view, by eventually rising up against Stalin, the Red Army would in fact foiled the coups and had engineered and restored revolutionary legality. As if all this were not enough, the Trotskyist opposition bulletin evokes an imminent army revolt. Perhaps a measure taken in Moscow a few months before the trials was aimed at facing this possible danger. Quote, on 29th of March 1937, the Politburo issued a resolution mandating the retirement or dispatch to civilian work for Red Army officers who had been expelled from the party for political reasons, unquote. Further fueling the climate of suspicion and concerns, rumors were being circulated by White Army Russian circles in Paris about a military coup being prepared in Moscow. Finally, in the second half of January 1937, information reached the Czechoslovak President Eduard Beneš concerning secret negotiations in progress between the Third Reich and the anti-Stalinist clique in the USSR, Marshal Tukhachevsky, Rykov, and others, unquote. Was there any foundation to the accusation, or was the whole thing set up by the German secret services? Also, in early 1937, conversing with Foreign Minister Konstantin von Neurath, Hitler had rejected the idea of an improvement in relations with the USSR, but added, quote, it would be different if things in Moscow were to develop in the direction of absolute despotism based on the military. In that case, it would not be possible to waste the opportunity to make our presence felt against Russia, unquote. Benez had also made the French leadership aware of the negotiations, whose confidence in the Franco-Soviet pact was considerably weakened. So it was not only Stalin who gave credence to the rumors or information passed on by the Czechoslovak president, and, on the other hand, even after the conclusion of the Second World War, Churchill seems to endorse Moscow's version, pointing out, as we shall see, that the purge had affected the pro-German elements, to which he added Stalin was conscious of the personal debt to President Benez. The question about the rumor remains open, however, and to answer it conclusively, a conversation at Hitler's table in the summer of 1942 is of little help. Though without referring to a definite military conspiracy, Hitler had observed that Stalin had serious reasons to fear being killed by Tukhachevsky's circle. Had the whole thing been staged under the direct supervision or consent of the Führer himself, the latter would perhaps have boasted about it. At a time when the impression of the Wehrmacht's first overwhelming success was still fresh. After the trial and execution had already taken place, in asking the key question, was there really a military conspiracy, Trotsky forwards an answer and gives pause. It all depends on what people call a conspiracy. Every sign of discontent, every time dissatisfied people draw together, every criticism or argument about what must be done in order to halt the devastating policies of the government is, from Stalin's point of view, a conspiracy. And, under a totalitarian regime, without any doubt, every opposition is the embryo of a conspiracy. Unquote. In this sense, an embryo was the general's aspiration to protect the army from the demoralizing intrigues of the GPU. Is this a refutation of the conspiracy thesis, or its admission of the Aspian language imposed by circumstances? Drawing attention to this ambiguous statement is the above-mentioned fervent Trotskyist Russian historian Rogogin, who fondly took up Tukhachevsky's thesis of the anti-Stalinist conspiracy and placed it in a Bolshevik rather than bourgeois political framework. Hey March, welcome back. And hey Kay, welcome in. Comrade, I hope you are well today. Of course, if you don't follow Kay, make sure you do. If you see on the top of your screen there that heart hole is empty, make sure you go ahead and fill it in there with anything that will fill it, whether it's your cursor or your finger or anything, really. Came for the Stalin vindication, stayed for the ridicule of Trotsky, right? No problem, comrade. Always happy to shout out my dear comrades who stream. And if I ever miss anyone, of course, feel free to let me know. In conclusion, doubts remain, but it seems difficult to explain the whole affair with the usual deus ex machina. The dictator thirsty for power and blood, and, in any case, eager to surround himself only with puppets ready for blind and unconditional obedience. All the more fragile is this explanation for the fact that in 1932, Stalin had no difficulties in attending, together with Molotov, and listened to the lectures of Boris M. Chaponosakiv, the director of the military academy. And from these lectures, given by the strategist of the great prestige, but one who was not a member of the Communist Party. Stalin seems to have gained greatly. On the other hand, military art was one of the few politically important domains in which Stalin encouraged the original and experimenting mind, so that the officer's corps was able to show remarkable independence of mind. The generals who took place at Tukhachevsky's and his collaborators were those who, far from being passive executors, expressed their opinions frankly and argued with autonomous judgment, without hesitating to contradict the supreme leader, who, moreover, encouraged and sometimes rewarded this attitude. Three civil wars. If we want to remain prisoners of the characterized portrait of Stalin drawn by Trotsky and Khrushchev, in the course of two differentiate but equally bitter political struggles, we must not lose sight of the fact that the events that began in October 1917 were characterized by three civil wars. Smokes given. Remember blowing supers? You want me to blow you a super, comrades? Here you go, blew you a super puff. Remember those, anyone? Really though, you need a joint. You put the joint in your mouth backwards and you blow it out. Like that. Oh yes, back in the day. What we called the super toke. The first saw the revolution clashing with the...
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Exactly. The first saw the revolution clashing with the invigorated front of its enemies, supported by the capitalist powers committed to containing the Bolshevik contagion by all means necessary. The second developed from a revolution from above and outside, which, despite some pushes from below, from the peasant world, substantially consists in the collectivization of agriculture. The third is that which tears the Bolshevik ruling group apart. The latter is all the more complex in having been characterized by great political fluidity, and even by resounding reversals of positions. We have seen Bakurin, on occasion of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, briefly hinting at a project of a sort of coup d'etat against Lenin, whom he reproaches for wanting to transform the party into a dung heap. But, if at that moment Bakurin approaches Trotsky's position in the eyes of the latter, Bakurin becomes 10 years later the privileged embodiment of Thermidor and bureaucratic treachery. With Stalin against Bakurin? Yes. With Bakurin against Stalin? Never. This is a moment when Trotsky seemed to warn Stalin against Bakurin. The latter would soon hunt down Stalin as a Trotskyist, just as Stalin had hunted down Zinoviev. It was 1928, and already the rift between Stalin and Bakurin was emerging. In fact, because of the abandonment of the NEP, Bakurin began to describing Stalin privately as a representative of neo-Trotskyism, and as a dangerous and as an unprincipled intriguer. The former diarchy thus set out on the path that would lead him to form a bloc with Trotsky. In the end, the various oppositions united against the victor. Hence, the fact remains that to the very end, the sides in the deadly conflict among the Bolsheviks were rather mutable. fought in a country with no liberal tradition and characterized on one hand by the prolongation of state exception, and on the other by the persistence of an ideology inclined to dismiss as merely formal the norms of governing the rule of law. Third Civil War takes on a ferocity of a religious war. Trotsky, who considered himself the only man fit to be leader of the revolution, was inclined to resort to any means to bring down the false messiah from the usurped throne. A zealous faith also inspires the opposing camp. The more determined Stalin was to stamp out any danger of conspiracy, even the remotest kind. The more the clouds of war threatened the very existence of Russia itself and the country of socialism, therefore posing a mortal danger to both national and social causes. The two causes which Stalin was convinced he embodied. Not always easily distinguishable from each other, acts of terrorism and sabotage can reflect either counter-revolutionary or new revolutionary projects. The three civil wars were, in turn, intertwined with the intervention of this or that great power. The entangled and tragic whole of these conflicts dissolved in the depictions drawn in different ways, first by Trotsky and then by Khrushchev, who told simple and edifying fables of a monster who, by his mere touch, turns gold into blood and slime. There's chapter 2. Let's hear the thoughts so far, comrades. Are we liking this work or what?
I would have been friends with Stalin.
Exactly. Subbies. Post your Stalin emotes now. Flood me with your Stalin emotes. No, thank you for listening, comrade. Re-listen, read along, and take notes. Nice. Thanks, Cinnamon. Well, you see, that's why I read Tuesdays and Thursdays. And give you comrades some time to catch up. So now you can, of course, get a link to this work by going to itskrabooks.org, and it's pretty easy to find there. But you can also just come to my chat, whether I'm online or offline, and you can type !reading, and then you'll get a link to it right here. And you can see we're on chapter 3, which is page 91 if you're on a physical copy, and page 111 if you're on the PDF. Yeah, I think giving people a few days to catch up is nice, right? I mean, I wouldn't say I was always socialist, but I was always socialist minded. And I never believed mainstream media when it came to USSR. And then unpacking the lies about USSR in turn helped me unpack the lies about DPRK. That's how I'd answer that, if that makes sense. Yeah, we can unpin that for now. Yeah, that was the thing. I always had the same like perspective as these values, not believing what they were saying about existing socialist countries, but I never knew like what it put it all together or whatever the fuck. Or I never even realized how many people were writing about it and stuff. I'm not familiar enough with Leonism to really give much thoughts on it, if I'm being completely honest with you. That's one path to take. Captain DPRK started by liking Kim Jong-un and then learning about how USA fucks everybody over. I can definitely see how you arrive at it like that, 100%. Well, the Middle East is all fucked up from Western meddling as well. And a lot of it, you can see stemming out of, you can see a lot of it like sort of stemming out of what went on with the aftermath of World War One, right? Where now you had all these former empires or these former dynasties or whatever being broken up, and you have Britain and other Western powers basically having way more say in how they should be divided up than they should, right? Like literally carving off countries. And that's really a beginning of a lot of problems for sure. And then not to mention the US constantly funneling arms in and everything else that they do meddling with that country, with that region rather in general. Very different to different. I mean, if it can act as a stage on the step to achieving like a real scientific socialism or a communist society, then I'm all for it. Look, it doesn't have to necessarily call itself Marxist-Leninist because, again, one of the main things that Marx discovered was the fact that humanity does trend towards building communism itself, but a correct scientific theory of how to get there does help us accelerate that process. And then from that, we can understand that, other countries, when they're fighting for their liberation, when they're fighting against imperialism, exploitation, and oppression, they are going to trend towards that way anyway. Yeah. But I do, however, think that, of course, anarchism is, especially in the West, mostly captured by all kinds of bourgeois fucking interests and either wittingly or unwittingly serves bourgeois interests in too often, you know? Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't care what we call it. If it achieves that goal, that you know, that socialist society goal, then I'm all for it. 100%. Let's listen to another Morang Bong band. How about that? How about that, chat? I think we're soon gonna do that other thing. We're gonna switch to gaming here soon. First, I want to hear more Morang Bong Band. One of my favorite bands of all time. America needs to mind its own business, to say the least. America needs to be dissolved. Interesting, Supersonic. Okay, so here's what I have. Since we're going to be switching to gaming, we're going to watch this video. There's a new Jimquisition from Stephanie Sterling that we're going to watch. And we're going to find us a Morang Bong Band song that we're also going to watch. So please strap in and enjoy that. Yeah.
as I constantly point out, like in the West, you're at this point now in the West where the unions have been so captured by bourgeois interest in so many cases that really mass movements and stuff are going to be the driving force of revolution, especially those, again, land defenders, etc., that are already fighting against colonialism and against imperialism as a result. Here we go. Let me just check on my cat. Turn the light on here too. It's getting. What's that, cat? Okay, Sam, thanks for coming, comrade. Appreciate you. Does she really? She puts videos of a Morangbong band on her channel. Alright, let's avoid that one. How about traitor? That's a better word to use.
아득한 숨소야
Library discard is your favorite kind of book? Yeah, I can see that. Definitely. This is a campfire. Isn't that good? Wasn't that good? Alright, I have one more watch I want us to do. This is going to be your transition into the more gaming stuff, but this is a leftist game reviewer. This is one of the only game reviewers I do watch as a result. So we're going to watch this short one here, Starfield, proving that encumbrance is a bad mechanic, by the Jimquisition, by Commander James Stephanie Sterling. And then we're going to switch over to some gaming. You accidentally created a pair of pink socks? Doesn't seem like such a bad thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem so bad. Here's the games I have planned for today, okay? Check this out. So, for today's games, I'm thinking we're gonna do, Okay, good. At least you weren't implying it was bad. I'm just joking. I have a weird sense of humor, or a weird way of joking, I guess. So I was gonna do maybe some of this one here. We'll do like a round or two of Halo to warm up the old thingies. I want to do this Jelly Car Worlds, and then if we have time, we'll go back to Finland. And we'll see how our car is doing in Finland. So, welcome to the start of the Juche Gang Gaming Club segment. But first, let us kick back and watch some Commander James Stephanie Sterling.
I was attacked while on the
See what their take
screen.
is here on proving the encumbrance is a bad mechanic. Yeah, we're gonna play My Summer Jelly Car. Thank you, March, for Halo hijinks, and you just decided the title of the stream, and My Summer Jelly Car. Thank you for giving me the title of the stream from here on out. I appreciate that, comrade, very much so. Jelly Car is great. It is great. I'll just warm up. I promise I won't be long on Halo. I'll just warm up with a round or two of Halo just to feel something, you know? And then we'll go into Jelly Car. Our stream, exactly. I mean, that's the way it always... How... Comrades know I make a lot of polls. They often end up in a draw, but I make a lot of polls. Also, when we do Jelly Car, we can, like, make up the sound effects ourselves, so that could be fun.
I was attacked while on the dialogue screen, and now I can't move. Wait, what's that smell? Ah, smells like Bethesda.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is on there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, blowing like the breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads.
I have not played a Bethesda game since Skyrim either.
With all the rough,
Or actually, I guess I played Fallout 4.
difficult to get any angry at for paying off Neon's dignity so far.
They
I
appear
don't
I
know.
think
That's
that's
a
certain
certain
New Vegas was before Skyrim. No, Captain DPRK. That's the quality of the new. That's the quality of the new video game that Bethesda just released. As you can see, there's also people who are standing in A position. Now the person's invisible. Oh my god. Is this the game that people are getting, like, wait, doesn't this have like super high reviews or something?
Hi, James Stephanie Starling here, ready to celebrate the release of Starfield, the hot new game that everybody's saying is Bethesda's most polished game to date, which is definitely not damning it with faint praise. Anyway, today we are going to be talking about encumbrance in games, specifically because of Starfield, which is completely polished. One review said it was polished to a mirror sheen. Yeah, possibly a bathroom mirror in Blackpool.
Yeah. The Metacritic reviews are 86 for this game. 86. I made a game once. A lot of bugs quickly became features. Funny how that works, isn't it?
Joke. Nobody has ever seen some loot in a game and said, you know, it would be more fun if I couldn't carry this. Nobody has ever demanded encumbrance be added to a game. Oh, that's right, wankathons. It's time we talked about encumbrance. Or encumberment. Whatever it's called. I prefer to refer to it under the label I've chosen for this awful time-wasting joy kill of a shitty system that needs to fuck off and die face down in a dirty little pond, and I call it the awful time-wasting joy kill of a shitty system that needs to fuck off and die face down in a dirty little pond. TM. I try to be clever, call it load blowing or overload or Benedictine Cumberbatch, but none of those names are actually clever, so I figured I'd just treat the whole concept with the respect it deserves and call it an awful time-wasting joy kill of a shitty system that needs to fuck off and die face down in a dirty little pond, because that's all it is. Carrying capacity and the hassle and restriction thereof is right up there with pointless stamina meters, weapon durability, slipping while climbing, and pretty much everything else in Breath of the Tears of the Wild Kingdom that pisses me the fuck off and makes me never want to play more than the half an hour of it that I did before getting an AI to write my review for me. I am, of course, bringing this all up because of Starfield, Bethesda's latest Bethesda game that, having played it for over 20 hours now, is something I can describe as really just another Bethesda game benefiting from the undeserved level of auto-generated hype and critical acclaim heaped onto it not just by fans, but by a gaming journalism establishment that refused to cover the story of ZeniMax and Bethesda's mistreatment of a trans woman, including outing her to colleagues and trying to make her promise not to take them to court in exchange for her gender-affirming medical care. Basically, Starfield as a game is fine. I've played it quite a bit and it's just more of Bethesda's usual stuff. A big and glitchy open space full of NPCs who immediately trust you to carry out random deliveries, rescues and hostage negotiations because they know that you're the protagonist of a world that feels like it's made out of cardboard and populated exclusively by automatons. Outside of its size and some graphical improvements, it feels like there's been very little evolution from Bethesda's other games, with so much atmosphere, gameplay, structuring, and even some assets seen as far back as Fallout 3. I really do mean, for both good and ill, this is a Bethesda game through and through. Only this time with gameplay features merrily borrowed from No Man's Sky and layered with overcomplicated and underexplained mechanics that mostly serve to get in the way of the fun. Oh, and there is fun to be had, rest assured, just because I'm not one of the millions who miraculously and conveniently conveniently forget how inept, untrustworthy, and odious Bethesda is the moment they release a new game doesn't mean I can't do my job as a professional critic and point out where the game's going well. Its rudimentary combat is rather enjoyable, the influence you have on what to put into the world and where to live is rather engrossing, and despite finding most of it barren and unenjoyable to explore, I must say the sheer scale of it all is rather impressive, though of course I'd rather have a much smaller but subsequently denser experience pretty much every single time.
So round, so firm, so fully packed.
Now, I'd also praise the building mechanics, which do genuinely seem to be improved since Fallout 76, or at least better presented. But here's the thing. Thanks to encumbrance, I felt distinctly discouraged from bothering. If nothing else, I felt little compulsion to explore, gather resources, and find items, because one's starting encumbrance level is absolutely fucking paltry. Resources required for crafting and building can weigh considerable amounts, and the constant need to go micromanage one's inventory is about as entertaining as it's always been in games of this type. Not fucking entertaining at all. Within the first hour of playing Starfield, I became encumbered, which reduces your stamina and eventually your health if you try to move faster than a casual walk. And of course it disables fast travel. Within the first 2 hours, I had maxed out my robot's carrying capacity as well. It took considerably longer to fill my spaceship with so many crafting materials it hit the item limit, but I managed that too, all before I reached a point in the game where, mercifully, you can find a limitless storage container, though naturally it's planet-side and hardly the most convenient thing to ever get to. After complaining about it on social media, I already had people defending it, albeit rather unconvincingly. Mostly, I've had rather dismissive responses along the lines of, so it's a Bethesda game, which, yes, you're right.
You are technically correct. The best kind of correct.
Having to choose between dropping potentially useful items or agonizingly crawling to a locker has been part and parcel of the Bethesda experience for nigh decades now. But that's the rub, isn't it? It's been decades without anybody at that fucking studio stopping to ask themselves if what they're doing is actually fun and convenient for the player or a hassle that undermines the rest of the experience, dissuading players from exploring the world and wasting their time to the point of putting them off the game entirely. Like, does anybody at any of these mainstream game studios ever wonder if they're doing something because it makes the game better or because it's just the way they've always done it and they're so fucking myopic they can't imagine a world where they just, you know, take out the bad thing? In my first explorations of its universe, Starfield felt markedly worse about this than any other Bethesda game as far as I experienced. I have never been encumbered so fast in any Elder Scrolls or Fallout game, nor have I been encumbered so many times. Thanks to the weight of resources, the companion inventory limits, and the player character's piss-poor capacity, I've spent so much time fiddling in the menu and had to leave so much potentially lucrative loot behind in just the first few hours that I think I've already eclipsed the amount of times it happened in the entirety of any other Bethesda game. There's a reason why, if you Google it, you can find whole articles talking about encumbrance and how to mitigate it. Putting skill points into carrying capacity instead of actual fun skills feels borderline mandatory, and it barely even helps. Starfield suffers from what I always call skill paring, where you're dumping experience into a skill to get it to the point where it's on par with the starting skill level of a protagonist in a better structured game. After a long-ass time of playing, I located a helmet that reduced resource weight by 25%. A fucking godsend. A godsend I felt I'd need to be tethered to if I wanted to do what comes natural with a game of this nature and, you know, loot all the loot that loots at you. Although, in fairness, it wasn't much of a problem because by the time I found that helmet, I'd fucking given up carrying resources. Like, I was so put off by the first few hours that I just stopped engaging with entire portions of the game. Things got so bad that I started to get fucking anxious about picking stuff up. Every gun, every helmet, every cup of fucking water could place the dreaded encumbrance warning on the corner of my screen, leading to yet another agonizing trawl through my inventory to balance the weight to value ratio of Starfight of just rather taken to a merchant and enjoyed the reward that I fought to obtain. You know what's not rewarding? Blasting a crew of vicious space pirates to smithereens and having to leave all your hard-won treasure behind. Fuck that shit.
Is it really necessary for you to drag around all that gear?
I wouldn't have it any other way, is another defense I've seen more than once. That's literally it, too. People not wanting to change it just because it's how it's always been, and like the developers themselves, they haven't imagined a better world. I've been fucking bewildered by this attitude. I even asked one fan why they wouldn't have it any other way, what it is about dumping items every 10 minutes that they find so fun. Their response was simply, I can't tell you why, I just do. Look, I'm not one to judge how you get your amusement. More power to you. I won't say what I want to say in reply as a sign of that respect. Doesn't mean I won't make Reggie say it, though.
What's wrong with you?
Encumbrance in any game is a fucking horrible, annoying, and stupid feature. Now, then, forever. Going all the way back to the first Diablo, a considerably younger Stephanie was frequently frustrated by the constant cries of, I can't carry anymore. Like, the whole fucking point of the game is to acquire loot, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's
I have
Diablo.
seen fun takes. I agree
dungeon,
with that,
pick
Marge.
up loot, equip or sell loot, repeat. Putting an arbitrary weight or size limit on your hero so they spend less time bashing skeletons and more time quietly and irritatedly rearranging
Communism
their
is
luggage
based-
serves to severely de-emphasize the entire reason people play these fucking games. The only exception you
background
could
hero. I
make for
wanted
encumbrance in a
background hero.
game is survival horror. But even then, it's mostly fucking annoying and not actually challenging. Appeal to challenge is another fallacy in game defenses.
Communism
And honestly,
is
if you're
based.
just running back and forth through rooms you've already cleared of monsters to use items because you have to keep ferrying them from your storage box to where they're used, the only challenge comes from trying to stay awake. A horror game from last year, Signalis, took this to a ludicrous extreme, limiting your inventory to 6 items. The result was, well, running back and forth through the same old rooms, ferrying items and trying not to be bored out your fucking skull. It was so shit the developer had to address it with a promise to fix it. But even then, they tried to present the inventory limit as a challenge to the player, rather than the pain in the arse it is. Oh, but it's realistic, some will say. It ruins the immersion if you can carry more than 150 pounds. Bitch, shut it. Realism is among the absolute worst defenses of anything a video game ever does, ever. Not least a fantasy or sci-fi one with goblins and space dogfights and shit. When even more grounded games like Call of Duty have regenerating health and the player surviving stunts that would obliterate a normal human body into a fine red mist, the appeal to realism is absolute fucking garbage and always will be. Besides which, when most of these games let you waste enough skill points to make your carrying capacity unrealistic, this fallacious bullshit doesn't have a leg to stand on. I do not play a
Seriously,
sci-fi
though,
game
that's
where I
kinda
fight
true.
space pirates and build
Yeah, I
robots
agree
to
with
cultivate
Marge,
moon
like,
gardens because I want to
you
have a
can do it in a
realistic
cool way, but-
time. I'm
Yeah,
not
when
out
it
of
comes
my
to Oblivion and
fucking
stuff,
mind
it
like that.
doesn't make
Why are you
sense.
working
I
on
think
the
I agree
assumption
with
that the
this.
gas is just going to be like at atmospheric pressure? Like the canister that the gas goes in has weight, right? And the gas, if you compress it down, like that's more gas in the same amount of space.
Mm-hmm.
So it's denser, and the denser something is, right, the more heavy the same size chunk of it will be. So I don't think that it's unreasonable for the helium to have a weight.
Just put it in fucking balloons.
There are easy fixes, many of which have been implemented in games that imaginatively solve problems rather than
There it is.
regurgitate them as part of a thoughtlessly obeyed blueprint. Torchlight, for example, gives you a pet that you can send back to town to sell all your surplus loot for you. It's not only a fun way to alleviate the hassle and the potential to leave money on the floor, it works really well to reinforce a fondness for your pet, not only improving the encumbrance mechanic, but actually using it to inform other aspects of the game. It's like they thought about this for more than 5 seconds. Of course, you don't need a dog to lighten your burden. Baldur's Gate 3, the quality of which has honestly made Bethesda's bullshit routine so much harder to tolerate this time, allows you to automatically send any item you wish to your camp, where it'll be kept in a chest that has room for everything you need and can still be accessed pretty much any time you like. Now, I have some criticisms of Baldur's Gate 3's rather unwieldy gear and item menus overall, but at least they did something about encumbrance, and that's besides ensuring that you can carry enough stuff to where it doesn't come up half as much. I'm not joking at all when I say that in my 60+ hours of BG3, I've been encumbered less than half as much as I have in Starfield, with a fraction of the playtime. You could also say not have resources weigh anything if you want the player to pick up loads of resources. Let me tell you, nothing is more ridiculous than going over your carry limit because you picked up too much helium. Yes, helium. I have, in fact, been encumbered multiple times already because I picked up too much gas, i.e. glorified air. So much for appeal to realism. The weight of resources, which can either be heavy for individual items or become heavy after accruing dozens of the same thing, is an absolute killer because, at least in the beginning, you don't really know what resources you need, and you'll be loath to leave anything behind in case you do need it. I mean, the game presents itself like No Man's Sky from the outset, so at first I did No Man's Sky shit, drilling for ore, until I realised I can't carry any ore. Though that might be reflective of some of Starfield's other problems, its terrible presentation and piss-poor explanation of its own concepts. Given how messy and overwhelming the crafting and building and resource management is overall, one still struggles to tell the useful shit from the just plain shit after hours of playing. At any rate, I've honestly just given up on it now. I was never into the building aspects of Fallout 4 anyway, and while crafting gear mod seems cool, my starting background was geared towards commerce and stuff, so I've had no trouble just buying the things I want. While I was initially interested in doing more crafting this time around, honestly, I can't be fucked anymore. I just can't be fucked. Not bothering has really helped with the encumbrance, though I still get bogged down in stuff if I dare to explore a planet too thoroughly. Of course, you can have a dog, you can have a camp, you can have weightless resources, but there's one quick fix that won't unbalance the game, won't make it less fun, and will actively, explicitly improve the user experience. Just don't fucking have encumbrance. Just don't have it. Sorry, but this is even more black and white than the hotly contested weapon durability debate. For all the talk of how weapon durability forces you to experiment and has a whole game balanced around it, I defy you. I defy you as I defy 1,000 dead gods to tell me how removing encumberment from any Bethesda game, from any RPG on the planet, would make the experience less enjoyable. And by that, I mean explain it to me in a way that makes sense and isn't some vague preference rooted in such apparent masochism that even someone who wears a fucking collar thinks you're hurting yourself too much. Oh, and don't try to fob me or anyone else off with, it's not that bad. Yes, it is. It's factually that bad. Encumbrance in games is bad. Technically, that's my opinion, but let's face it, it's borderline objective. Nobody has ever seen some loot in a game and said, you know, it would be more fun if I couldn't carry this. Nobody has ever demanded encumbrance be added to a game, just like weapon durability. It's something people retroactively defend when it's included, but never request when it isn't. Anybody who claims otherwise is making shit up.
It's the extra poo that makes all the difference.
Country roads take me home to the place where I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads, brilliant. Thank God for me. Yahoo! Wahoo! Yahoo! Ow. Nobody here. It's just you and me.
Well, there we go.
It's where I wanna be.
That's our transition video.
Hardly know this beauty by my side. It's gone right at the high bit. Oh well, it doesn't matter.
What do we think? That was informative or something, yeah? Right? Right, chat? You had a phase during and after playing Fallout 3 where your whole MP3 player playlist was Fallout 3 music. I do remember when it was coming out, listening to a lot of it. I do remember that. Alright, we'll warm up with some Halo, like I was saying. And then we'll do Jelly Car Worlds, and then if we have time after that, My Summer Car. That sounds good. It's Jelly Car. Let's just see if we can do some damage in Halo. See who we can shoot. Never got into Halo? I was into Halo for, I was into Halo 2 was the big one I got into. And then this one came out and it was like free to play, so I was like, yeah, I'll play Halo. Yeah, the first ones were console exclusive. Yeah, the first Halo 1 and 2 were Xbox One. The first Xbox, I should say. And then Halo 3 was Xbox 360. I think later they got PC releases or something, but never had a console after NES. That's understandable. That was the best console, to be fair. Why this went to the wrong thing, but there we go. Now we got it back. What is this window size? There. Oh, you played a Counter-Strike? See, that's one that's one that I missed out on was Counter-Strike because for a while, like I said, I didn't have computer really. So I was reliant on the unfortunately. Sadly. Oh, Big Team Social. Cool. We like Big Team Social. So Big Team Social gives us, I hate that it's only here part of the time. That's the most annoying part of it. Don't ever play Prison Tycoon? I have that one. Alright, GMO, thank you, comrade, for coming. Thank you, of course, for your support, as always. Very, very much appreciated, comrade. DJ Gang, salute. I hope to see you hanging out again. I might even be on tonight, who knows? We'll see. Prison Tycoon is about running a prison, sort of, yeah. I mean, look, I got a lot of games that are about running something for profit. Like, I got the city skylines, all that stuff, but you can do like a different kind of prison, like I guess a progressive style prison or whatever, however you want to look at it. Apparently it's a really fun game. I've owned it for years and years, but I've never really played it much. I always hear that I'm missing out. For now, we're going to war. We're going to war, we're going to Jelly Car Land. And then we're going to Finland, 1995. Big team captured the flag. Random weapons. Oh gee. This guy leaking. That's me. Well, that guy grabbed that fast, didn't he? We need someone. Oh, okay, well, I'll take the ghost then. Love this thing. Like a little bike. A little death bike. Sure. Oh, someone's going to the base. Okay, I guess he's not going to the base. Okay, we need someone in like a Jeep or something, really. I should have stayed with the Jeep. I'll grab one. Got enough people on defense. We need people to go on offense here. Come on. There's like 3 Jeeps just sitting there. Do you like that or something? Okay, I just want this right here.
Plasma grenades in play.
Ouch! What the fuck was that? Yikes! No! You're hurting my vehicle. There, now I hurt you. That's what you get. Oh shit. Someone coming through this cave, I think. Save that guy's life. What the fuck is that? Get me the hell out of here. Okay. What are you talking about? You're not gonna get in this? Get in the fucking Jeep, someone. Look, we'll go get the flag.
Time to dismantle our foe.
I thought he was gonna let me get the driver's seat there for a second. Guy like right here. He just drove right at him. There's no strategy involved whatsoever. That's why I wanted to drive, you see? Now I got a sniper rifle. Shit.
They have obscure. Keep your head down.
Something coming right here. Okay. Or not. That rocket's in the way of trying to see over there. Everyone's on the defensive. We need some people on the offensive. Oh my god, it's an airplane. Luckily, you can't hurt your own guys in this one, which is kind of nice. Even your own grenades don't hurt your own team. Unless you're playing, there's one match where it does. But in socials and stuff, no. Doesn't this go up any higher? No, it does not. Not like that. It used to back in the day.
Windshield wipe.
I just killed that guy. That's what you gotta do with this vehicle. You gotta kind of do just bombing runs with it. Oh no! Oh no! Come on, come on! Oh shit. Buddy disabled me. Kinda funny though. Nice trick, bud. Someone's coming through this cave. Oh shit, a whole bunch of them. Wow! Oh no, now they get our flag. Come on boys, get the flag back. Let this be the end of it.
Ground vehicle requisitioned.
Oh, Jesus, what the hell was that? It just gets incinerated as soon as we hit the... Oh, this is quite the round. Nobody can gain any ground. Oh, it's a missile one. Okay, yeah, give me this one. Now we're talking. Here we go, now we're talking. Let's go this way.
The enemy has your flag.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
Boom, look at that pickup. Oh my god, that guy had a rocket launcher? God damn it. That looked so good.
We ride to claim dominion.
Try again. Get in, get in, get in. Oh yeah, here we go, here we go. Oh shit, what the fuck? Got it, we got it. Got it. Now it's chaos here all of a sudden.
The enemy has your flag.
Killed a bunch of them. Holy shit. What a mess.
We have
Oh great, there he goes.
Enemy flag carrier spotted. The enemy carrier has revealed themselves. We have eyes on enemy flag carrier.
Yep, go this way, go this way. We're gonna meet them there.
Enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
5 minutes remaining.
And we're dead. Fuck, now we're 1 for 1. Right, alright. Oh my god. What the hell, people? Oh, now I'm falling down the fucking pit. This is nice. Here we go. Jesus Christ! Holy shit. God, let me fucking get my bearings for a second. Oh my god, they're like all over our base. Oh, and but now he died. He died. I can't get to it. Yeah, go through the tunnel. Come on, buddy. Go, go, go. Go, 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 go. Get to it, get to it. Oh my god, we got it again. Okay, wait. Oh shit, there's someone right behind me. Oh my god, Snipe! It's like running the fucking marathon mile here. Oh, it's the relay race. Boom! Take that, you motherfucker! Holy shit! Okay, reload my sniper. I got 2 shots left in my sniper. Oh, there's a grappling shot right there. Oh my... And that's why the battle rifle is good. If you're good with it, you can kill someone in 4 burst shots. Oh, well, buddy. Look out for me, please. Oh, oh, oh. Let's see if we can get another.
Spike grenades acquired.
What the shit?
No scope.
Just shoot him with a giant spike.
1 minute remaining.
Okay, we just gotta keep them at bay. I'm gonna stay on defense, actually. We can win this if... Oh, shit. Alright. Someone's coming up behind us now.
Ground vehicle requisitioned.
Jesus Christ, what a match.
Keep it up.
Whew. That was alright. Try one more big team and then or we'll go a couple. We'll go for 2 rounds of the random, then one more big team, and then we'll play Jelly Car. Ten, 10, and 6. Yeah, let's try Super Fiesta, and then we'll come back and finish up with another big team. And then we'll do Jelly Car. And for Jelly Car, we have to make up our own sound effects for the car sounds. I don't know what it should be like. Mom, 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 mom. Does that sound like a car noise? Right? That sounds about right.
Fiesta.
Fiesta. Don't know this map so good. We'll be troubled. Mandaloriite. Mandalorelite. Mandalorelite. Hello, Mandalorelite. Meet you.
Find the enemy. Destroy the enemy.
No idea how this map. Oh. Boom, you're dead.
But satisfactory.
Oh. That's not at all the weapon I thought I had. Someone came up behind me.
Gained the lead.
Same thing, just snipers again, really? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Give me something other than sniper, thank you. Oof. Woof. I almost got all of them, damn it. I went invisible on ya. Oh, there's where he is. Shit. Told you I don't know this map. Oh my god. Fuck off. How are you right behind me? I just spawned, for fuck's sakes. This is ridiculous. Level above us? Oh, below us. Why are you trouble?
Many humans have fallen to these blades.
Oh, lovely. What the fuck? I almost fall off the edge. I do not like this map. I have no idea where I'm going. Seriously, where the
Enemy halfway to victory.
Tools from dead empires still have their uses.
A seal spot.
I don't know why I can't pick any of that shit up on the ground, but okay. Them. Okay, now we're catching up.
Gain the lead.
When you play Quake through, when most of your deaths are falling out of the map, yeah, if I'm new to a match, I'm gonna leap off to the edge like multiple times, generally speaking. Just that's how I christen the map, what can I tell you? Oh my god, that guy with the needler. That's a super powered needler, that's why it kills me so fast. Barely have time to even respond to it.
Burns even their very soul.
Bank shot.
Oh, he had a sword. Damn it. Oh, sword fight. Up here.
Enemy Spartans are closing in. You lost another one of that sniper.
Sniper. Oh shit! I was losing sniper. Heads down.
Nearing victory.
I keep getting sensor assists from down below. Oh, there. Oh, what? Behind me with a shotgun. Backdraft cinder shot. Well, that sounds good. That's what you want. Backdraft. Right? Does that sound good for my health? Nice. Almost died there. Yeah, maybe you don't want backdraft. Is this doing anything, or is it just blowing up in my face? I can't fucking tell. Oh shit, there's fucking... Oh.
Victory!
Here we go. Clinch the victory. We'll try one more round. See if I get a map I actually know next time. And then we'll do one more big team and then Jelly Car. Twelve deaths. Okay, we won't look at that though. We'll just go to the next. We don't need to see my deaths. No need of that. The audacity! Alright, do one more fiesta, one more big team, and then we'll do Jelly Car. Boom, doo doo doo. And then if I have time left over after we try some Jelly Car, we'll do my summer car. My summer Jelly Car. Well, we gotta make time for my summer car. Who am I kidding? The car's at the garage. I'm very, very interested to know how it'll drive when it comes back from the garage. I paid for the mechanic to fix the engine parts and to put on new tires, I think. I think that's all I paid for. Now we can, and oh yeah, and we have more. Is the streaming time limited? Yeah, based on whenever my wife gets home. That's its limiting factor. Alright, do I know this map? I do. Yeah, the wife being home is the limiting factor in this case. Oh, that. Right, here we go. Round 2, Fiesta. Small team, so it's just 4 on 4.
Slay every opponent alive.
Went to this side.
Lost the lead. Roots were not meant to fly. Gained the lead.
The fuck? I killed him too. I knew he was behind me. Oh shit, he had the fucking hammer. That's what I was not expecting. Oh, you lucky fucker. got him. Yeah, there's no boss that beats my wife, I'll tell ya. Oh, shit. Tried to come around at them. I think they're up here. How did I not kill him? Now that's bullshit. Thank you for killing him for me, but that was bullshit. You saw that. I'm sure. I'm assuming you both saw how bullshit that was. They're not coming up behind me, too. What? That was highly disappointing. I don't know how I didn't kill him again. No bullshit, but I don't know. Okay, try and find another one. Oh. Alright.
The heat of a fallen empire.
Oh, fuck off. I just missed him. So close. Oh, like, see how far away that was? What? That makes no sense to me. I was at least that far away from Buddy.
Way to victory.
The hammer just completely baffles me. Reach any of you from here? Oh shit, I can't. I saved myself with that. Oh god, that was fucking close. Oh, there's one behind me. It's always the one behind. It's always the one you least expect. AKA the one behind you. Goodbye. Where are they? Oh, come on, wherever you are. There, I actually got the hammer to work that time. Boom, double, 2 for 1. Sure, I'll sacrifice myself to take 2 of them out.
5 minutes remaining. Nearing victory.
Right, we got 10 kills left. What the actual shit? Killed myself on the door. Killed myself in the doorway. Panicking. Goodbye.
Fine kill.
Fuck that fucking sniper rifle. I forgot that's the fast shooting one. It has a worse scope, but it shoots so much faster. Me, it didn't even look like he was close enough to lunge at me. I wonder if there's like desync or something with games sometimes.
Victory.
Nice. There we go. 2 victories in this. 1 more big team and then Jellycar. There, that was a much more respectable round. 14 kills, 11 deaths, 3 assists, 28% accuracy. 28% is damn good for me. Damn good. Alright, 1 more round. Big team social, and then we'll switch to Jellycar. I'm excited for the Jellycar. Let's see, it's 4 now, so if we play Jellycar for like an hour, then we switch to my summer car. That should give us like an hour or more for that. Come on, give us a good big team match. Capture the flag or something, preferably. I love objective over anything. Oh, good. That's what you want to do. You want to start a match looking at a dead body. Somehow I'm respawning. I haven't even started playing yet. Oh, I see. The match is almost over. Cool. Bad. That's rather unfortunate.
Enemy team nearing Incoming victim.
Oh my god. Well, this was a... I'm tempted to just quit it. Why did it start me off in a match that's almost over?
You've lost a teammate. Take cover.
Killed each other with the skulls. That's the last item now. To win by killing each other with skulls. Bash it head with the skull. He needs a good skull bashing.
Not going out on a loss, Spartan. One more match.
I don't know, I kind of promised the crowd jelly car. I think that's what we're gonna do. Alright. Jelly car time.
Coming down the chimney this
Time for jelly car. Boing. This looks good. This looks good. Now we're talking.
Boing. Murmur. Brum, 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 boing, brrr, shoom, brrr, wow, 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 shoo, zzz, boom, zzz, wow, boing.
Wait, let me change. Let me see if I can change the speaker. Here we go, jelly car. Look at it. Whee! We can control it back and forth.
Boy. Boy.
Here we go. Level 1 complete. Paris jelly. Cool. Okay, wait now. Car setup. Settings. Yeah, wait. Let me see the main menu again for 1 second. Look, we can do this. Gotta draw a custom design here. Wait. The car yellow. Oh, there was a fill tool. Oh well. Go. Wait. Didn't I... Oh yeah, there it is right there. Okay, cool. We'll take these for tires. That seems good. Oh, we get different antennas? There we go. Perfect. Now we're talking. Okay. What's this? There's different noises. We can wait. Oh wait. It's gotta there, okay. Here we go. Okay, car engine fast. Okay, now we need something for fast. wait. I gotta. What did the recording not start here? Oh wait, I see. Wait. Oh, it gives me a little bit. Cool. Okay, hold on then. Let me try that again. Okay, car impact. What does this sound like? Okay. Yeah, move the aerostat of the sound, yeah. Okay. Car impact. Car impact, now we need it. Large. Oh! We only need it this much, probably. Like this. Oh! Perfect. That's great. Car squished. You can have them, yeah, it looks like you can. one's good, Car squished. Okay. Select pickup. Beep boop. Beep boop. Now we need one for car growing. Ooh. Okay, I want to try and have it just do this part though. Yeah. That still works. That still works. Oh, right. And the growing sound sounds like a, okay, wait. Okay, you're right. A shrinking sound. Okay. I'd do those opposite, right? You're thinking? So like that. There. And then so the shrinking one should be okay. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck? There's so many sounds. I'm gonna leave some of it. Wait. Sure, that sounds fine. wait, no it doesn't. No it doesn't. Hold on. Right here. Then I need, and then for the balloon deflating, you want something like Jesus, wait. Take a drink of water will help. There, that's a balloon flowing out. Like that one. I'll keep that one. I'll keep that one. This is how Larry became a voice actor, yeah. Yeah, this is how I got the gig, comrades. I'll keep this one, wait. Doodle. Doodle. Our big air time. Wow! I can't think of one for car broken. We'll keep that the same. There's so many. Okay, wait. Car broken. Okay. Ouch, that hurts here. Ouch, that hurts here. Sure. Phase in and out. Oh, that's gonna be more like a whoosh. Whoosh. I like that one. I'm gonna keep that one. Hey Birdie, welcome comrade. We're playing Jellycar. Enter level door. Oh? Oh? No. That won't do it all. It's gotta be more like Ooga. I'm trying to think of what that tune is. Shit. Alright, that'll do. Yes. Sure, that's whatever. Okay. There. That seems good enough. Sure, that's close enough. That's what we'll use. That's what we're going with. Here we go. Alright, here we go. We got our car, our Juche car. We're going on our world's adventure. And we're gonna go up here. too impressed with that. Oh! Here we go. Gotta find the exit. Come on, go down. Look at these. Look at this jelly ass car. Oh wait, I have to go this way still. Oh look, pushing the ball. Oh, come on, go over. Get down. What the fuck? You can activate this for some reason. I guess if I screw this oh no, I see why. I gotta get up there now. I love the way the world looks. Look at this. Oh, okay. A bridge? Oh no. Oh. Hey. The purple. It's a purple. What's the purple do, chat? We got 3 purples. Okay. Used to love this game back. It was a Flash game, like way back in the day. Oh no. Okay, what the fuck? Wait. Okay, this one you go under here. This is the one I don't understand. I have to like... No, no, no. How the fuck do you hit this one? Here we go. And... Maybe it wants me to do it this way. Oh yeah, look, that's much easier. Yay! I added the hyperclap because I noticed you use that sometimes, Birdie. Find the thing. I do be clapping. Oh, what's that? Hold on now. Okay, I think if I'm going faster. Other way. No. One more time, one more try. Here. Damn it, nope. Okay, fuck that thing then, I guess. Very tempting thing, but I can't seem to make it to it. Oh my god. Yeah, it's just like just out of reach or something. Let's try going this way. Oh, this is the exit. Well, one day maybe. Oh, what? Oh, we're almost at the boss or whatever. 2 more levels and then the boss. I was like, does this turn? It does. Oh, and then I'm gonna have to go over top. Okay. Yep. Saw this coming. I want to stay here, drop down below. Ow. Didn't want to risk that. Okay, world 1 is nearly complete. 2 more levels. Actually, 1 more level and then the boss. I picked beautiful sound effects. Nobody can deny that. The hell is this now? Excuse me? What the fuck? Oh, there we go. I beat the clock in that one. Alright, now we can go down here. This is the boss, I guess. Oh, okay, cool.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Big and small. I see. I see what's up. Now we can get big with that. Now we can get that power up. Yeah, World 1 is no match for Juche Car, exactly. Look at Juche Car go. Go Juche Car, go. Just squish down that hole. We beat the clock in that one too. I'm very proud of my sound effects, comrades. Very proud of the sound effects. Too proud, even. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Yay! How can I get... Now what do I do? Oh, I gotta get on that one, huh? Not this one. The next one. I see now. Okay, we're back to the gear. We're at gears for the first time. Alright, March comrade. Enjoy your trip to the store. I will likely still be here. Maybe playing My Summer Car when you get back. We'll see. Oh, don't go back down there. And now I gotta go through here. Alright, now what's next? We're halfway through this world too. The bosses, I guess you have to get to some other way. Figure that out another time. Assuming I need this. Go. And then up here. I assume this has to go this way. Will it stay there? It must, right? Oh yeah, it went down there. Okay, cool. Oh, now I can go this way. These balls. Fucking with. Oh no! Right at the end, I fucked it. That was horrible. My poor jelly car. This is getting out of hand. Jelly car. I was getting up here fine, no problem before. There we go. There, now I can get the thing again. Oh, the thing again. There, that should have worked the last time. Right. Now I know you go up here. We go. Makes sense, right? Oh shit, I missed it. Oh, fuck the purple thing, I guess. We're going this way. There ain't a damn thing anyone can do about it. Look at that. It's just smooth as butter. Yay! That's what I meant. That's what I meant to do. A couple levels left. Oh, this is weird looking stuff. I think I need this. Oh, I see. Now it's the opposite. Instead of growing big to push the button, I grow big to not push the button. Alright. 2 levels left. Rocking it. Oh, I see. I need this thing to come down here. It hits that. Okay, now I need to get over top of it. There we go. See? I know what I'm doing. Nothing to it. Okay, now there's a button down there. Wait. Wait, I still need to get this thing down here. Oh, there we go, there we go. Okay. Yeah, get down there. Wait. Wait a second. Where exactly am I trying to... I'm trying to get this thing down here somehow. There it is. Okay. Now I just need to get myself on the other side of it. There we go. Now I should be able to go there. There, now this should bring me the other way. Aha! Boing, boing. Last level. We're just rocking it. The hell? Can't stop us, we're Jelly Car. Oh, see, and then there's a secret, but we don't have that yet. We get that after. Oh god, the big squisher. Aha! I think I saved that, I guess. Oh, it's still coming after me, huh? Alright. There's that world. Oh. Oh, and then here's the new power-up. Alright. Let's try one more, I guess. guess. Let's try one more. Then we'll switch to my summer car. Going up? We are going up, actually. Yes. Just start this world. Press it in the balloon. Oh. Whoa. Oh, jeez. What's up? Look at our cute jelly car. We're getting it. Jelly car is getting it done. Oh, make it. Make it. Yay, we made it. Oh god. Okay, we can't touch the ceiling or the ground. Yay! We're sending the exit on its way, I guess. Welcome back to the party, March. Shit. Oh, that was close. Fuck that thing. Let's just go. Okay, now how do we do this? Okay, like that, I guess. Seen this type of situation. We just dive right into the fucking level, okay. Oh, I see. Go here. What? We'll do half of this level. Or half of this world. And then we'll go. I'm itching for my summer car. I got the my summer car itch, comrades. I need to know what's going on with her car. Oh, I see. When it's got the lock on it, it just stays like that. No! Fine. I just unlocked it. Go up here, probably? Yep. Refill, just in case. Guessing we're gonna need it. Huh? I'm pretty generous with the refills here for some reason. J-Car is doing it. J-Car's got this. Okay, now this part. Do I have to just all of these? Okay. Now that makes it clear up there. And this. Oh, and then I can go up here. Of course. We're pros. We're pros. What can I say? One more level. Oh, I think we're going this way. Last level, and then we'll switch to my summer car. Need to know. How's the car? Is the car gonna work? Hey, I want to do that. I'm stuck here now. Okay. Oh, I'm guessing I'm gonna send it flying again right here, huh? And again, send it flying, of course. Oh, I think I gotta use this as I'm gonna use it as a jump. Like I was taught in the tutorial. Like I was taught. I think I have to do something with this boulder. God damn it. There. Oh, but now I don't have the... Wait, can I get this to fall without it? Yes, I can. Now what do I need? This. Oh, now it's on the thing. Okay, wait. Make you go up that thing. Yeah. Damn. I wanna try and like. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Aha! Hole in one. I got with it. Or I guess it was actually 3 hits. So that's not at all a hole in one. There you go. Kelly Collar World. What do we think? Is it awesome or what? How do we? Hole in 3, first try though. Exactly. It may have been a hole in 3, but it was the first try. That's exactly right, and that's the most important part about it, really, when you get right down to it. So good. I'm glad you pointed that out, actually. Hole in one, but it was the first try. I mean, hole in three, but first try. Alright, let's do it. I'm sorry, the car is weighing on my mind too much. I need to know. I need to know how my summer car is coming. So, let me grab the wheel here and get that all set up while I play you this lovely song.
Round one.
Dragon.
Listen.
Jill sandwich.
Street Fighter 6. I haven't played that one yet.
Do you copy?
Let's go.
Here to ask you a question.
One more.
Here to ask you a question.
He stays. One more.
Show me how it works. Mr. Drake.
What's happening is that it's time. Yeah, that's like that's the video for my recently playing playlist. I hope you enjoyed that. It's time for my summer car though. Everybody watch the magic wheel. Well, comrades, it's that time. It's time for us to travel back to 1995 Finland. Those of you who have been here before for this, you might be wondering how the car is coming. Well, we left it at the garage, so that's why I'm dying to play it and find out. Let's just change the category. Now we're playing My Summer Car. Let the madness begin. With this one, I have to adjust. I have to unfortunately lower our notification volume or whatever you want to call it, but it's worth it for this game, trust me. Lower to lower. Oh, 25, I think I do. It's that time. Here we are. 1995. Welcome back, comrades. Doesn't it feel good to be home? Hey, look, we have alcohol here. Still have alcohol left in this, too. You know what? You know what we're gonna do? I'll show you a trick. Remember how I sold that alcohol to Buddy in the last episode? What time is it? I'll get enough time. Remember how I sold the alcohol to Buddy in the last episode? I said we need to get more juice containers. Well, the ones that we sold him end up at the dump. So we can go and get those old juice containers as well. And we can add that onto the new ones that we got last episode. So let's drive. We're going to take the... Yeah, this is the mechanic's car, in case you're wondering. We got our car successfully built. But we took it to the mechanics to get him to do some additional work on it. So in the meantime, we're borrowing this car from him. Here we go. We just need to go to the dump real quick. I don't think I'm drunk, so I could just take the main road. Yeah, I like this car except for the ceiling. Same, Birdie. Part of the joke of this car in this game, from my understanding, though, is that, like, it's just too... It's so unwieldy for these roads. Like, if you're not using, if you're not using a wheel and pedal, like, if you're trying to do this with the keyboard, it's like... You're always like that, right? Because when you're using the keyboard, you press W, and it's like pushing the gas down all the way. So the joke of this car is it's, like, impossible to control. Unless you have a controller or a wheel. Just like American cars. They're too big and unwieldy. Like the real deal. Alright, we just need to make it to the dump. We want to grab these empty bottles, bring them back home. And we're gonna fill this car full of alcohol and go and sell it to the guy. It does have bad mileage, yes. Of course it does. It's a big American muscle car. Alright. I guess we're gonna take the dirt road? Gotta drive careful, but I think that makes the most sense. For fuck's sake, is this big boat? Do you think it's big enough? Are there actual trains that can hit you there? Yes. Yes, there are actual trains that can hit us. You definitely want to watch out for the trains. Okay, there. Oh! Oh, come on, you jerkwad. You better not be hurt. He's not hurt, he's driving away. Fucker. That's my cousin. They're drunk. Yeah, they never slow down for anything. So that's the main hazard. The hazard of driving this road that we're on now is, I mean, the precariousness of the road itself. Like, you can see it's not that good to drive. But then we also have to watch out for our cousin who literally just speeds up and down the road like that. You don't want him to come up behind you. Yeah, cousin's bad news. Now, we could take the paved road and avoid him, but then the danger there is if we're speeding and we happen to go through a cop roadblock, we could go get a ticket or go to jail. Or if we have a beer in us, we could get a breathalyzer test and fail that and then go to jail. Drive to Kim Il-sung Square. I mean, I wish. Actually, it's funny you mentioned that. I was saying for and by the way, welcome first time chatter Z. I was saying to my chat before that maybe the next community challenge should be I'll fly Microsoft Flight Simulator plane around Pyongyang or something. We'll have to fly there, so yeah, that'd be a pretty long drive, but how about for a flight? How about sometime we'll take a flight simulator trip there? We'll fly around Pyongyang. As you know, I do have the HOTAS set up for that as well. Oh shit! This big old beast. I'm here to service my community. That's the Juche Gang motto. We service your needs. After all, the people are my god. Someone type exclamation mark and God into chat. I think all lowercase letters. There you go. March beat you to it. There you go. There's the channel motto. Right, we're almost there. Grab these empty bottles so that we can sell the booze. And we're just gonna make it back home safely. And when we get back home, we're hoping to hear from Fleetari about our actual car that we took to him. This is his car that we have borrowed. Do I plan to visit DPRK in the future? I would love to. I mean, I was invited to attend I've shown this before. I'll show you when we get there too. But I was invited to attend a DPRK social sciences conference there. But I did get a criminal charge in Canada for possession of marijuana like years ago. And because of that, still having a criminal charge, and they never like granted pardons, they never granted general pardons for everyone who had one, so I have to get an actual pardon, which is like thousands of dollars. So yeah, that's kind of besides the cost of just traveling there in general, that's kind of a big impediment to actually getting there, fortunately. Much as I would love to go, and as I say, was invited to go. I wasn't able to go, so a comrade that worked at KFA, Korean Friendship Association, with me, they went and presented a paper that I wrote years ago. And that's where, if you ever see my DPRK pin, that's where I got that from. They presented the talk and sent me the pin as like a thanks, basically. I have a lot of comrades who travel there frequently. And working with Korean Friendship Association, I have been lucky enough to even meet plenty of people who used to live in DPRK, former Korean citizens who are trying to return or work for unification. Yes, exactly, Birdie. I've showed the screenshot before, but I've talked to people who talked about how they regretted leaving DPRK. Here, wait, when I stop up here, I'll show you. Here's where we can get our bottles back. Okay. Mentioned about the bottles. Good way to get in touch with comrades is hang around like the Korean Friendship Association Twitter or Facebook pages if you can. The Brazilian and UK one are good. The US one, maybe not so much. It's got its problems. Yeah, let's see right here. This is the postcard that I was given for my comrade for when he attended there. When I show my address, but the DPRK stamps. And then the pin. That's the pin I was given right there. Yeah, Korean Friendship Association. I mean, you can follow me on Twitter as well. I also have a few, if you check out my socials page, I have a couple Facebook pages. My Twitter, you'll see some people that I network with. And then, yeah, as I was mentioning, like, for example, obviously I don't the friends that I have that are former residents of DPRK, I'm not going to parade them around or show off their names or give you contact information for them or anything. But just as an example, one conversation I was having with someone, these are two defectors here, as the media would call them, talking about why did you leave the country? And you can see this one here is a closer comrade of mine. I left the land because of my greed, and now I realized how happy and warm I was in the fatherland and motherland that gave me faith. So both of them talking about their regrets leaving DPRK and wishing that they hadn't, because they didn't know that, of course, they would not be allowed to ever return. Huge factor in why people leave thinking that other countries will let them back in, but the problem with coming back is countries that are hostile to them or put sanctions on them don't allow them to return from DPRK, and hence you get this struggle for reunification, because that would allow that to happen, of course, or at least potentially. All of these empty bottles. We're selling our alcohol. Can take this coach with us, but it's not going to fit in our car. Just get the bottles we need for now. This is for our alcohol enterprise. Right. Off we go, back home. And we'll fill all these jugs with alcohol. and we'll sell them in the morning. Alright, strap in. Probably gonna need the lights for this track. Now hopefully we don't run into Cousin again. We got the bottles we needed. Wonder if that's a wreck I could take to Fleetari. See, another way to earn money in this game is you can find all these car wrecks in places, and if you tow them to the mechanic, he will give you money for them. Check out Miss Survival on Steam if you want. Sure, I'll have to have a look at that. I haven't heard of that one before. Check it out and just hold on. Also, by the way, comrades, I don't know if I mentioned the stream, I probably didn't, but if you're not in our Discord, you should seriously consider joining up on the Red Star Vanguard Discord. You can get a link to it, of course, below in my About section, or by typing !Discord. It's not just my Discord, we're just a nice community Discord. I'm one of the featured streamers in it, along with Valkyrie and Vivian. Another two great comrades. Thank you very much, March. And when you go in, just ask that you answer the 5 questions. Tell them you're from my stream. It's a great community to learn about communism, learn about DPRK. If you're looking for people to network with and learn about DPRK, there's a good spot. And it's also a spot where communists can find other communist gamers. Because we all know how much it sucks to run, do the random gaming and run into reactionaries nonstop. You don't even want them on your team, you know? And yeah, we do offer, as well, we can help you with any tech support issues, and there's some other things. It's a great server, it's been around forever. Join up, I'm telling you, you'll love it. Right, let's go home, comrades. We just need to make it home safely. Bottle up this alcohol and go to bed. And then we'll be good for, hopefully by tomorrow we'll have someone calling us, or we'll have the mechanic calling us, telling us that the car is ready. We want our car back. Worry about running into our cousin again. We hit him any harder, if even him hitting us like that, if that would have killed him, that would have been us going to jail. Because this game is cruel like that. You say that, Birdie, but that's the paranoia that's always in my head when I'm driving. I feel like he's just waiting around the corner and knows where I am. My brother sent a pic of his pug. The poor thing looks like a knee. A knee! Oh god. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the pugs. They have a plethora of health issues as well. Fortunately. And they get worse over the years because they breed them with they breed them so that their faces are getting flatter and flatter. Look, here he is again. This guy's a menace. Fucking cousin. We're not going bowling with him, that's for sure. Also, remind me never to get in the car with him, maybe. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it's just one of those dogs that they've, like, bred to the point where it's actually unhealthy for them. Yep. Yeah, it's true. It'd be like that episode of Simpsons where he makes the horrible frog. He's like, kill me. That's humans. That's humans' attempts at creating that. When it comes to that kind of shit, I would say, yep. We probably work within the realms of our own knowledge, actual practical, applicable sciences. Not breeding fucking dogs, like inbreeding dogs until they are this certain shape and form for some arbitrary reason. What? Because then they're worth more? Purebred. Yeah, don't even get me started on that shit. Purebred shit is so gross. Like, and then they wonder why they have the behavioral and the health issues and stuff like. Gee, I wonder. Did I bring Grandma her milk and sausages? No, she wanted fish. She wanted fish from me. Perfect. So far she's getting fish. She hasn't asked for milk and sausages yet. Yeah, Labrador's always hungry, yeah. Okay, now this turn sucks, so I'm just taking it like this. Alright, we're on the home stretch. Can't wait till I give this car back to Fleetari, for fuck's sakes. Don't get hit by the train. The Discord link is bad? It shouldn't be. It should open a Hold on one sec. Let me try. I'll test it just to be sure. It should open a website and then you'll have to scroll down. Hold on, this road's rough. We get to the end of this road. Road is scary. This road is scary. There's one turn right here that's bad. I gotta slow down. Thing takes up the whole dirt road. Almost home. Should see the house any second. There it is. You rolled the mini bike back there? The mini bike I fall over all the fucking time on. Okay, we are. Look at this thing pulling in the fucking driveway. It shouldn't expire. Hold on. Wait. Okay. So when you click on you go rsvg.org, it should bring you to this. And then make sure you do the one that's pulsating. Should bring you to the Discord. Yeah, that seems to link still. Weird. Birdie, I could send you a direct invite too if you want to find me on Discord. I wish I could kill the mosquito. But yeah, if you come to the website like this, you should be able to click this pulsating button and it should work. Okay, I'm gonna add this to... It's just Birdie_Sanders? Okay, cool. Oh, right. It's looking in my own friends. Hold on. There. I sent you a friend request. Now I can at least find you and make sure we can get you in if you can't... If the link doesn't work for you here. It's weird though, it should. Well, we'll get it figured out either way. Did you try this one at the top, Birdie? There's also this one too. That one might work. The other one doesn't. If not, I'll get you sorted. Alright, so now. Sun's almost down. We still haven't heard from the mechanic again. I would love to kill the mosquito, trust me. You don't think I want to kill the mosquito? I want to kill the mosquito very, very badly. Most I can do is turn it down a tad more. I keep forgetting to look for the instructions of how to do it. I'll try to remember tonight. There is a way to remove the sound. Here's the alcohol we have. Your cat made it on stream. True. Famous now. Very famous. Actually, I think it'd be easier if I just bucket it. Bring the bucket out here. Sit in the trunk like this. Fill up all these bottles. Oh, that I heard it that time. Kill you? Or kill you? Art? Or bottles? Don't have any left in here? Go! Look at the booze. Looks like there's still more left too. This booze can also go in the car. We also need to get diesel. I don't know if anyone was watching last episode, but the tractor died right there, and I could not figure out why the hell it died. It's owed to diesel. But that's why it died. No? Fuel? The thing that cars need? Who's the whole operation going here? Now he already tested this batch and said he loved it. Well, I already know we'll get the maximum. We'll stop and get some blinker fluid on the way home. Definitely need the blinker fluid, it's true. All this. Gotta have piss jugs, it's true. Well, Lennon, you know what also works? Welcome back, by the way, Comrade Lennon. But you know what also works? You can have yourself just a case of beer like this one here. And then when you just drank a beer and you got a bottle all ready to go. See? It's like a portable piss jug. We're gonna make sure we keep that with us. Oh yeah, and I said I need diesel. Oh, is this the mechanic? Smashy piss jugs. I mean, no. Okay. We'll take the diesel jug with us. So what that call was, comrades, the car that I've built with my own two hands is all ready. I asked Fleetari to do a little bit to it. Oh yeah, I forgot I got a GT rocker cover here. This is garbage. This doesn't work. I like this plan, Lennon. I'm liking this plan. I like where this is going. I think we... Oh, and look, we got hubcaps. Got a better steering wheel. That's all the parts that's left. We got some coolant. Maybe I should start keeping oil with me. Hold on. I'm actually going to throw oil and coolant in the car with me. Well. And maybe gasoline, just in case. Never know when you'll need gas. Get in there. Oh yeah, in case you're wondering what this is for, this is in case we want to buy subwoofers. Check this out, Lennon. We can modify our car so that it's badass. We can go for some, like, leopard print here. Yeah, right? Yeah, you know you want that leopard print. And look, a fucking CD, amplifier, subwoofers. What the hell? What is this, a cherry bomb? Oh yeah. Cherry bomb, 169 bucks. Yeah, I'll bring my rag. Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't want to. Don't worry, I won't forget that. Perfect. Definitely not. Lennon, I almost got my second ever hype train today, by the way. It was a pretty remarkable fucking day. Pretty fucking crazy. It's really know how to encourage me to keep going. I was close. I didn't quite get it, but I was close. It would have been my second one ever. Came very close. But even that it came close, we still celebrated like it was one. Gonna stream later tonight because you're off tomorrow night. Oh well. You know me, Lennon. You know I'll be there. You know I'll be in your stream. Even if I can only pop in for a bit, you know, I always come in, say hi to the Lennon streams. It's my duty as a Leninist, after all. Right, there we go. Exactly. Speaking of streams, we're talking about piss, and look, it's all full circle. It's all full circle. Right, we're gonna go to sleep now. Yeah, we're gonna go to sleep now. We're gonna go and get our car back in the morning. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Off this so we don't waste any more power. What do we need before we go? We need... Wow, we're not even hungry. We just need a shower. Shower, and then we'll go sell our booze. We'll go pick up our car. See how it's running now. He better have fixed it. I told him to fix all the broken parts. Wait. We're gonna use the cheat code. The cheat code I like to call pissing in the shower. Go, mission accomplished. There, don't we all feel better now that I pissed in the shower? Bet you do. Bet you all feel much better about yourselves. Alright, we ready to go. Say goodbye to the house, everybody. And pray to God we don't die. Oh yeah, as I mentioned before, this game, if we die, we actually have to start the whole game over again. Because it instantly will delete my save if I die. So basically we don't want to die. Kind of the point I'm driving at. No to death. That's why we buckle up. I recommend that you also buckle up. Buckle your safety belts, comrades. Here we go. I think my guy needs a smoke. And you know, a 420 redemption could be in order too. Because I'm gonna watch this guy smoke a cigarette. And although I quit smoking cigarettes 2 years ago, when I see someone smoking a cigarette, it does give me a craving for a joint. Exactly, Birdie. Thank you very much, comrade. Now I can do the same thing as my character. You're joining me? Excellent. Excellent. Let's hotbox the Ferndale. Yeah, I just wrecked that cigarette. I smoked the whole thing in 2 fucking puffs. That's the way we roll. We're badass like that, okay? Wednesday, so we don't have to worry about the rally, but we do have to worry about her cousin again. But this time we're going the other way on the road. We're gonna go left. I'm very excited to get her car back. I think we can get it safety inspected. I already put the triangle in the car. Triangle's in the car. I think I put the proper tires on it now. Yeah, right? Imagine how that feels. This guy's badass is basically the moral of that story. Perfect. Guy just like hold that cigarette down 1 puff, didn't even fucking think about it. Who am I, Ricky? I must be fucking Ricky from Trailer Park Boys. Worst case Ontario. I actually kind of feel like I'm driving this car, if I'm being honest. Oh, cousin. That turn is ridiculous in this car. Like Fleetari, I think you need to rethink your car here, bud. Alright, no cousin, no cousin, no cousin. Everybody pray for... Please keep your fingers crossed that we don't collide with the cousin and end our playthrough. Before we even get to try out the car that we've built over the course of the last 3 streams. Or 4 streams. Actually more if you count the times before that when we did die. Okay, we didn't die. We ran someone over and went to jail, which is pretty much the same as dying this game. But please keep your fingers crossed that we actually make this shit. I'm thinking about grabbing my car and driving. We'll drive this there. Look at this car. Are you kidding me with this turn? Thing is a menace. Thing is a menace on this road. I'm dreading this person's driveway up here is what I'm not looking forward to. Fucking scared to death to pull into this guy's driveway that wants the alcohol. Not gonna lie to you all. Rhyming now. We're like making a rap as we go. Right, this is where we deliver the wood. Next driveway is gonna be the alcohol guy. Please don't fucking come around this corner, cousin. Yeah, firewood is good money. The only problem, of course, with the firewood is you gotta wait for Buddy to call you. Look at this driveway. It's not... Like, that is not good. That is not good. Driveway, sir, sucks. I hate you. End your driveway. I'm gonna try and turn around here. This car make it around. I turn around in this guy's driveway. Oh yeah, we're good. Perfect. Okay. We got some booze for you, bud. All this guy's booze. Throw it over here. I got a bunch for you here, sir. Hold up. Hold on to your money for a second. You're paying me more than that. That we get up on, that we put on the table, we'll add to the funds. Look at this. Look at this. You're gonna be good and drunk, sir. I think you're gonna be feeling alright. Alright, now none of these can move, so that should be all the money. Nice. $1,800. You are gonna be fucking plastered, aren't you, bud? Oh, I can hear his wife yelling at him. Get out of here. I don't think she likes me selling him booze like that, but need the money. That's where we're at in life, you know? That's just where we're at in life. What can I tell you, comrades? Alright, let's go get her car now. Pick up the Satsuma. What the fuck?! Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, okay. I know this is unprecedented, but I'm gonna try something. Fuck, that pisses me off. Yeah, I'm trying something. I'm sorry. Comrades might hate me for this. I gotta see. Oh, oh my god. That can't be the end. We can't let it end like that. Please. Please. Yeah, try and stop on a dime, honestly. Why didn't he stop for me? Right? That's what I'm saying. God. Yep. That's it. No! All right. I can't believe how far we got just to fucking die. Take me to 1995, you fucks. Oh my god, that was brutal. What the fuck? As soon as I hit that train, why didn't I stop and look? Oh. Throw the basketball out of pure anger. Well, we're back to this, for fuck's sakes. Oh my god, comrades. Alright, this is the last attempt. This is the last attempt, and then we're gonna do Mombazoo. That's ridiculous. Oh my god. Yeah, how about we just steal a car? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Alright, depending, we're gonna take one more shot at seeing how far we can make it. God damn it, that was like several playthroughs, or several streams. Fuck. Fuckers. I wanted to end just like that, though. I feel like that it can't end just like that. One more shot, one more chance. What the hell is this screw? Ah, we had the car built. I successfully drove it to the mechanic. He fixed the car. The mechanic fixed the fucking car. God damn it. What a painful series of events. Now, yeah, one man and a wrench. This is where we're at again. Oh, wishbone front right. Actually, I always do this. I actually want to build the engine. I want to get a bunch of the engine first. So wait. Rear right. Brake. Shock absorber. Just distribute these parts. Oh, look at that. Not a problem at all. Front right. Left. Steering rack. Can't believe we fucking died. That is ridiculous. It had to be death. It just had to be death. Hey, Shin Rabbit. Welcome, comrade. Sir. Comrade, sir. How are you today? I'm playing my summer car. I did. I just fucking died. I got hit by a train just a little while ago. Extremely unfortunate. Now I have to build this car from scratch again. Get the parts all laid out here, though. Very well, thank you. Playing this silly game. How could you not be? I just died. It's fantastic. Okay, now I know that this... Oh, what? Didn't that go in? What are you doing? There we go. Now this takes a very small screw. This one? Gonna play AM2R Shin? Hope so, because I would love to see that. Whoa, is it... Yes. I'm thinking about going through the Metroid games again soon, too. Well, actually, like, I was mentioning to you, Shin, about the crowd control here. Show you real quick. See, this is the crowd control app. When you get if you get affiliate, you can use channel points to change stuff. Metroid 2 and Silent Hill, nice. Nice, both fantastic games. See, these are all the games you can do crowd control. Like I mentioned, where's Project Zomboid? Where are you, Zomboid? Told me they removed Project Zomboid. That would be tragic. They did. Damn. Well, look, you can do it with like Super Metroid and a bunch of other stuff. Like, here's the one. The one I'm gonna be doing this weekend is this one here, Super Mario 64. So what people can do is come in and they can use like their channel points, or they can get the crowd control coins, which you get a bunch for free. You can make me invincible. You can kill me instantly. You can refill my health. You can shock me. You can make me move in slow motion. You can suddenly cause an updraft to happen. You can cause me to catch on fire. You can give me lives. You could give me a star. Yeah, it sounds like chaos in the best way, though. I absolutely love it. It's just called crowd control. Once you get affiliate, you can do it because you need the You need the thing, yeah. You're gonna light my ass up? Yeah, I foresee my butt getting burned a whole bunch. They even got like red yeah, 50 follows and then like 3, I think it's 3 average views in a month or something like that. Jin, I do believe. Red Dead Redemption 2. Change the weather, you can make me drunk. You're 2 away then? Yeah, you'll be closing in then. We'll pump your numbers up. Whenever I see you streaming, Shin, I try and hop in. Yeah, crowd control is a lot of fun. It's highly recommended. I wish they used to have Project Zomboid here. I don't know what happened with it. Maybe they're editing it or something. I've done a bunch of these though. I've done Zelda Randomizer. I've done the original Mario Brothers. We've done a few other ones. It's a lot of fun. It's like a whole new way of playing classic games. You want to see Friday the 13th? Did you play that NES game, Shin? It's hard as shit. Yeah, you did? Yeah, it is hard as shit, but it's got this like feeling to it that makes me want to play it. Here it is. You can give you can give each person like either the pitchfork, the machete, the knife, the axe, forge. Oh, nice. Your chat can literally get you through this shit. Oh god. And then they can also just kill people as well. Oh, they can take children for 50 coins. Good god. Good luck. Yeah. Oh, whenever I do crowd control Chin, I know full well my chat's gonna want to torture me. When I did Legend of Zelda, my chat kept activating the floor turns to ice so often that the floor just stayed as ice for the rest of the game. It was pretty hilarious. I just had to beat the rest of Zelda with icy floor. And I did it. I did do it. So I was proud of it. Alright, gotta put on the main bearings. And when we get enough of these done, Uncle will come home with the van. But what we need beyond the van is the tires, which we're gonna have to use the tractor for again. I can't believe I have to get the tires all over again. That sucks. You would think I would turn off permadeath, but honestly, not having permadeath on with this game is almost just as punishing. Because you spawn at the town, and you have to try and make it home with no vehicle. You know what? You know how you get home when you do that? You have to hitchhike with your cousin. Hitchhike with your cousin. If you've seen cousin driving around, you know what the problem is with that. You don't want cousin to drive you home. We'll do it that way. Get all these pistons on there. Get that. By the time we're done, we're gonna be expert fucking engine builders. And we get the crankshaft on. Now we can put the never remember what goes on first. Either the crankshaft. It's either the camshaft gear or that cover. Never remember. We're buying that ratchet set real soon, I'll tell you that much. Okay. So, where's that where's that cover? Here's the cover. The timing cover, yeah. Why are you making sounds? You're just sitting in the driveway. Down. Settle. I think we do need to put this. This is the camshaft gear. I think maybe this does go on. It looks right. It does look right. Okay, now we gotta line it up. Someone's calling us. Hello? Keeping Larry's. Fucking solicitor. Okay, so. Where the fuck was I? You want pizza? Oh my god. I want pizza now. Why did you have to say pizza? Damn it, Birdie, now I need to smoke more. Whenever I get a craving for pizza, maybe smoking will help. Okay, timing. Go on there. I think that's right. And now the cover can go on, right? Yeah, that's right. These bolts smaller or bigger, do you reckon? I have to start doing predictions so comrades can earn, so you guys can earn the channel points. Start making predictions like, is the bolt gonna be smaller or bigger? I'm totally. Wow, it's way smaller. Okay, March, comrade. Thank you for coming. Salute. Flux capacitor goes after the Doohickey. The Doolahickie. And then you attach the flum bob to that bird. Don't forget about the flum bob. This simply will not work. I used to like, you know what? I used to like the contraptions in, did you ever read like the Dr. Seuss books? Little contraptions that always used to be that? That shit used to be wild. I could sit and look at those contraptions forever. Like trying to make sense of what it's doing. Satisfying. Thank you, Dr. Seuss. Your weird illustration. Back when I was a kid, I remember they were airing like little TV shows. I'm sure they were way older than just me when I was a kid. But they would air these TV shows of various Dr. Seuss books. Like, I remember one that was like the Uber Gloob Highway or whatever it is, where the kids are coming down the fucking face or whatever. Yeah, that was wild. That's something. No wonder I started doing drugs as an adult. What the hell? What did they think was gonna happen? Like, I want to see the Uber Gloob Highway. How do I... What's that? The only way I can do that is by taking these drugs, you say? Okay. Sign me up. Hand them this way, please. It was me as a youth. And much of my adulthood. What the f... Surely this shit is trolling me. Okay. Look, now we got the water pump on. And we can pump all the water into the engine that we need. You know? Very important that your engine gets sufficient amounts of water inside of it. if your water pump stops working, just open up your oil tank there and just pour the water directly into there. I'm just joking. Don't do that. Don't do that. It would be bad. That would be a bad thing to do. Your water pump can deal with a little bit. Probably not that much though. Okay. Alright, there we go. Why do you make all these sounds? You're just sitting in the driveway. It's not very worrying, to be honest. Okay, now I think we need the gasket. The gasket. Cylinder head. First day, I like to build as much as this as I can because now I have to go and get that goddamn trailer again. We have to go get the wheels. Otherwise, the reason I go and get the junk wheels, if you're wondering, is I could just buy. Guess I could just say fuck. Oh shit. Well, thank you so much, Mama and Media, for the raid. Welcome in, comrades. We are building a car in my summer car, and we're look, Mama, I'm back. I'm back to building the engine again. You might want to. I'm sure you can imagine why this is. Yes, I did die. We may have gotten hit by a train. I dropped off alcohol. I was driving. The worst part is, I was driving Fleetari's car on my way back to Fleetari's so that I could pick up the Satsuma again. And as soon as I started crossing the train tracks, I heard the horn of the train and died. It was pretty abrupt, to say the least. It was pretty abrupt and not at all good. I was like, all right, this is the last try. So this is the last attempt. My last attempt at a playthrough for now. We're gonna see how this playthrough goes, and if I die earlier than I want to, we're gonna play Mamba Zoo instead. And then maybe come back in the future. But I'm hoping this time I last long enough to at least try and race the fucking Satsuma. Feel bad. I let everybody down. I let you all down. It just wasn't the Satsuma driver you needed me to be. Okay. Plate needs. Wait. Know how it works. Yes. The flywheel now. Of course, these are different. I can't believe I gotta start over. But I gotta give it one more shot. That death was just too unceremonious. I was doing so well. We even had the watch. Lost the watch. That's perhaps the saddest part. My first time obtaining the watch and we lost it. Fuck. It's not that easy to get. That guy took a long time to knock out. These can't possibly be smaller, can they? They are. Well, at least we get a whole bunch of the engine well and truly started.
That's the bright side. I'm just gonna leave the header off. Speed run, and you can be done in 233 milliseconds. Interesting. Never been good at speed running though. I'm gonna be brutally honest with you. Fact, might say I suck at speed running. Because the problem is, I like such a large variety of games, I can never play one long enough to get that good at it. The closest I come is Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. I can play the randomizer of that, I really love the randomizer. But I'm by no means in a position to be speedrunning it. That one I've been playing since I was like 10. Harder. Yeah, I'm not gonna put the rocker cover on just yet. I think we can grab a new rocker cover. Carburetor. Car is making so much noise out there. It's freaking. I'm gonna need to go to that place anyway and grab tires, I guess. I guess I could just avoid getting those tires altogether, but then I can't, like, test out the car adequate. Much better off grabbing those junk tires. And I can test the car, drive it to Fleet Tires again. Oh, good job. Butterfinger. I think I didn't keep going bigger, because that's what I was about to do. Frustrating. Once I get the gearbox on, then I can put this thing up on the hoist. Here. I don't think there's another one. You might as well screw in my own personal safety. Might as well screw this thing in. Don't want to forget the drain plug later. Trust me, you do not want to forget the oil drain plug. Especially in real life. Now it looks funny. This attack. Side only? Oh, wait. I know another thing I need before I get carried away. Where is that cover at? There. Oh. Remembered. Now what size are we looking at? I wish that car would stop doing that. I feel like every time it does that, it's probably damaging the car more. Probably not. Once I get this on, then I can put it up on the hoist. And I think now we've done enough parts so that the blue van will start showing up. Honestly, if blue van comes, I might just drive to town.
I'm trying to think how much those tires are. 2,000 some odd dollars. Just trying to mull my. I'm trying to mull the possibility of just skipping those junk tires. Okay, now we can screw this into the hoist. Makes the engine easier to work on. Get it into the car when it's size are you. Look at that. We're back to this point. Get it up high enough so that it clears the car. I ate 2 fudge bars. Regret it. Oh, the cycle of the munchie. Welcome to my life, Birdie. GMO, I'm back, but why are you building the car again? Well, GMO, there was a thing that happened. You could call it a slight mishap. An unfortunate event. Most fortunate event, you could even say. Yeah, slight incident whereby, you know, people died. People being me. Yep. He died. Did indeed die. So we were... we had the car all built, as you know. I took it to the mechanic. We had... Not this time. Not a multiple homicide this time. No. This time we just killed ourselves. You see, we had the mechanic's car, and we were on our way actually to pick up this car that we're building right now. And, we kind of got hit by a train. Just as I was pulling out and delivering a bunch of alcohol on my way to head to the mechanics. We were like maybe a block or two away from the mechanic. As soon as I hit the train tracks, I just heard the horn of the train. And I was dead. It happened very quickly. It was all over. It very quickly deleted my save. Oh yeah, the train did some damage, definitely. It was, like I say, it was quick. I didn't really even have time to think about what happened. It was just over. Hi, kitty. Make a funny meow. Up and say hi to everybody. Hi to them. Everybody, tell the kitty to come say hi. No, don't walk on the keyboard, you little brat. Oh, are you gonna start up eating the cords? You better not. Oh, great. Okay, well, this is what she does when she needs to be fed, usually. So wait, if she starts eating the forbidden spaghetti, we'll have to go check your food, won't we? Won't we? Tell them what you do. Tell them how you eat the forbidden spaghetti. Yeah, if you die GMO, it deletes your save. So we're back at square one, and this is my last attempt, as I said. As I said when I died. If I die this time, no matter when, we're gonna be moving on to Mamba Zoo for a while. So it's important that comrades keep their fingers crossed for all the luck in the world to be with us. Your friends can't truth through the Dreamcast cord? Oh, damn. The good thing about her is at least she only seems to do it when she's hungry. It's like she's just trying to get my attention and tell me that the feeder needs to be refilled. So that's at least a good thing. If I see her doing it, usually she stops when I do that, or go and see that she has food, and then I'm like, hey, eat your food. And then she'll stop and eat her food. She's a good kitty, despite her trying to do that, I gotta admit. We actually got really lucky with her because she's a rescue from a cat hoarding situation. Didn't even know what we were getting into with her. It was just we wanted to take her. Alright. Look. We're back to the point where we got the engine like built again. That's something. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? Look. Like I'm getting good at building the engine or something. Okay, it's getting dark. Just pull together some stuff here. Okay, sure. I'll remind him, Mama. Nice. You bought new controllers at Best Buy and then return them for a refund with the busted ones in the boxes. Perfect. Let's see the chef's kiss for that tactic. That's great. You know what's funny, when I was younger around here, you used to be able to just call McDonald's up and be like, hey, you messed up my order. And then just like make up something that was messed up, or like say what your order was. And they wouldn't even like, I don't know why, but I guess they just would have so many orders that they're not going to check the computer, and they probably would find an order very similar to it anyway, right? So they would just say, yeah, come down and get your quarter pounder replacement meal. No receipt necessary, nothing like this. And you would get the meal instantly. Well, that lasted for a while when I was in high school, and then before you know it, they stopped doing that. And now instead they'll send you a coupon if you call and complain. Back then they'd be like, yep, just give us your name, and then you'd stop in and just get the fucking order. Oh, so many free meals like that. Yeah, it was a delicious scam. Got so many free meals like that, just like, oh, we're fucking starving. What can we do? Call up McDonald's. You got our order wrong. We had a quarter pounder. Hilarious. Oh, did you see that trick to get that closer to me? So you know I'm a professional at this game right there.
No way, right? Fuck. And we get a bolt. Get our first troll. There we go. Oh yeah, because this is just a single bolt. I always forget that. It's the next part that has multiple bolts. Stick this on. Stick it on there. Yeah, it's stuck. Good and stuck. Get a disc brake. A half shaft. Disc brake your half shaft. Yeah. Brake. Half shaft. Go. We're shafted. As your comrades know, it's very important that you get shafted. Right, that's a part of living, the shafting. Important. Everybody gets a good and thorough shafting. Like we have multiple times in this game. Come on. We're right there a second ago. Oh, thank you for the thank you, GMO. Just get the car to stop bouncing first. Just nice and secure. Hmm. Here we go, look at that. And that should be the same size, and then I think the one above is just a size bigger. This is the size 4 bolts right here. This is the one I always think of when I'm looking at that one big bolt that I saw. I always mix these ones up with. Thirst is at a dangerous level, I see that. Wanna just because I don't want to leave this half done and then get or something. Grab a drink right quick. Think we can finish this part of the car before dark. I'll just be ready to like shove in there once we get tires, put the engine down inside of it. Eating the whole package of sausages, fuck it. Okay. Finish up this part of the car. Be done with it. Fuck absorber goes back there. Goes here. This has got to be bigger, right? Look at the size of that bolt. The other one here. Right, that's the front, I think. Alarm, brakes, coil spring, back. Do this side first so that I get the right size wrench. Let's also have another poof. Oh, right, just
Wonderful, wonderful progress we're making with no setbacks whatsoever. You haven't had any setbacks, right, comrades? Not starting the whole game over again. Threw this in. Oh my god, we almost got it built again, sort of. All this nonsense. Yeah, I think I can do the shock coil spring. Shock. What are you doing? Oh, there we go. Do it. Spring. Oil spring. Shock absorber. Work with. Oh. Oh. Even just. I think that one underneath is like super small. Fuck. Good time with this card. Okay, now the one up top is going to be bigger. Big boy. This bowl from. Now this one I think is just a bolt or two up. There we go. Right. That's the chassis piece. Rax asked to be unbanned. I don't even know who that is. Or you for that matter. And hello, welcome. I don't even, I mean, generally people get banned for a good reason from my I tend to trust my mods. Brake lining. Used to be a screw in that, I swear to fuck. Now there doesn't seem. Oh yeah, the steering column. Still got lots of fatigue. Looking at... Okay. Deceptively small bolts now. Rolling. Okay. Really? Okay. As long as it's not trolling me, that's the important thing. That must be a smaller bolt. I also have to do this on all the wheels. Now there should be one at each. Faster here for touch cylinder. Brake master cylinder. I think it's probably bigger, but I'm just gonna check the two smaller ones because two of them. Probably the fastest I've had the car built yet. Till the first day, I haven't gone to bed yet. Tires. Dude, that makes me think I could probably put the electrics. Always fiddling with the dang hunk of junk. Well, yeah, that's what happens when you die and have to start over again, Common. Fortunately. We got hit by a train, so our life began once more. This is our last attempt. Seeing how far we can get this one last time. If after we die this time, we're gonna be doing Mamba Zoo, which is a similar game but more forgiving. Yeah, oh dear is right. Oh dear is exactly right. Rear linkage, that can wait. Electrics, I think this can go on now. Whoa, whoa.
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Oh my god. Hello, Shakespeare, welcome. Oh god, what the fuck? That didn't look good. That did not look good for anyone. We're... Oh great. Why did I... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Done that. Okay, wait. Here's the garage. Just got lost in the dark there. Okay, I just flipped my car over, everyone. That's not good. Not good at all. Hope you're well today, Shakespeare. Welcome, welcome. Having a terrible time. We're having a terrible time in this where we're dying. Died. We died and now I just flipped the car. It's not good. Hopefully we can get it back. My idea. Having our drink, we're going to bed. We're gonna deal with the car as soon as we get up. Oh my god. What the fuck? What happened? God, how the fuck? I feel like that almost had it. Damn it! Don't go here in the ditch. Thing is gonna be a mess. Oh god. Come on, flip back over. Yeah, nah. Gonna have to try something else. Tractor? Maybe? This is tragic. One more time from underneath. Come on. Get back on your wheels, please. Alright, the tractor it is. Get in the tractor. This is fucking disastrous. This game is it's testing me, isn't it? Really testing me. Seeing everything I got, I guess. You better be able to help. Alright. See if this tractor can help the situation at all. It's corrupting you! In the strongest terms. This vile game. Cracking me up. Okay. I'm just gonna see if we can like tow it. See if that will help the situation. Hey, to hook it on here anywhere? Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. Okay, now please flip over. Oh, oh my god. Okay, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold here, hold here. Oh, no, no. Go back. Tractor's in the way. Gonna move the tractor just a tiny bit forward. We have this. Please tell me this is good. How do you still not want to flip over? Ridiculous. Come on. Come on. You want to. Yes? Yes? Please? Okay. The tractor, I guess we could try. I bumped into it the wrong way. I looked at it wrong, GMO. Okay, gonna put the loader arm down. We're stuck in the... Oh! Well... This is how this playthrough is going. I'm thinking maybe we should have a look at Mamba Zoo. I'm not saying we're not gonna come back to this. Yeah, I'm gonna screenshot this, definitely, definitely. This needs to be clipped. This needs to be clipped. What the fuck just happened?
Ei jaksa katsoa sun Voi vittujen kevätkele! Perkele! Voi vittujen kevät! Saatana! Perkele! Voi saatana! Jumalauta!
Well, all I can say is, yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna call it here, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna do Mamba Zoo. We're gonna see how far we're gonna play Mamba Zoo for a while, and then when we're not soured by this experience, we'll come back to my summer car at that point in time. So yeah, everybody. Get ready for Mamba Zoo, the next game. It's the next game we're gonna play. At least for now, because it will give us a break from, I mean, look at this. Clearly someone is trying to send me a message that this game hates me. So let's go to, we're gonna change time periods. We're gonna go about 5 years in the future. And we're gonna go, instead of Finland, we're gonna go to French Canada. Yeah, let me also see if I can switch the speaker on. Oh my god, it does. We can have full volume sound effects.
Long live the People's Revolution!
Alright. New game. Save name. Larry. The hell is hard mode? Starts only with the coin. Almost no money. Limited tools and food. Requires more work. Player can die from anxiety. Poutine can spoil. Plants can die. Dying deletes save, so don't die. Maybe we'll start going more casual route for this one. Wait. All right, we'll just go. Let's go for a more casual one to start. Player can die from anxiety, Birdie. It's me. You're a car guy, and that's your home. You've just left your mother's house and you live near your brother Francis. This is your bazoo, in other words, a beater, a jalopy, or hoopty. It's still a 90s rear-wheel drive car, though. For some help or instructions, you can look at the to-do list in the shed. Also, to save the game, you'll need to play on the computer or the portable console. There's a fuel station located in town. You should go there and talk to the owner, Jax. Jock, lately I suggest you build the Sugar Shack. Follow the road behind your house. Lastly, I think it meant to say, but we got the idea. Here we go. Loading the game scene. Okay, here we are. Wear a red shirt. Welcome to Mombazoo, everyone. Bathroom doesn't work so well, I guess. No water. Not implemented yet. French fry packager, French fry cutter, deep fryer. I like where this is going. We got some maple syrup and we got some poutine in the fridge. Birdie, it's an entirely different game. Happy Easter. Oh, we got Tim Hortons there. Hey, look, it's game console. It's acting like I have a controller turned on right now. I certainly don't. So, okay, when you're showing me the controls, don't show me the control. Oh, I know. Let's switch it to the... There we go. That's better. Okay. Cannabis packager. There's our weed grinder. No electricity. Kinda need electricity. Okay, so it says it wants us to build the thing. We could have a chainsaw somewhere. Got here. To do. Use the adjust. To start. Okay. Use the adjustable spanner. I wish I could zoom in somehow. Is there a way to do that? Got a flashlight. Cool, I get a flashlight all the time. That's handy. Use the adjustable spanner to tighten a bolt. Tighten a bolt. Please stop showing me controller things. I wish it would change to sucks that all the keybinds are what do you call it? Like what the hell is B? Oh, okay. Now what do I do? Install the wheel on the driver's side. Wheel. I don't know if it's because of the steering wheel. It's set up for my steering. Oh no, wait. Look, it lost it again. Save. Okay, that at least it's saved that time. Each shifter on. Okay, and at least this thing's working. The throttle, the brake, clutch, that's all good. And force feedback, that's on. Oh, we'll just have to make do, I guess. So wait, this wheel needs to go on here. That it? Must need bolt. Oh, it's a school bus. How do I put this on? Wrong bolt size. Okay, that makes sense. I get it. I get you. Seeing what you're laying down here. Oh, I tried. Must be 12? Really? That seems small to me. Okay. One item has been completed. All the intake back into the engine. Just need 4 of these bolts on the tire. Oh, it's more than full. 5 bolt tire. Like a Honda. Oh, I wonder if our truck's in operating order. That looks like it's working. Oh wow, we have a finite amount of bolts. Can actually run out of bolts. Okay, that's the wheel on. Now we need to get the off the hood. What? Oof. Oh no, wait. Here we go. Your tires pumped up or something. How I pop the hood here? Oh, we don't have near as much to do in that. Take back on. Let's take bolts. Yeah. That didn't say. Okay, so let's try taking one of these. There's some put a bolt in. Oh yeah, look right here. One somewhere. See how this one's gonna be. Is more? Oh, and then I gotta tighten all the wheels. Running out of bolts quickly. Oh. Tighten all the wheels. Beautiful. Where's it? That's the one. Go. Through here. Buy a tire pump. Yep. Okay. You have $100. Talk to your brother Francis. Sell firewood to Francis. Build the sugar shack. Buy a roll of tubing. Connect 10 maple trees. What? Okay, calm down. Let's get this thing. This can go on your There we go. Yeah. Wait, actually, I would think it would be even more efficient if I can just take some wood to my brother? Is that what it said? Here we go. This is your brother, Kitty. First, we're gonna gather a few trees if we can. Okay, now some of these are maple trees. We want to avoid those. I'm gonna grab some of these ones. This is pretty close, yeah, Birdie. Feeling pretty accurate, gotta say. Oh, the kitty. The kitty's just off camera. Hi. And be the kitty on camera. There. Look at your nice tail. Look at this tail. Oh. Nice tail. Your nice tail. Wow, this can't be firewood yet, right? No fucking way. Oh, I know what I need to do. That. Come on now. Kitty! Do I have to go find... Alright, let me go make sure she's got food. She's eating the things. You guys, you look out at the lovely Canadian scenery for a second. Sure that she's got food. As luck. Spaghetti. She's being a spaghetti eater. Honey. You got food. She's such a little troublemaker. Yeah. Father, I crave the wires. Seriously. Like, calm down, cat. Is there any gas in this? There's not. Okay, we need to go to the store, I'm thinking. We can't even chop wood to get firewood for our brother right now. The cat has never done anything wrong. I mean, I'm not gonna disagree. But at the same time, darn it, cat. Alright, let's go visit her brother. Here's the sugar shack. Or rather, this will be where the sugar shack is. Do you need to fiddle with this truck for 9 hours before you can drive it? No, thankfully that is one good thing about Mamba Zoo. You don't have to do that. Okay, our brother should be just down the road here. Yeah, that's one nice thing about Mamba Zoo. their brother's house right here. Okay, let's go see your brother. Let's see what he's saying. Damn, I can't wait for summer weekend. Each weekend I'll go camping for sure. Okay, well, at least we checked that item off the list. I brought the gas can, right? Yeah. I enabled the H shifter, but it has no neutral, which is slightly annoying. Wish there was a way to activate. Oh wait, H shifter on. Is that the problem? Yes, that was a problem there. Now I have neutral. Oh my god, that's so much better. Oh, people don't have faces. You're just gonna have to accept the fact that people in this are without faces, comrades. I mean, not that they had much more of a face in My Summer Car, if we're being brutally honest. Oh, so much better now that I got neutral, yes. Oh, don't mind me. That's nothing. Don't worry. That's nothing. Ooh, that's a sharp corner. Okay, we need to go to the gas station. I think it's just... Hey, there's the post office. I think it's down here. Alright, we're at the store. Get our gas. Oh no, come. Okay, that's not bad. Larry Simulator, nodders. Maybe. Alright, let's see what's here. Coffee. Oh my face. Bills. What did I say we needed here? Oh, there's all kinds of paints. Bolts. Pack of bolts. A rust repair kit. Oh, tire pump, I said. Tire pump. I don't know if I need any more bolts just yet. Let's repair. That $49. Sir. Alright, we're gonna have to come back after we sell some stuff. I already bought gas. Get a painter truck though. Gonna buy one can. Where? Rust repair kits eventually, but look at this. Now we're talking. Almost a Here we go. Okay, we got the tire pump that we needed. Got gasoline. Good to go. Go back home. That truck's much better now. Okay, now. Oh my god, the brakes! Wanted to see this place for one second. Okay, just for buying potatoes and cheese curds. Oh, buddy. Think you came. Think you're going slow enough around that corner, sir. Your Barbie truck is faster than this. Wonder who hit that sign, Jet. Okay, going back home. Now we can fill up that log splitter that we can sell our brother some firewood. I thought I could. Can I hook this up? Hey, Al, welcome, comrade. DPRK, 75 years. Yep, we were reading about, earlier in the stream, we're actually reading about all the congratulatory messages that Kim Jong-un is receiving from the Laotian leader and also from Assad as well. Hope you're well today. Okay, yeah, I need to go back like a little bit. I think I can attach this. Hey, Plants, welcome, comrade. We're in the Canadian, we're in French Canada, as they call it, as the settlers call it, from Quebec. Hope you're well today, comrade. There we go. Now we're talking. Yeah, French Canada, exactly. Got some gas. But look, it reminds me of my existence. Gotta have a generator to power the house half the fucking time. Alright, now I should be able to fuel this up. Shit, that's a small tank. Should enable me to split the logs now, right? Want to go surfing but can't master the strength? Well, that goes. Can't tell if it's thing or not. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now we can get firewood. That's what we're talking about. Bunch of logs right here. Sell these logs to my brother. Now, some of these are maple. That's maple, so we don't want to chop down any of the maples. We just want to chop down the birch, whatever this fucking one. I can't. Fine. This should give us a bunch more money back that we can then use for more gas and stuff. Now we also can build the sugar shack, which we're gonna do soon. That sugar shack here. See how much money this gives us. A good start. Take this load to my brother and see what we get. Just from one tree. I think I can just back right up to here. Hey, sweet, that got us 84 bucks. Not bad. That's just from one tree. That's a good start. That's a good start. I should be able to the tires in my car. I'm gonna take the logs. I'm gonna do that again once I get the sugar shack built. Yeah, it's nice not having a cousin to worry about. We do have other cars to worry about, but no cousin is nice. Alright, we're all hooked up. We're ready to do the sugar shack. Actually, we're gonna take this out and just check. See how... Don't I have a button I can enable for the parking brake? Or... want to see how much it takes to do this sugar shack. Oh, that's a big dip. What bug? Bicycle. $64 pine logs. Okay. But just logs, so I don't even need the splitter for the logs. That's good. We can do that easy. Okay, let's go back to the hose for now. Go back to the house, we'll get her beauty rest. Need to get some weed too, desperately. Can't remember where we get the weed seeds at. Figure that. Figure out where to get her dope at. Where did I put the chainsaw? Does anybody remember? Oh, did I leave it down here? Just wait. Where it gets much darker.
Désolé.
Just gonna stick the chainsaw right there. Maple syrup.
Ah, si.
Light switch. I don't see the light switch. I better eat. There we go. There's one light switch. Oh, here it is. There.
Right. Guess we could probably eat a poutine. Alright, well, we're not going to leave the power going all night, so we're off the generator. Gonna go to bed. Streamer, please confirm the authenticity of Canadian fridge contents. It's true, it's true. And if we ever make it to 100 subscribers, perhaps I will show you the contents of my fridge to prove it. Knows. Okay, we're wearing blue today. Going with blue today, comrades. Let's get this sugar shack built. What I think we want to do. Oh, and we also want to pump up the tires on her. Up there. What? Shortchanged? Talking about. What are you talking about, Captain DPRK? Buggy parts? Buggy parts? There's a buggy? Buggy, you're telling me. What fucking time is it in the day here? Oh, it's 4:34 in the morning. Okay. Did it say shortchanged? I didn't even notice. Are they supposed to be, what, 30, right? Okay. Go with 30. $4:35 in the afternoon where you are? Here it is 7:36. Oh, this takes place not far from where I am. What the settlers call French Canada, or what I call French Canada. Oh, there's the buggy that we're building. Interesting. Right, so that's that not fires are done yet? No, that wasn't one of the things. Oh, so this is all done. Then what do I really read this? The game playing on real time, or is it just the time in the game, not real time? The day only lasts like 40 minutes or something like that. Let's grab a few logs. Just a coincidence, but a damn good one, yeah. Yeah. Right, so here's how we build the sugar shack. Oh wait, I still don't own my property yet. I'm used to the that other game we were playing still, the Finland one.
Where the hell's my sugar shack at? Oh, there it is. I always take that wrong road. Right here. Okay. This chainsaw, and we need pine logs. Oh. Oh no, I got one of them stuck there. Well, I'm gonna hope that's not an issue. I see, we just have to bring the brick to automatic. $64 pine logs. Good lord. All the closest. If I cut it down this way, will it go this way? I don't know if that's just coincidence or what. Finishing up this log cabin. Got 90 to 64. That's not bad. Actually, won't take that long. Won't take that long. This will be done in no time. Gotta get the shit. And we'll look and see what was on that intermediate list back home. Where put my chainsaw now? There it is. Jump up and down so I can see it from above. Alright, here, this one will allow me to test it. What if I cut it this way? Does it go this way? It does seem to, doesn't it? I carry the pine. This? No. Roll it? Oh, wait. Too bad I couldn't. I can roll it, but a little bit, but I can't like push it this way. Roll it this way. Stand back up. Can I throw these? Oh yeah, look. Let's juggle them back. Try that. All together. Juggle them. Actually, you know what? The truck might have been useful for this too. Oh, but how many logs do you think is gonna fit in the truck? Oh, is that a pine log? Is that a pine tree right there too? I think it is. $17. Okay. One.
Great. Try this. Can't decide what's quicker. This way is pretty quick too. I want to get that sugar shack. This is because the thing about the sugar shack is that it requires another little bit of an investment because we need tubing, we need tree taps and some other stuff. But once we're making maple syrup, we can make some good money. Probably the most steady source of income for now, until we start growing cannabis. Growing weed is our next best source. And very, very easy to do, especially once we can get like automated waterers and stuff like that. Where's the chainsaw? Get up this naturally, exactly. Building the sugar shack. Anarchist Laboratory Sean. Welcome back in, comrade. How is it going? We're building the sugar shack. Trying to survive here in sunny old Canada. Or what I like to call, again, Canada. For obvious reasons. Oh. I'd say we're gonna need at least both of these trees. Maybe even this. Oh wait, this one's even closer. Get this sugar shack done. Gotta make our money. The great thing about making sugar money is then all we have to do is use firewood to burn it. Because that's how lumberjacking works, is I'm wearing flannel. Exactly. Exactly. I'm wearing blue flannel today, but we can go change our flannel at any time. Because, no, lumberjacking. I get it. Hey Bop, welcome back, comrade. Hope you had a good sleep. Your flannel is basically rainbow? That seems like it would be the best kind of flannel then to me. You have to ask your neighbors for different ingredients to make you syrup? No. I just need to tap into these maple trees. See, these ones here are maple. We need to buy tubing. We need to buy some tubing, and we need to buy tree taps. A few other things. We're gonna be very close to having enough logs here. Get this sugar shack done. Dying for the sugar shack. See, we cannot live up north without maple syrup. Actually, we're actually needing maple syrup soon. 39. 39 of 64. Oh, I know, the suspense is killing everybody. 40. Oh, how exhilarating this part is. Kitty, are you having a little sit on the chair? Comfortable? Good. I want the kitty to be comfortable. Got only 24 more times. Sometimes we switch it up by doing like this maneuver. A little bit closer.
We're dying for that sugar shack. The best kind of sugar shack, baby. There, now it's at least a little bit closer. 42. There's no way to officially transport it? Not really. I mean, actually, I was brainstorming that maybe I would be able to use the truck to get some, but actually, I might have to use the truck here now because I'm not seeing much more pine. There's like pine over there and pine right there. Okay, let's try the truck. Did I put my chainsaw at? What, my chainsaw? God. My chainsaw. Well, chainsaw, there it is. Okay, let's... Oh, that? The dumpster? No, that won't fit it. We're gonna use the truck. I think the truck might work. Let's try the truck. Go grab the truck. No big deal, no big deal. Where's my truck at? Grab our truck. And anything that we got left. Anything we got left we can use for firewood to sell to our brother. Okay, let's go. He's casually doing a cartwheel in the... Oh yeah, no big deal. It's a four-wheel drive, isn't it? It's meant for that. Okay, let's see if this works. Go to my buddy to Mount Hood to get firewood. The Park Service would announce when there was felled trees in the area that it was okay to go and get, and we'd take his truck, chainsaw, and go get it. Nice. With your buddy. Cool, cool. Yeah, this, I mean, honestly, I know it's cliche, but this just makes me feel, gives me a homely sense. Gotta have a few blunts, of course, Okay, we can fit about one tree in here, it looks like, but it's pretty sketchy looking. I think it's working. Okay. Oh right, I forgot I had the thing on it. I forgot I had that thing on. We need 10 more. 10 more trees. 10 more logs, rather. Not trees, logs. Here's another one. Oh, back up. The damn log splitter is a problem for backing up. I always forget my chainsaw. The worst for that. Where'd I leave it? Over here, right? Wasn't I like right here? God, I need maple syrup. No chainsaw. Okay, remind me to not forget the dang chainsaw. I always do this. Okay, we need maple syrup or we're getting close to dying from not having any maple syrup in our system. What the hell did I do with the chainsaw? Okay, we need our maple syrup or we're gonna die. I need to figure out how to get cannabis seeds. I'll wait on the poutine. Where is my chainsaw now? No way, I just chopped down a tree with it, did I? Yeah, I just chopped down a tree like in this area. Fuck was that? There it is. Okay, don't forget the chainsaw anymore. Probably is a good thing. Right? Very convenient. Look at how magical that was. These big ones at the bottom of it are the problem, though. Then maybe I can also grab like a... Or where's it? This chainsaw is a serious problem. Nothing works that easy in the real world? I mean, true. I wouldn't want them to make it too much more realistic, though, if I'm being honest. Just trying to build a fucking sugar shack here. Like, barely gonna fit if they do. Alright, we'll come back for this one. Here we go. I remembered. Lost a couple logs, that's okay. Great. This has gotta be fucking close to all of them, right? Yeah. Now I just need 6,000 screws, comrades. Don't worry, only 2 more hours of work. Just joking. I'm gonna move the truck a little bit, though. Only 700 screws short. That's true. That's true. Hey, we need 2 more logs. One. Gonna do it. Sugar Shack coming right up. 2. This should complete it, right? Go. Truth. Move further. Move back further. Move back, damn it. Wow, now you were too far back. Come back here. There we go. We've built the Sugar Shack. This is where we make maple syrup. So we put the firewood in here. We got to get it cooking here. This is where the syrup comes in from the trees. You cook off the water here. This is the evaporator. Here's how you fill up your maple syrup. So we're ready and able to make maple syrup soon. Exactly, DPRK, exactly. That's the bottom line, right? Alright, we're gonna go and gather a couple more things. We're gonna have to go to the store, but we need some, need a little bit more money now. Like this. Gonna start up our log split. We don't have the shack quite ready to make syrup just yet. Make a little bit more money with this. Oh, I left more logs down there. So much easier when you split it into firewood because it becomes all one uniform size, thankfully. Okay, right here. Take another stop. Whoops. Yep, I noticed that. Perfect. I was like, damn it, I let everyone down again. Well, thank you, Ratman, and welcome. We'll take this birch tree. Yeah, the firewood loves to do this, gather at the bottom, just because of the way we are. That'll get fixed as we get driving. Sure. I forgot about the way it does this. Oh wait, you detach a tree. That'll make it stop doing it quite so bad. I forgot about that weird glitch. Sometimes when you have the trailer attached to the back of it, anything you have in the bed for some reason wants to like come flying towards the back. The weird bug. Get us a bunch of money from our brother. More logs. We'll just see whatever makes it to his house, makes it to his house. What doesn't, we'll sell to him later. I think there's a limit to how much he can actually take. More log rate. His trailer's sliding around. I think I can hook that up to the ATV anyway. Alright, let's take this wood to her brother now. Not gonna get the chains up. Alright, here you go, bro. We got some wood for you. Just wanted. Left it first gear. Whoops. You love cup noodles? Cup noodles are pretty good. Although here we don't really have many cup noodles. Instead we have like those Mr. Noodles. Seems like cup noodles are really hard to find. Yeah, really. Everything's Mr. Noodles. You eat a lot of Mr. Noodles, though, I'll tell you that. They're cheap, too, same idea. Bring our brother the dog. Is that? Oh wow, that must be full. Wait. Yeah, the delete button right next to the send button, yeah. Okay, no. There, now we're up to $390. What time is it? 4. Okay, we're not gonna make the store today. We'll go to the store tomorrow. And we can get set up for maple syrup production. Game right now, it's 450, 452. Yeah, she is. Just finishing up a couple last things I wanted to do here. Right. Back home. Set the chain. Yeah, I wanted to. Totally agree, though. Definitely agree with the sentiment. Okay, I need to get a good friendship with my brother. Need to complete the garage. I need to buy the cottage to get more land. Gain access to the scrapyard. Install a manual transmission. Buy a small aluminum trailer. Connect my house to the power grid. Buy the dolly trailer. Sell a french fry pack and unlock the scrap coin. Sugar Shack. So it looks like we're probably on the Sugar Shack before we can do much from this, other than make better friends with her brother, I guess. Oh, maybe I should have talked to my brother. We'll talk to him tomorrow. Back to the... Uh-oh. Off of the table. When did I say about living off the grid? I don't recall ever mentioning. I wish I would get unstuck from this goddamn table, though. God damn it. This is not... He's stuck to the... What the fuck? No, don't get stuck to the table. That is ridiculous. Usually people who live out in the woods are not on the grid. Yeah, I mean, I'm not... Well, I mean... This is just a brand new trailer that was put here. God damn it! It looks like we had a tragic fucking thing happen here, though. Get off of the... Like those preppers. Yeah, they do pride themselves in living off the grid. I can't detach from the fucking table. We need to die of starvation. Or something. What the fuck? This is unfortunate. Turn of events. Saved it. Tempted to let myself die because we don't have permadeath on. What's happening when we get to... Oh my god. Okay. This looks good for us. This is a good turn of events, I'm guessing. What is going on? Your guess is as good as mine. I think I'm gonna hope that I can get out of this like this. Like I can jump high enough to get... Oh my god! Thank you! We almost slipped into the back rooms there, it's true. It's true. We very nearly slipped into the back rooms. Good god. Oh, there's how I zoom in. My fuck, if I would have known that before. Okay. Buy a roll of tubing. Connect maple trees to the shack. Sell a barrel of maple syrup to the Federation. Right. Can handle that. I think this is like ready to start almost, right? Gotta be. Does it have gas? It appears like it is. Of course I know about the back rooms. Alright, before we go to bed tonight, we're gonna save it after that little scary incident. How do I know about the back rooms? It's like an internet thing. It's all over the place. Ow. How do I not know about it? No, in the game. But first I need to save this first. Fuck. Can I just turn on the electricity? There it is. Here's how you get to save the game. He's tired. I think he'll be okay. Look at the computer. Come on now. And here's how you save it. See if anyone knows what this is. Play my summer car on there, yeah. Here we go, all saved. Ultima Online. Okay. We also can do it right there. Also save it here. Right. Now we'll go to bed. Turn off the generator so we don't burn a bunch of fuel through it. And tomorrow we'll go buy what we need for the sugar shack. Remember muffling my mother's computer with a pillow in the middle of the night so I could connect to the modem and play Ultima Online late into the wee hours. That's hilarious. Yep, I remember doing similar things. I remember especially I would always rent Harvest Moon for Nintendo 64, Super Nintendo before that as well. And I would play it. I used to have this infrared like wireless controller for Super Nintendo. So I would play the game like with the controller under the covers and just peek it out. And if it sounded like, with the TV muted of course, if it sounded like somebody was coming, I would quickly pretend like I was asleep. Alright. This is pretty much still full. So what do we need to buy? Let's just double check. We need to talk to Francis, we need to buy tubing, and then we need to connect 10 maple trees. We need a barrel, I guess. And other stuff. Go talk to Francis because we want to get our friendship with him better. Francis, we're just stopping to have a little talk with you, bud. Brother. Maybe we need to stop the truck, I don't think.
Hey, hey, ben content de te voir, petit frère.
Oh, friendship is up. I know there's a way to check the friendship somewhere too. I think we need to start calling her mom also. Right now we just need to go to town and grab that tubing. Friendship is getting strong. It'll take a bit. That rabbit always runs out right there, I swear. This turns deadly. Flying through town. Oh yeah, let's go to the Maple Federation first. Here we are. This is the Maples Federation. This should have what we need for maple syrup. I buy one of these? Ooh! $200 for that for just the barrel. $10 for a hat pack and tubing. And the post junction. Okay.
très bonsoir.
Oh, we need the barrel either way. Take some tubing. Up here. How many are in this? 10? Is that what it said? 1, 2. $10 for a pack. We'll grab one piece of. I almost just grab 2 of these now. Actually, yeah, let's grab 2. We can always get some more wood to our brother to. Alright, we're ready to some maple tree stuff. I'll have to be careful because I'm soon gonna need more food. I think I had like 3 things of poutine left. There is a snack shack right near here where you can get. Talk about a Sunday driver. Yeah. I love working at the beer store. Out of money till later today. But I can just go walk in, say hi to my coworker, go straight to the back and get whatever I want and just put it on my tab. That's nice. Yeah, that's a perk, I would say. Well, I'm glad to hear that your noodles are a good consistency, I guess. Nothing worse than letting them go for too long. It's an actively dangerous situation for your liver and kidneys. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Potentially once upon a time for myself as well. Luckily I'm not much of a drinker anymore. That's for sure. Okay, now there. Oh, I also remember. I need clippers, but I think I might need to buy the clippers from the store at. Right. Boats. Tubing. This is my lovely little sugar shack. It's lovely and beautiful. Okay. So we need to pipe everything into here. We're gonna start like stuff on. Need to connect 10 of these to get the next. This probably. Probably this one, I guess. Landmines? Oh, these are for making delicious maple syrup. They're tree mines. Yes. Yes, they are tree mines. Mines for trees. When a tree comes too close, boom! Italian spiked landmines. Yeah. You don't want to... Thankfully they're not, because trust me, you don't want to deal with Italian spiked landmines. Yeah, I think I drank probably, like, I could say average, I drink about once a year. Okay, we'll just get 10 hooked up for now. This is the cheap. One more tree to tap nearby here. No, I need 2 more. The more of a chain you can get going, the better. Put one on that tree down there. Okay, looking great, looking great. Worse than a shitty job. Use this for firewood. So, guess we'll just start with this one and see how far we'll. This one. Ideally, this one could make it all the way back to. White. In that case, we're gonna leave that there for 1 second. Yeah, we're making maple infrastructure. Game is very much about maple infrastructure. That should be up to. Look at this, on Maple Junction. Okay. I think now what we need to do. Now I need to hook it up to this, so I'm just gonna put this thing right like this. To hook into. So I'm gonna say, get off of this one. There. Working. 9 maple trees connected. Thought I connected 10. In one? Okay, well let's hook up another one. No fun. Maintenance, dude. Drowning out my words. That's very impolite, Buff. You tell that maintenance guy I'm not happy. This will be... There we go. That's 10. Now, why is it not running, though? What the hell? Oh, the home generator's not running. That's why. Okay, that makes... Go back and set the... Gonna test this. Fill up the old generator. Oh wow, this is gonna take all my gas. Make some maple syrup. I want to see if I can hook this. See if I can hook this up to that splitter. Splitter over. Damn, I almost had that. There we go. Nice. Your AC broke every other week? No fun. Great. Oh. Now this should say it's running, right? Yes, running. Got maple syrup.
Should be filling. It is. Filling. Firewood in here. Got more trees after. What they make. Be making maple syrup in no time. We'll let it fill up. Anything that doesn't end up in the evaporator, we'll fill in that. Tubing. I'll just leave my bike here for now and we'll take the truck back home. Back to the house. Great. Oh, okay, this wasn't going where I thought it was, I don't think. I may have miscalculated it. Okay, actually. This happens, this happens. Remember how to do this. Get this out. Get on the ground. Be attached to the vehicle.
Yeah. See ya.
There we go. Alright, GMO. Come on. Coming, it's coming. This is what happened. At least you have this in the one. My summer car, you're just fucked. Come on, it's almost out of there. Next to our first seasons that go in a circle. First season, pain. Second season, mild. Third season, pain. Fourth season, hell. Okay. That should put it back in the... Get up. Stand up. God. Damn it. Bob's in Arizona. To be fair, that wasn't my driving. I cranked it and it just went down the hill. It started rolling, I should have went in and get the parking brake. Come on, a little further. Go to there again. To get it off those rocks, it's better. Come on. A little further. There.
Drink it real good. Stand up, stand up. There we go. There, now we're out. That terrifying ordeal should be over. Again, at least it's not my summer car where we would be just stuck. Avoid that ditch, goddamn. Pretty much at this point, just one season. Hell. That sounds nice. That sounds pleasant, Buff. I always miss that driveway. Used to have monsoon season, but that's not a thing anymore. It's just dry now. Yeah, I'm sure that's good for things. Alright, we might as well leave. Oh yeah, right. Once it gets a certain time of night, the maple syrup stops flowing. So you might as well turn off the host generator. Save it. It's chilly sometimes in the depth of the quote-unquote winter. But last year I think it got maybe 55 Fahrenheit at the lowest. I'm not sure what that is. I only understand Celsius. The thing. Snows almost every 12 years here. We get snow every year here. But actually, compared to the rest of Canada, we don't get that much snow. Compared to Canada, we probably get like the least amount. Used to snow in Phoenix about once a year. Usually don't stick, but still, those times are long gone. That's kind of scary to think about, huh? Alright, well, we made some good progress. We got our maple syrup shack built. We did some other stuff. What else did we do? We drove around, we sold some firewood. We built the car, sort of. But it looks like we got a bunch more cars that we can get and customize as well. Yeah. It was good today. We read Stalin, History and Critique of a Black Legend. We're going to be on chapter 3 of that. Moved to Arizona in 97, and the night we got here it actually hailed. Whoa. Interesting. Yeah, so if you've been reading along with us, you're right here, History Critique of a Black Legend, Chapter 3. We're going to be doing that again on Thursday. Tomorrow is going to be a shorter stream. Hanging out. Maybe we'll watch a couple things in the morning. We have our last episode of The Leader to watch. And then, yeah, we'll, I don't know, hang out. Talk about stuff. Read the news. Watch some politics. That sort of thing. And Thursday, we're going to read more History and Critique of Black Legend. Friday, I don't know, we're going to watch probably a Lushaba lecture, or if I can find a Malma or a good Gerald Horn video, we'll do that. And yeah, Saturday and Sunday, we're going to be doing crowd control in the morning. Let's raid out to Comrade Lost Sioux here. We're going to raid Lost Sioux. And then on Monday, we're going to watch The Battle of Algiers, which is a movie from the USSR. It's supposed to be really good. Or comrades, at least in my Discord, have recommended it as a really good thing that we should be watching. So we're going to take that advice and do that. I appreciate you all hanging out today. Thank you so much. Thank you for getting me like right up to a hype train again. That is fucking amazing. Seriously means an absolute ton to me. It is a huge help right now, of course. So yeah, I appreciate the support. Common Opponent, GMO, and Red Falcon. Comrades, thank you so much. And thank you all for hanging out, spending your time with me. I very much appreciate it, whether it was for the politics or the video games or both. Means a hell of a lot to me. Oh yeah, before we raid, don't forget you can copy the raid message here. So this is our raid message. You can copy that if you're a subscriber. And let's go raid Lasso. Thank you all for coming. Comrades are great. Come join me tomorrow morning.
Sometimes that people may truly be a
Columbus has to die.
and we